complex here with a lot of action going on. Short course racing happening here. There's a pool here. There's rock bouncers going on here. Ultra 4 going on here. Travis Pastrana and the Nitro cars are here. And as you can see, we have a beautiful RC track all prepped and ready to go as well. The debut of this event was 1 year ago, Mike, as you well know. It was a beautiful race. We had a lot of excitement. The best drivers in the world, and I'm talking about world-ranked drivers, were with us last year. They are back again this year, so great stuff right here that's coming our way. Here's a look at the studio. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, inside of the booth with us. I'm Ken Stout. That is Mike Garrison sitting right alongside. We'll have Scotty Ernst out there covering all the drivers. He travels the world with this stuff, but an exciting event here, $30,000 up for grabs.
Yeah, and like you were talking about last year, we saw all sorts of excitement and drama and all sorts. When you get this caliber of drivers all together and that much money's on the line, I mean, these guys are going to be going for each other, and I think when they say when the tone sounds, the friendship stops, and I think that's going to be more true than ever this year, especially when these guys get out there.
There might have been some friendships that ended last year.
I think you might be right. I think you might be right. And what I'm hearing from the drivers a little bit is this track this year is even faster, and the racing is going to be even closer. And I've already heard some guys throwing some words down and throwing it down at each other in the pits, so I think it's going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, it'll be fun for sure. Ryan Mayfield is back here with a chassis change. Of course, our defending champ, Mr. Wiggins, is back here. Had an incredible weekend here 1 year ago. As you see a little bit of the action that's out there, Scotty Ernst is going to fill us in a little bit more on the track, but the track is a good bit larger than it was last year as well. A number of doubles in here. Very, very fast. You and I had a chance to talk to Ryan Mayfield just a little bit this morning, and he said they're on throttle so long around here that fuel is a concern. They have just about 7 minutes worth of fuel in there because they are wide open throttle around here. So a very, very fast track with a lot of doubles in it. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch the drama unfold. As I mentioned before, the third member of our team, and certainly just as important, if not more important, is one Mr. Scotty Ernst. He knows all of these players. He makes a living traveling around the world, keeping up with RC racing, and we'll kick it over there to him because he has a lot more about the event we're going to watch here today and tomorrow. Scotty?
All right, thank you very much, Ken. It is everything that you guys talked about. The anticipation, the excitement, it is all going down here for Visions 2023. The vibe that has been going on in the pits is just electric. This race is unlike any other race that we do, especially at this amazing complex that we're blessed to have a racetrack at. You've seen the pictures of the amazing racetrack. These guys are going to be going head-to-head for some serious cash money, and that's what's so unique. They always race for money when it comes to their contracts and bonus for winning a big race, thing like that. But when they got a chance to win money heads up each and every race and then a big payout, it takes it to a whole nother level. And if we rewind to last year, the little scuffle that Tessman and Mayfield had, it was the drama you kind of didn't expect in RC, but it was like intense. And those guys are here again to go head-to-head. As Ken had mentioned, this complex is amazing. You see the amazing track we have here, but that's not only what Visions is about. If you look here, this is the other half of Visions here in Jay, Oklahoma. This is the track where Travis Pastrana, the Nitro Cross Nitro Circus, are going to be doing their rally cars. And that's all included for all of us that are here, the racers. We get to witness that. And it just makes this such an epic event. The heads-up racing, the cash on the line. We get to watch full scale right in our back behind us off the driver's stand. It what makes the Vision race so special, and we hope you guys enjoyed. We are looking forward to bringing you the play-by-play lap after lap. We're going to throw it back to Ken and Mike.
Thanks a lot, Scotty. We appreciate all of that information. As we watch some of the cars out here, they have an open practice session here to get to knock the rust off, if you will, from overnight. But they were out here all day yesterday getting some seat time, some track time, if you will, and working this track in as well. As we go back to Tuesday, the track looked beautiful as everybody was setting up. Tuesday night, we were hammered with rain. So all that beautiful paint that you see on the track right there, it was completely gone come Wednesday morning. So the gang had to come out here and get that thing fixed back up. And once again, it looks perfect. We have to thank Joey Christensen and the Dirt Crew for doing a fabulous job with this track, and as we talked about, a good bit different. So funny, my perspective, Mike, as I came out here and looked at this, and, listen, it is what it is. I got to hit it in the head. I'm inexperienced when it comes to RC racing, short of what we did last year. And I came out and I looked at the track. I'm like, wow, man, this thing looks super cool, and it's going to be technical. They're going to have to hit these doubles. They're going to have to try to stop the cars, make the turn. It's going to be crazy is what I'm thinking in my mind, right? And I walk up to Mayfield. I'm like, wow, this track looks pretty wild. And he said, it's going to be super easy.
Yeah. Yeah, I tell you what, for these guys, for a lot of these top guys, they're they would call this quote-unquote easy track, but I think it's going to make for some really great racing. And I know Joey and the Dirt crew, they've done a lot of work, and I know the Visions crew has done a lot of work as well. The track surface this year is a little bit different. Rumor is they've gone through, they got some fresh dirt on the track. So last year we saw a lot of random rocks and boulders and stuff like that popping up. I don't think we're going to see that as much this year. As you can see, some parts of the track breaking down a little bit already, or after practice and all that good stuff. But I think the track altogether is going to hold up a lot better than it did last year and make for a little cleaner racing.
Yeah, they've actually been farming clay out in the back. You can see the big track in the back that Scotty referenced a little bit earlier. That is, they've been running short course cars out there, the side-by-sides, and, of course, Pastrana will bring his 1,000-horsepower nitro cars out there as well. But all of that clay has been farmed and harvested with the rocks sifted out. So they were able to bring some of that over here. So I agree with you 100%. Should be a completely different atmosphere than what we saw a year ago. However, with that said, much to my surprise a year ago, these tracks do rut up. They do develop holes. It's all stuff that they have to pay attention to, possibly drive around or find a better way around the track if that is the case. So it can, they can grab a rut and flip one of these cars just like you can a big one.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. We're looking right now. Looks like the Sportsman Nitro Buggy, their first heat out on the track here. And it looks like, I believe that it's going to be Dylan Bottreger out front early on here in this one, 12 to 6:13 his pace here for their first qualifying session.
And, of course, as always, qualifying will dictate a starting position here for the sportsman categories. We have a number of different categories, and we'll have sportsmen, we'll have opens. We also have our invites, of course, the world-ranked drivers. And then we'll have both electric and nitro buggies as well. So a lot of different stuff going on here, and a good look at that double that I was talking about there as well.
Yeah, you were talking about fuel mileage a little bit earlier, and one driver that we didn't see last year that's here this year is the legend Adam Drake. And not only is Adam Drake a fantastic driver, he's got a ton of talent on the racetrack, but he's also a fantastic engine tuner, engine builder, and he has been known to go 10-plus minutes on a tank, which is not easy to do on any track. But it's definitely, if fuel mileage is going to be a player here this weekend, I think Adam Drake's got a big advantage already coming into this, as he's one of the few drivers that is able to get an engine to do that on other tracks. So perhaps he may be making few pit stops, and that may put him in the running that ordinarily he may not be in.
So, you bring up a great point, no question about it. My first question would be is if he can go 10 minutes, is he making the same power that the other ones are making, or is it just because it's more efficient? I'd be really curious to know the answer to that. Well, I guess we'll find out what the answer is.
Yeah, that's right.
Here sooner or later, right?
Yep.
Just the way it goes. But, yes, I do love the fact that you referred to him. A legendary guy here in this industry for sure. And if you look at the chassis and the engines and the tire brands that these different racers are using, Drake is certainly one of those names when it comes to engines.
Yes, absolutely. And a lot of these, you'll see a lot of these sportsman guys and stuff as well. It's pretty cool what Drake has done over the past couple of years. He's now he's opened up basically an engine break-in service, an engine mod service for anybody. Anybody can grab an engine from him and that kind of thing. So even some of these sportsman guys running his engines. And when you see him go out there and you see him run things like 10 minutes at a time and nobody else can do it, it's hard to deny where you want to get your engine from, that's for sure.
So the next question, oh, man, big tumble right there, ends up on all fours and able to continue on there. You also wonder, so is there a rule, is there a spec size fuel cell for these?
So typically at the most ROAR and IFMAR sanctioned events, the fuel tank has to be 125 cc's, and they do tech for fuel and all that. I don't know what the specs are. We'll have to find that out here for this weekend. But yes, technically they've got a pretty strict rule that they got to go by on the fuel tank size and all that kind of stuff. So if that rule is in place this weekend, that's definitely going to be hinder them a little bit. If not, I would imagine we're going to see some guys probably would maybe running some extra fuel filters, maybe throwing maybe a truggy tank in a buggy or something like that. Get a little extra fuel mileage, but see how it all plays out.
So as you can see here by our time and scoring up on the left-hand side of your screen there for our Sportsman Nitro Buggy Heat number 1. Time is running out here. Just about 50 seconds left inside of this one. Actually, it's counting up now, it would appear. So they're working on adjusting that for us. That is pit road here at Mid-America Outdoors. And a lot of stuff going on there as well, hoping to cover some of those stories specifically this year and a little more intently than we did last year. Certainly a very important part of this as some of the longer motos will come in here and have to refuel and go back out, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And as we saw last year, you were talking about the electric cars. They're going to be out there this year as well. And, you don't think of fuel mileage when you think of the electric cars, but you got to think of the batteries. And the electric cars, just like the nitro cars, these guys are going to be on the gas all the time. So having a quality battery, making sure that thing is topped off, ready to go, and making sure you can make the full race. I mean, there's no coming in for a quick splash and go of fuel when you're driving an electric car. So
right.
You either make it or you don't. That's going to be interesting to see as well on this fast of a track.
Yeah, good stuff. We'll see how it all lays out here. There's a look at our pits, by the way. That big truck in the back is where we are sitting. It's where our booth is. Brandon and the gang coming out here and setting everything up. All the competitors are underneath the tent. They have tables in front of them where they can work on their vehicles and get things sorted out. Enjoy talking to some of these guys like a Ryan Mayfield and, making a chassis change. And I asked him, I said, what was that about? Was there, you're looking for performance? And he said, it's about business, right? So I figured that would be the answer, but you never really know where they're going with it because a lot of times business means I need to win, to continue my business. So, but he went over to Techno, which he was explaining to me is a relatively new company in terms of chassis out there. There's a lot of them out there that have been around, for a long, long time, but Techno about 10 years old. So, he said they welcome the information back from a seasoned racer like that. But he said the platform's completely different than the car he was running a year ago. Everything is different. So all of the notes, whatever notes he might have had that would apply towards the chassis they had last year, didn't no longer apply to the Techno chassis that he has to develop and work through now. So it's so cool to take a look at our track workers there, but so cool to hear how intricate these vehicles are.
Yeah, it really is. And, like you mentioned, like Techno RC is one. They literally started out making conversion kits back before, I'm going to say, quote-unquote, e-buggy, electric buggy was cool. They made conversion kits for random other brand nitro buggies to convert them to electric, and it was just kind of a fad that guys were doing here and there. And now here they are with, arguably one of the world's best drivers on their team and lining up for them. And pretty cool to see where they've come in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, and a lot of different chassis out there for sure as well. For our invite drivers, the two guys that are on the Technos are Ryan Mayfield and, of course, the reigning champ, Jared Wiggins. So they'll be out there trying to relive what happened here a year ago. As we talk about Wiggins finishing up first, he is a reigning champ coming back here, and, man, it was a really tight battle. I mean, the points were extremely close as we were calling the end of that race right down to the very last lap, and a couple of positions changing a little deeper in the field, changing things up, and, teammates that are helping teammates. So it was very cool. Ty Tessman finishing up second overall a year ago, and Cole Ogden with a great effort here a year ago as well, finishing up inside of the top three. So a good effort as we take a look at some of the pit bike racing action that goes on here as well. There's elements everywhere, but the pit bike racing is serious.
Yeah, I watched these guys just a little bit last year, and when I think of pit bike racing, well, there you see right there, just trying to take him out in the last quarter before the checker flag. These guys, they ain't playing around. I think a pit bike race is some fun in the backyard. This ain't fun in the backyard. This is serious racing for these guys. I mean, this is wild. And some of the rigs they've got up there for the pit bike races is just as wild as well. And look at the crazy start, kind of like the Monster Energy Cup style start up in the top and drop back down.
Good stuff for sure. We're going to take a quick break here, ladies and gentlemen. We have a full day of qualifying coming your way right here at Mid-America Outdoors for the 2023 Visions RC event, brought to you by A-Main Hobbies and HPI Racing. We'll be right back.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
And welcome back to Visions 2023, the RC event going on here at Mid-America Outdoors. You can see our drivers up there on the platform ready to go. That is pit road just down there below them. So that's where their crew members will put the car and send them off to get them down there on the track. Coming up here next will be the qualifier for Sportsman E-Buggy, Heat 1 of 2. I believe 5 minutes in length here for this qualifier, if time and scoring is giving us the correct information here. Looks like we have 11 players at least lined up here ready to go. Cars look pristine and beautiful.
Yeah, that right there, I believe, is Taylor Janda, who I believe was our winner last year. I can't remember if that was in the e-buggy class or the nitro buggy class for our sportsman division, but back again this year. Got quite a few new drivers in our sportsman and open divisions this year that we didn't have on the track last year. Good to see some new talent out there.
Talk to me about the controllers. It's a great shot of one of the controllers there, and there's a couple of different styles. I forget who it was. Was it Phi Long Wen who has the joystick?
Yes.
Which is a little different?
Yes. So Phi is, I believe, the only driver here this weekend. Most drivers use it in what I would call a more traditional style radio like this. It's got the trigger for the throttle and the brake, and then you've got an actual steering wheel that you're turning left and right on the side of it. Phi is actually using a stick-style radio, which is more seen over in Europe and things like that you often think of when you think of remote control cars. You know, the one stick forward and back, the other stick is the steering. Not quite as common here in America with the racing scene, but Phi does a very good job of making that car get around the track very quickly using the stick radio.
Yeah, he bumped in last year. They asked him, would you like to be an invite driver? And he said, no. He said, I'd rather bump in. And I said, oh, yeah, he wants to make a grand.
That's right. That's right.
However, the danger is you don't bump in, right? So I don't know which way you want to go on that, but I found that interesting that was his take on it. A couple of the sportsman guys going for a ride here. I also find it interesting here because I immediately think of car racing. That's my background. But this is a qualifying session, so I find it somewhat amusing that everybody took off right away with each other. I would think that I would probably let it breathe for a moment, go out and find some clean track and try to chase that, but they've kind of sorted themselves out now.
Absolutely. I'm with you 100% on that one. Definitely the ideal way to go about this is giving yourself a little bit of space, a little bit of track room, things like that. But, hey, they just want to get the show started and put a show on for us, so they're jumping right out there all together.
That's good for us, right?
That's right.
It's fun to watch.
That's right. And as you can see, we were talking about the track a little bit earlier. Joey Christensen, Aaron Webb building this racetrack, doing a fantastic job and maintaining it as well. And we talked about track may not have rocks and stuff like that in it, but it's already looking a little bit rougher and rougher. And as the day goes on, I think it's going to get even more exciting. These guys running their warm-up laps, getting checked in here. It looks like a few drivers not quite checked in.
So you talked about the difference in the consistency of the track, the dirt that seems to be a little bit different. In your opinion, will tire wear be an issue here at all?
It kind of depends. Right now, the track's still got a little bit of a loose surface on it, which it still looks soft to me, which I don't think tire wear is going to be super big factor just yet. If the track starts actually grooving up like we saw like on the big short course track and things like that, and they let the track go and kind of just dust it off and things like that, I could see tire wear being an issue. But another thing we got to look at as a lot of these bigger races, more traditional format may run a 45-minute, hour-long main. And, yes, I think tire wear would come into that. But we're going to run a little bit shorter mains because we're running multiple main events. So I don't think tire is going to be a huge factor as far as wear goes. But I definitely think, just like any race, I think compound and tread pattern are probably – compound more than anything is probably going to play a part, especially as the temperature changes. Oh, wow.
Yeah, pretty vicious contact right there. Again, a bunch of those in groups together. Of course, you can see the track workers out there to help the drivers immediately. If they do ball them up and end up on their lid, they'll grab the car and flip it over and get them going right away. Again, that is a great addition here. And typically, those are volunteers that come out here and help us out. We appreciate that.
It looks like one lap into this one. Boomer Wheeler going to be out front leading this one. Ian Morey in that number 2 spot. Frank Columbia in the 3 spot. Jason Morey in the 4 spot.
And I love the grouping. I mean, the top 4 are already in the 31-second zone. Ian Morey drops down into the 30s right here, but the grouping was already very close within a couple tenths of a second.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's kind of like Mayfield was saying earlier on. This is going to be some very close racing, and tell you what, one wreck on this track or one major mistake, that's going to be a make or break situation. Last year, you guys, everybody was wrecking last year. So, you have one little bobble or something like that. It wasn't that big of a deal to make up time, but it's going to be difficult this year to make up time if you make a mistake or crash somewhere.
So this initially, or I'm saying eventually, as I learn how to speak here again, eventually we will turn this into a TV show. Our 3 mains for the invites tomorrow on Saturday will become a TV show on Speed Sport 1 that everybody will be able to watch. So in terms of that, along those trains of thought, as I was talking to Ryan Mayfield, and, he said this track is a little bit easier. I do agree with you. It's going to be more competitive. It gets more people in the game as they're able to deal with a little bit easier track. The harder you make it, of course, it's going to separate the talent immediately. But this will allow some drivers that might not be as technical as some of the best in the world to keep up and keep pace. However, being on the throttle, becoming a fuel game, a strategy game possibly, it's going to change things up. But one thing's for sure, more people will be in the hunt here on this track, which will make it very exciting for us.
Absolutely, and it looks like Ian Morey going to be out front still here in this one. Morey leading the way with Boomer Wheeler in that number 2 spot. Ian Morey with a 28.9.
Wow, he just threw one down.
That was a super fast lap there for Ian. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Ian Morey, the son of Jason Morey, so we got a father-son battle here in this one. Jason sitting in the number 5 spot, Ian, his son, leading this one. Some trouble coming off the drop-off there.
Yeah, good stuff, man. He's got a bunch on the field right now. How about a little over 2 seconds, a little under 2 seconds now. Boomer Wheeler just throws one down at a 30.2, so he picked up some time there. 2.3 seconds, it looks like the gap here.
And Taylor Jander, we were talking about him, last year's winner. He's sitting in that number 4 spot, just dropped back out of the 3rd place spot there. Frank Columbia in the 3rd place spot.
Yeah, taking a look at this as the clock winds down here, and Q1 for the Sportsman E-Buggies, their first heat of 2. Just about a minute left inside of this one. Watching Ian right now, currently at the top of the sheets, putting one together, nice and consistent. I love the fact that they'll learn how to hit these jumps and set up for the turn that's immediately following. Chopping off the track, apex at the bottom of the turns. I mean, it's exactly like big car racing.
And very similar to the full-scale racing, setups and things like that change all the time, and new developments and parts and all of that, always constantly changing. One thing I noticed with Ian's car and a lot of these guys' cars, especially in the invite class from last year, is the new latest thing is the rear wing on these cars. Everybody's trying to get these wings way up in the air. They've got a new style wing out that it seems like everybody's going to, and I see it here on Ian's car. Could it be making a difference? Is it just one of those things? You never know, but Ian's making it look good right now.
Well, they certainly fly nicely. I would think that it does have something to do with it. I find it humorous that you bring that up, though, because there's no rule. It's a new wing. It's higher. It's up in the clean air, if you will. In big car racing, typically the rule is the wing cannot be higher than the roof line. So something to think about there.
Well, that's definitely not the case here because a few of these wings are way up there in the air. Oh, trouble there.
Stuffed that one, yeah, just missed that jump a little bit and stuffed the nose of it in. Again, Ian Morey still out front here as this session is winding down.
Looks like with that crash there, Ian going to drop back to the number 2 spot. Boomer going to take the win.
Well, I'm looking at the numbers, though. If you look at, I don't quite understand the time and scoring. Ian still shows a 28.9 to Boomer's 30.27. So I'm not real sure what's going on there. And then a 30.15 for Frank Columbia.
So basically what we're looking at there, we're looking at our fast lap times. The qualifying time here, Boomer Wheeler, he finished up with 10 laps at 5 minutes and 10 seconds.
It's an overall.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so Ian Morey there with that crash dropped back to a 10 laps at 5 minutes, 13 seconds. There you see
so
the
a different
drivers.
way of doing it. Yeah, typically you would grab a fast lap out of normal motorsports qualifying, but this an overall. Love that. I love the twist in this sport that makes it a little bit different. So one with a ton of speed, but risk versus reward when you're hanging it out like
Absolutely. Good look there at our A-Main Hobbies, HPI Racing, our title sponsors here this weekend. They've got a really cool display set up, all sorts of their different vehicles lined up, and a test track over there. We saw some a wide variety of people over there at the test track, including some of our own RC racers getting the action in with the rally cars. They went and watched the big rally cars on the track yesterday. Then they went and took the rally car and they took it around the test track. So they got their fill of rally car racing yesterday.
I love the off-road trucks. They're super cool as well, man. A little monster truck action over there. Something for everybody, and it's not just kids, as you can see. I mean, the adults have a blast doing these. You can't go buy one. You have to buy at least two so you can race whoever you have at home.
Absolutely,
right?
Absolutely. One of the most commonly asked questions is, what do these people do? You know, these guys, especially like in the invite class, what do they do for a job? And what people don't realize is this is their job. You know, these guys, a lot of these guys are making their living racing these RC cars. So it's just like any form of racing. It gets serious. It's like lawnmower racing. Hey, there's pro lawnmower racers.
Yeah, it's a massive industry. I mean, if you take a look at it worldwide, it's a huge number, and these manufacturers can sell their vehicles, you know, to the masses, just like a car manufacturer, if you will.
Yep.
And car manufacturers have factory drivers, so they have the same thing. They have factory drivers that are out here, and some of these guys making six figures a year, traveling around the world, racing RC cars. It's super cool. It's also a different lifestyle. It's not necessarily for everybody. You find yourself on the road, and matter of fact, we have one of our veterans out here, I believe, making is making his final run. It's going to be his last year, you know, on the tour. So it takes a lot out of you. It's tough on the family when you're traveling all the time to go to races, just like the big cars as well. So it's a sacrifice that everybody has to make. But in a lot of cases, they would look at you and say it's way better than a real job.
That's absolutely true. That is absolutely true. Our Sportsman e-buggy heat number 2, taking the track, warming up here. Yeah, and of course, you're talking there about Jared Tebow, JTP-RC, announced his retirement. This will be his final year for making some of the major events. He finished up his last Roar 8-Scale National Championship here this past couple weeks. A lot of these drivers fresh off the Roar Nats. Of course, Dakota Finn taking the win in the 8-Scale Nitro Buggy Championship. He is here this year, which he was not here last year. It'll be exciting to see him and how he throws it down with some of these other drivers as well.
And another broad look there at the track. I don't know the actual distance. I don't remember what the distance was last year, but it is a good bit larger than it was last year. In fact, the test track, if you will, or, you know, for the hobby track over there, if you wanted to go over there and drive one of these things and have a little bit of fun, that section of the course last year is now part of our racetrack. So it's that much larger.
Yeah, and I think that's going to make a big difference. Last year was an exceptionally small track compared to what a lot of these guys are used to running on with the 8-scale vehicles. And this is a little more normal size for a lot of these guys. And I think that's going to make the racing even better than it was last year, which is hard to believe, as yet last year was pretty intense. But we get set to go here with Sportsman e-buggy heat number 2. These drivers getting off and underway. That early TQ time set by Boomer Wheeler in that first heat. Of course, by TQ, referring to our top qualifying time for round 1 of qualifying here for these drivers.
And once again, as we talked about before, as they turn them loose here in about 30 seconds, and the time the clock will officially start counting for them, much to my surprise here, if you were listening early on, it's not just one fast lap. It is a combined time for the 5-minute session. So it's so important to put in some good, clean, consistent laps here for the entire 5 minutes. It's everything.
Yeah, and it's always difficult, especially when you're new to the world of RC, kind of how to explain what we call IFMAR qualifying. IFMAR being the world sanctioning body for the World Championships. It's basically the most amount of laps in the shortest amount of time in a 5-minute time span, or however long the qualifier is. And like I say, Boomer Wheeler was that top qualifier that last one. He had a 10-lap run at a 5:10 pace. We'll see what these guys got as they start working their way around. Looks like Dylan Bontrager going to be possibly out front here. We saw him out with the Nitro Buggy in race number 1. He's back out with the e-buggy here in race number 3. So he was running Sportsman Nitro Buggy. He's running Sportsman e-buggy as well. Nicholas Logan and Michael Forrest in that number 2 and 3 spot. John Cayley's in the 4 spot. Jeff Crane in the 5. Still a lot of racing left to go here for these drivers. 3 minutes, 15 seconds here for our Sportsman e-buggy heat number 2.
Starting to air these things out a little bit, a little smoother course. You can see them putting these laps together and getting things sorted out. As we talked about, they did have a full day of practice out here yesterday to get some seat time, make some adjustments to the cars. Of course, get themselves competitive as well. Going back to the controller, how much information is on the face of that controller? Let's say for the electric cars, does it tell them how much battery is left?
Most of the cars do not. There are some telemetry systems out there that More commonly found in a lot of the ready-to-run systems, more kind of the what you call basher or play cars that you take in your backyard and stuff like that, have some more information like speed and things like that. A lot of your race guys aren't going to run a lot of that kind of stuff. More of the information on the controller is you can set your different settings as far as like on the fly. If you want to adjust your brakes and your radio, how strong they come on. If you want to go adjust your throttle control, steering control, your trims to make sure everything's steering straight and all that kind of stuff. That's your primary things that you've got on the radios. But, however, there's some new companies coming out with some of these radios that you can literally watch TV and you can watch YouTube apps on your RC car radio while you're driving an RC car if you wanted to. So, I mean, the technology is endless. It's beyond wild.
Yeah, clearly out of my league to watch TV and try to drive an RC car. That's pretty impressive to say the least. Yeah, it's so cool. I mean, we have a couple at home that we play with from time to time, and I'm astonished at how good these drivers are. It's mind-boggling. These are the sportsman category guys, so you're going to see, some bobbles, some mistakes here that they make. But when you watch the invite people come out of here, and a number of the open drivers as well, I mean, they are flawless, lap after lap after lap, just continue to hit their marks, find the short way around the course, and just nail it every single time. It is incredibly impressive.
Well, it looks like we're looking here at Dylan Bontrager, your race leader here in this one, as he is out front trying to set a new top qualifying time over Boomer Wheeler out of that last race.
A little bit quicker, by the way. I mean, in terms of a single lap at a 28.5, we saw a 28.9 before, so a little more speed there. Another 29.5 here out of Nicholas Logan. So the overall time there, as they continue on here, this one counting down, just 30 seconds left. In fact, under 30 seconds as we talk here for this qualifying session. Group number 3.
Yeah, looks like Forrest in that number 2 spot. Oh, Nicholas Logan jumping up to the number 2 spot that last time around. Forrest in the 3 spot. Bontrager, pretty smooth race here in this one. He works his way down the front straight. I tell you what, I got a feeling the end of that front straight, it's already getting a little bit rough from the rain that you talked about earlier this week. And coming off that drop-off, I got a feeling by the end of this weekend, those 2 spots are going to be key points of this racetrack as they are already rough and already kind of breaking down, and I think it's only going to get worse.
So, yeah, hitting those things at speed. I mean, the cars are really moving right there when they go down to that step down and hammer it hard, so you could develop a hole there. By the way, the white chalk there for the fans that are new here will eventually be our starting positions.
Looks like this one is finishing up. Dylan Bontrager is going to take it at 11 laps at a 5:21. That is one full lap faster than Boomer Wheeler. So Dylan, for round 1 of qualifying, going to be your fastest sportsman e-buggy driver.
Congratulations to him. Great effort there. And looks like we're doing a little bit of track maintenance there. I'm guessing that is Sean Miller.
That is indeed Sean Miller. That's going to be our starter this weekend, part of the Dirt and Jimmy Babcock crew. Jimmy Babcock, of course, our race director here this weekend, up in the score tower, getting the racers all the information they need, keeping the race program running up there. Well, there's our qualifying results from that one. Dylan Bontrager with the win, 11 at a 5:21. Nicholas Logan coming in that number 2 spot with a 10.507. Michael Forrest, 10 at a 5:12. John Caley's, Brian Johnson rounding out your top 5, followed by the rest of the field there for Sportsman E-Buggy here from the 2023 Visions RC here at Mid-America Outdoors. Brought to you by A-Main Hobbies and HPI Racing. A lot of racing left to go here.
And once again, as you can see, we're keeping an eye on some of the pit bike action that goes on around this complex. We'll treat you with some beautiful scenery shots from time to time. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more qualifying action from the 2023 Visions RC Nationals.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. run with us.
Always my love. I am searching high, I'm searching low in the night. Ooh, does she know that we bleed the same? Ooh, don't cry.
Get it, boys.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to 2023 Visions RC. A-Main Hobbies and HPI Racing helping us put this one together as some of the players are up there getting ready to throw down some of the best in the world. Ryan Mayfield over there with a Techno shirt on as you take a look at some of those guys. And Ryan came in here ranked number 1 in the world a year ago. I believe ranked number 3 now, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of the world. But ranked first here in the U.S. That's something we were talking about. They have a U.S. ranking now as well.
Yeah, Ryan is, like you said, made the switch over to Techno this year. And the driver coming up on the driver's stand right there, one we cannot count out this year, that is TLR's Dakota Finn. And Dakota Finn was not here last year, but he is coming off a fresh Roar 8-Scale National Championship win only a few weeks ago. And he's always been a contender, that's for sure. But he has had a phenomenal year. They call him the Phenom. So
yeah, right. I mean, that says a lot. Ranked number 1 in the world, ranked number 2 in the U.S. back-to-back national championships, so has all the resources of TLR and J Concepts behind him, so extremely talented with great equipment. And we were talking about young Pheelong Wen and using the joystick radio, if you will, and there's a good look at it right there.
Yep, Fee standing there. He is ready to go. And as you can see, Fee standing on the milk crate, just a little bit shorter than the other drivers. And just next to him there, another driver that is new this year for S-Works and J Concepts, Joe Bornhorst, joining us. Another contender that he was running really well yesterday in practice, had some good laps times, but he was putting down, looked consistent. That's the main thing. Over speed, he had a lot of consistency yesterday. He says the car is feeling good. So, of course, Mason Fuller there for HB Racing as well, in between Pheelong Wen and Ryan Mayfield. Rivkin, there's Adam Drake with Mugen Siki, Ty Tessman, and, of course, Jared Tebow. Tebow making a switch as well. He was here last year on the Techno team. He has made the switch to Miyako this year, his JTPRC team. And there's Cole Ogden, the HB Racing driver. Although Cole did not make a chassis change, he did make one change from last year. He cut his mullet off. He does not have a mullet this year. So we'll see if that affects his performance at all on the racetrack.
So Scotty Ernst is back up and running. He is over there with that line of amazing drivers. Scotty, what do you got, buddy? So, unfortunately, technical difficulties there with Scotty, so we'll work on that just a little bit and get him worked back into the mix as we kick this this session off here, get him some warm-up laps. Take a look at the speed here for our Nitro cars. And once again, we think we've got Scotty back here. So, Scotty, we'll kick it over there to you, buddy.
All right, we're here in the driver's stand. The Gladiators are behind us, right to behind me here. That Jared Wiggins, your defending champion. This is their final practice. They had some practice runs yesterday. Tracks changed a little bit. They've adjusted a couple of the jumps here overnight, trying to make it flow a little bit better. So this is the last chance these guys to really get out there and make their final adjustments and find out what they're going to do. Ken and Mike, you guys have talked about the track conditions, things like that, quite a bit different than last year. Think it's going to make for a much more racier event, if you can even have that. After last year, it was pretty amazing. But I think this year, with the 180s and things like this, the hairpin right coming onto the straightaway, it's going to make it for some exciting racing here at the 2023 Visions. Back to you, Ken.
Thanks a lot, Scotty. Yeah, some amazing drivers down there. So cool to have this level of talent come out to this event. That's what this event does, though. I mean, here at Visions, they had bull riding here the other night, and it was some of the top riders in the world that show up here. That's a Jason Robinette theme, no question about it. If it shows up here, it's as good as it can get.
Yeah, so a little looks like a 7-minute practice session here for our invite guys. A good look at what we're going to see in our invite classes and the racing action here before too long. We're following a variety of these drivers around. Here you see Joe Bornhorst, Cole Ogden, Jared Tebow in his new Miyako car.
Yeah, Bornhorst's first appearance here at Visions. S-Works factory driver looking for a 2023 breakout win. See if we can get it done here. Of course, if he can, it'll bring along some big money with it. $5,000 to win the overall. If you can get the clean sweep here, they'll tack another $5,000 on there. So a lot of money up for grabs, as we talked about, that $30,000. I think if you've got the clean sweep, if I'm not mistaken, it's upwards of $14,000, $15,000 for the weekend, because you get wins for each one of the money for each one of the A-main wins as well. So a lot of money up for grabs here. These people are dead serious about what they're doing.
Not a bad weekend for racing our cars.
No, not a bad weekend, no matter what you do.
Yeah.
Well, our sprint car racers out there would love a $15,000 payoff.
That's right. That's right. Well, they were looking at Joe Bornhorst right there. The red and yellow S-Works. He works his way through the infield. And as we said yesterday, he had some smooth, consistent laps. I don't know. Looking at lap times a little bit yesterday. Don't know that his lap times were necessarily the fastest that we saw on the racetrack, but very smooth, very consistent. He's looking the same. There you see the end of the front straight, already starting to get a bit rough.
Yeah, so another hole right there in the center of the track as well. Oh, right in front of right in front of Joe. They threw that car out there in front of him. But I was just going to make a point of what Joe was doing there. As you watch Joe, I mean, he was hitting all of his marks perfectly. Watch these drivers in comparison to the sportsmen. And the sportsmen are cutting their teeth. They want to get up to this level. So certainly not knocking those drivers by any stretch of the imagination. But we want to point out the level of driver that we're watching here. As you watch them nail the apexes through here, carry a ton of speed, set up in the air. I mean, right down at the bottom, they go perfectly. And every single one of these turns, they're just spot on with their entry points and their exits and carrying a ton of speed to the center of the turn. It's amazing to watch them do it time and time again. And that is the big difference. So, bump right there that just upset that car a little bit.
Yeah, and like you say, these guys are hitting the perfect line over and over and over, and the consistency is wild for these guys. Here we're looking at Cole Ogden. Ogden, a player last year as well.
Yeah, finished third overall. He had a great session out here, did Cole Ogden, finishing up 4th, 2nd, and 6th in the 3A mains. It was a solid event for him.
Looks like he's struggling just a little bit here, getting his car dialed in. There we look at Ty Tessman, followed there by Dakota Finn. Now we're looking at Dakota Finn. Finn, the Phenom, the TLR driver. Down the front stretch, he goes onto the right-hand side of the track.
Yeah, he's certainly considered, Dakota Finn, we're talking of, certainly considered one of the fastest, most naturally talented racers in the world. Started racing at age 7, chasing the RC Dream. 2022, won the Roar there, 8th scale off-road champ in Nitro Buggy and Nitro Truggy. Also won 3 classes at the Off-Road Fuel Nationals. I mean, he is, it's great to have him out here. We thought he was going to be here last year. I remember doing some homework on him, but unfortunately did not make the call. Look at there at the Phenom, Dakota Finn. So expected to be a challenger, no question about it.
You know, one driver we haven't talked about yet that was here last year, I believe, bumped up out of the open class last year, is already in the invite class this year, who, looking at these fast laps that they're laying down right now, Mason Fuller, the HB Racing driver, he started as a young gun out of Iowa, maybe Nebraska. Same thing, right? Iowa, Nebraska?
It is Iowa, yes. Grimes, Iowa.
He's clicked off a 27.044 fast lap. The only driver to get close to that right now is team associated Spencer Rivkin with a 27.090. Looks like their Ty Tessman with a 27.046. So Tessman laying down some fast laps as well here. Now we're looking at Ryan Mayfield.
It is pretty cool because they all kind of morph down there until they end up close to each other. It might take them a couple extra laps to get there, but it's pretty amazing to watch them get there. I think we've got about a minute left in this practice session.
Ryan Mayfield working his way around here. Jared Tebow just clicked off his fastest lap, a 27.062 for Tebow. Ryan Mayfield, Jared Tebow, two of those drivers that literally have grown up racing together.
Yeah, we talked about a couple of these drivers having a great show here a year ago. Ryan Mayfield did not have a great one. He kicked things off as he won the first A main, but after that had some issues. I believe was in a wreck or had a failure, if I'm not mistaken. I think a wheel fell off for whatever reason. Not sure what caused it, but he just did not have a good day last year. So we'll expect him to be right back in the fray here again as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at his lap times right now. His fast lap at 27.2, so a couple tenths off the fast lap. Oh, it looks like Mayfield's car is dead there. Before the double, that's Rivkin there flamed out, and there's Mayfield's car. So I don't know if Mayfield may be having some issues trying to dial some things in, but that's what this last-minute practice session is for these guys. There we're looking at Phelong Win. There is last year's champion, Jared Wiggins, Techno RC driver.
Wow. So he landed hard. There's a little bit of a rebound right there, and in that rebound, he actually rotated that thing into the right-hander. I do agree with you as we continue to watch this. That's the hole I was talking about before as well. But as they land and smack that hard, there's definitely going to be some damper adjustments to get set up for that right-hander.
Absolutely. And, like you say, Wiggins, incredible control of that race car. There is his dad there pitting for him here this weekend. His girlfriend, Katie Roxbury, also here as well. She is going to be running in the open classes, I do believe. If I'm not mistaken, I do believe Dakota Finn clicked off a 26-second lap just before the session ended there, which would have been the fastest of the session.
So as they prep this track here a little bit more, they've had a good look at it here today, including one Mr. Dakota Fend. And Scotty Ernst, you have Dakota down there. Let's get his thoughts on how this track is performing and what he thinks is going to go down.
I thank you, guys. We're down here on the driver's stand. Dakota Fend. Dakota, last practice is in the books. Tell us how your car is and how's the track feeling.
I think this is the best my car has been. Well, I think we're liking the wet track out there, so hopefully that keeps up. Looks like we're getting water for most of the qualifiers and mains and stuff. So, yeah, everything's good. Looks like after last practice that mileage might be playing a role. I saw a couple people run out, so it's a pretty wide open track. And, yeah, I mean, the plan was just to do one pit, but some people might be having to do two, and it'll kind of change it up a lot. So we'll see.
That doesn't happen a lot normally in our races nowadays, so that definitely throws another curveball at this event.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, mileage is always important. I think we're getting pretty good mileage, so it puts us in a good position. And maybe my goal is kind of maybe just stay out a little bit longer and get some good track position and then come in a little bit later in the race.
All right, best of luck this weekend. Thanks a lot.
Cool, thank you.
All right, there you go. Dakota, he's ranked number 1 in the world. Just had a great run a couple weeks ago, taking a win at the U.S. Nationals. So we'll see what Visions 23 has in store for Dakota. Back to you, Ken and Mike.
Thanks a lot, Scotty. Yeah, looking forward to that, and he brings up a great point. We've been talking about the mileage there, so he thinks maybe a one-stopper could get away with it, possibly a two-stopper. Who knows, as looks like some of the nitro cars are out there slinging around on a very wet track, watering our track down as well. They have a practice session over there with the nitro cars all day long, so they'll be looking to work those things in. Amazing feats of art, those cars. I actually want to get up close and personal, but I saw Dreyer and Reinbold over there. I mean, we're talking about IndyCar level race teams that are going to throw down over here, and a couple different levels as well. The all-wheel drive cars dealing with that racetrack. The S's over there are vicious. It might be difficult to see here, but the elevation change there is massive. That is on the side of a big hill.
Yeah, and yesterday watching some of those guys, Travis Pastrana throwed his twist on the track with the big uphill triple section that he's got. And I tell you, when those guys come up a little short on that uphill triple in a rally car, that hurts a little bit more than it does in an RC car, I bet.
Yeah, no question. So they'll be throwing down here. Tomorrow is their big race, along with ours. We'll have our 3 A mains tomorrow for the invites. And that is what will be cut up for the TV show on Speed Sport 1. It'll be 3 short A-mains as we have some of our competitors coming back out here getting ready.
Well, they're taking the stand here. That's NFL player right there, former NFL player Reggie Tung, taking the driver's stand there, the Techno shirt. Of course, the S-Works driver, Brandon Rose, lined up there. So we're getting ready to go here for Open Nitro Buggy Round 1 of qualifying. So how this is going to work, we got 2 heats. After the 2 heats are finished up, the fastest qualifier out of those 2 heats is going to go on to the invite class.
Camden Line, one of our bump-up drivers there as well. He'll be inside of this session. We'll see if he can get it done again. Grabbed a cool $1,000 because of that, and of course a shot at the big money.
And right there next to Camden is Katie Roxbury. We're talking about her, Jared Wiggins' better half. Of course, last year's invite winner. So Katie racing the open class, trying to work her way up into the invite class.
How about that? That would be interesting.
That would. Especially because I believe last year Katie pitted for Jared.
On the car, wasn't
yeah, so
she was
what do you do at that point?
Yeah, I guess you look at him and say you're on your own, pal.
Yep.
Let's see if you can win it without me. I'm going to go over here and try to beat you. That's good stuff.
Well, great look at the track there. You can see the A-Main HPI Racing demo track over there with the hay bales.
The conditions so much different here than it was a year ago. I believe we were here in July last year. It was brutally hot.
Yes.
Very humid. Everybody just dealing with wicked heat, even underneath the tent, working on the cars. It was just a tough day, a tough couple of days, I should say, for everybody. However, today, this week, it has been much cooler here. We're a month earlier, of course, and a little bit of overcast as well, which will keep some of that heat away. It'll also help the track out just a little bit from the sun beating on it. Looks like some Kool-Aid there.
Yeah. I wouldn't drink it. Don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid. as we go back out there and take a look at some of the Nitro Car action. Monster-sponsored machine there. Heard Connor Daly of IndyCar fame, speaking of IndyCar, is going to be competing out there. However, I believe no longer one of the news drops here in the past week or so is no longer with Ed Carpenter Racing. Ryan Hunter-Ray is back on that team. Well, we turn our RC cars loose here.
This is going to be our Open Nitro Buggy Heat number 1. So winner out of this heat will be early on top qualifier for the round. We've got one more heat to go to see if anybody else can top that time. And then after that second heat, we'll be able to identify exactly who's moving on to the invite class.
Yeah, our bump-up driver, if you will. And, of course, once those two are done, we have the overall times from both of those to figure out who that driver is going to be. They will no longer be in the open class. They will immediately be bumped up to that invite class.
Well, and there's a number of these drivers. I got to be honest with you, looking at this lineup, just in this heat race, there's more drivers that are capable of being in the invite class than we have spots to move up. So this is going to be exciting for sure. We got Creed Nally out there, Dennis Remington, Santos Rodriguez, Brandon Rose is going to be one to keep an eye on. Barry Rowe, Roxbury, Seth Van Dalen, if I'm not mistaken, was in the invite class last year. Joshua Vigil, Walker, Reggie Tung, and of course Camden Lime. Camden Lime making his way out from Arizona, the S-Works driver.
And one of those bump-up drivers from a year ago, as we talked about earlier. And it's so tough. I mean, a lot of people are like, how do you become an invite driver? I mean, there's so many worthy drivers. I would not want to be the person that tries to pick them out, but they do it as fairly as possible, and they do have some criteria that they work off of. They'll try to make it as fair as they can, but there's only so many positions here.
I'm with you on that one. I would not want to be that person, that's for sure. That's not an easy job, I'm sure.
As these puff of the fuel smoke out of those things. We're probably run them just a tick rich there. They don't want to hurt these engines today. That might be something, though, as we talk about fuel mileage, that they'll consider here. If you can lean them out a little bit and save a little bit of fuel and get them to go a little bit further. But whenever you do that, you also run the risk of sticking one.
You know, and I think when we get to the invite class, I got to be honest with you, $15,000 that could buy a lot of RC engines. So you may see these guys lean them way
get it to the
out.
End, though. I mean, it's okay if it's junk at the end. If it lasts the perfect amount of time, it's all good. But that is a fine line for sure. Of course, when you lean them out, you make some good power too. They'll make a little more steam, but they create more heat and eventually can hurt themselves. So it is a very fine line.
Well, we're looking here at Brandon Rose, one of those drivers that definitely want to keep an eye on, the S-Works driver as he works his way around. He is leading this one early on. His pace right now is 13 laps at 6 minutes and 2 seconds. Of course, that will still a lot of racing left to go, so I'm sure that will change. These are 6-minute races for these guys, and I don't know that fuel mileage is going to be an issue at 6 minutes, but definitely 7 minutes is really pushing it. We'll see if anybody has any issues here in this one. Joshua Vigil in that number 2 spot. Kicking it off early on here. Camden Lime in 3rd and Reggie Tung in the number 4 spot.
First lap time, by the way, that I've noticed is down in the 27-second range. So picking away at this thing. Track could be coming to them a little bit. We're getting better quality drivers out here. This is not an e-car. It's a nitro car. However, we saw the e-car times a year ago. Very competitive right with the nitro cars. As a matter of fact, I want to say a couple even a little bit quicker. So we'll see how things change here with this little bigger track, able to run more wide open throttle. So we'll see how the nitro cars stack up against the e-cars, but typically very close anyways. Very, very competitive both ways.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys, they'll run the e-buggy classes, not so much to be running them, but more so for a little extra track time, because a lot of times they got these cars set up pretty close to where it feels very similar, and they get a little extra track time for the nitro class, especially an event like this where the big money comes for the nitro class and not the electric class.
Brandon Rose, one of those young drivers that is really coming onto the scene here as well. Anticipating him being one of the bump-up drivers. We'll see if, in fact, he can close the deal out here. Of course, he has to get through this round and the next to do that. But off to a great start here so far. And, again, over that jump there, right down to the bottom of the turn, running a great line.
Yeah, Camden Lime, his teammate in the number 2 spot. Joshua Vigil in the 3. And according to, as I say, Reggie Tung, former NFL safety for the Kansas City Chiefs, in that number 4 spot. Santos
Probably
Rodriguez
has some pretty good hand-eye coordination, I think.
I've seen him out on the track corner marshal a car before. It came flipping and flying, and while with one hand he caught it, flipped it around, and threw it back on the track.
This
and
is cheating.
Did total awe. He acted like it was nothing. I've never seen it done before.
I got that. Oh, one upside down there, bumping the throttle there, trying to get a little bit of help, and finally does. And that's the downtime. That's the stuff that can hurt you in this qualifying session, right? I mean,
absolutely.
Maybe it cost him a half a lap.
Absolutely, especially on a racetrack like this. One crash like that will really drop you back. It's hard to make that time back up. Good save right there for Brandon Rose. I believe this is going to be Camden Lime here, his teammate in that number 2 spot. Camden
Go ahead.
Oh, Camden on the clock, I was just going to say, is only 1/10 of a second. His pace is only 1/10 of a second at this time. And now he's taking up the number 1 spot.
Brandon Rose right back at him.
There's Camden Lime on the driver's stand. Look at the trigger and throttle hand of Camden Lime just shaking. He is feeling the pressure right now.
What I find impressive here, much like in big car racing, it's one thing to go out and throw down a fast lap, but when you get around other drivers, it becomes much more difficult. And I noticed that's certainly the case here with RC racing. It happens to me immediately. I can be driving and doing just fine the second I get around another car, and it interrupts your view, your concentration.
Absolutely.
It's a game changer, man.
Absolutely. Yeah, not only is the track full of obstacles itself, but these guys are on the track with 10 other moving obstacles, being the other drivers that they got to factor in.
Yeah, and they will absolutely stuff it down underneath the other driver. I mean, they know exactly what they're doing. The opportunity to pass somebody they'll take full advantage of it there. Again, just nailing the bottom of that turn, the entry point there perfectly. Late apex there. And look how good that car rotates. I was watching a couple cars down in there, and they were really tight. They would push out wide and that left-hander. But again, watch that thing rotates so well down on the bottom. When he turns the wheel, man, it reacts immediately.
Camden Lime and Brandon Rose going back and forth for that number 1 spot. 0.6 of a second apart right now. We're looking at Camden Lime as he works his way through the infield. The S-Works driver. Got a little bit of traffic there. Works his way through that traffic. Again, this is each driver trying to set the fastest pace. When we get to our invite classes, those will be heads-up races. And these drivers right here in our open classes trying to work their way into the invite class. We got one more heat of open coming up after this one. We'll be able to determine our top qualifier for this round and who is going to the invite class. Right now, Camden Lime, he is trying to set that early fast pace with a 14-lap run at 6 minutes, 25 seconds.
Time has run out. Well, those two were so close the entire session, just back and forth. The teammates, how much information do you think they share in terms of setup? Or maybe it's just driver style. It's not something you're necessarily, maybe get you in the window, but then fine-tune your own car.
I was going to say, I got a feeling these guys, I know with Camden and Brandon, they probably share quite a bit of information together. But again, 2 different style of driving, so I'm sure each have kind of their own little tips and tricks that they're going to throw in their cars to suit their style. And it looks like Camden is going to get it. So Camden with a 14 at a 6:25 is going to take the win here in this one. So right now, he is going to be your top qualifier. As of right now, will he hold on to that? We've got one more open Nitro Buggy race to go after this one. Joshua Vigil finished in second. Reggie Tung moves up to third. Creed now, I did not see what happened to Brandon Rose.
Yeah, something happened to Brandon Rose there very late in that session.
May have been fuel. He may have ran out of fuel in that one.
Great point. So, yeah, as you can see there, 1 lap short, right?
Yeah. Tough luck there for Brandon Rose. He'll be back for round 2 for another shot at trying to work up into that invite class. There you see our qualifying results. And a good view of pit lane there as those drivers get them topped off. That is Jared Coley, dad to Braxton Coley, the TLR driver, as they get set to go.
So if this group here, if they have a better overall qualifying stint here, they could actually bump Camden Line down or
That is
out
correct.
of that bump spot, I should say.
That is correct. Yep. So as of right now, Camden is the fastest, but again, we got these 11 drivers coming up. If any one of these 11 drivers can set a faster pace than Camden, that driver will move on to the invite class. If not, Camden's going on to invite. There we're looking at Graham Hill.
Yeah, I saw it was kind of cool, too. I saw Brandon Rose just go down there to volunteer to help turn the cars over, so the drivers will leave the driver's stand, go down there, and then help their fellow drivers, turn the car back over if they have a moment.
Yep. There we're looking at, that's Shelby Parker, Miyako driver. He didn't want to be on camera, so he ducked down and hid from us.
Scott Brewer out there, and Braxton Cully, Josh Dill, Blake Everett, Caden Fuller. You mentioned Mason Fuller there before.
Yeah, Caden Fuller. There's Mike Fuller right there. Their dad pitting for Caden. Caden, the younger brother of Mason. Caden, another up-and-coming driver in the RC world. Number of drivers in this one that could very easily make their way into the invite class as well. So the time to beat is Camden Lime's 14 laps, 6 minutes, 25 seconds. That's what these guys are all shooting for here right now.
Yeah, I said something about Brandon Rose being a lap short. I mean, I ended up at 11 laps, versus the 14 laps. So, yeah, you do wonder what happened there, if it was a fuel issue, was not able to continue. Of course, as we talked about before, these guys, everybody leaving the pits there on the gas as hard as they can, but they want to try to rip out that extra lap if possible.
Yeah, and I got a feeling, talking about that first lap, when we get to the invite class, I got a feeling that first lap of those guys, with the way this track is shaping up, it's going to be an intense first lap because those guys are going to be bumping and grinding, trying to get up in position so that they can get a good start early on.
So, Scotty Ernst, as we continue on here, you're with the man that's standing there on the bubble, hoping he can make it through one more time.
All right, thank you, guys. We're here with Camden Lime from Peoria, Arizona. It's a couple-step process here. Step one, throw down a good run. Yeah, all but the first lap is a pretty solid one.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a bobble. I told my buddy before the race, I'm not going to wreck the whole run, but I might hit a tube, and I did it on the first lap. But after that, I ran 27s the whole race, which the invite guys are running 27s, and they're running a little bit of mid-27s. I was running low 27s, so I have the pace. So hopefully that will get me in the invite class. Sucks for my buddy Brandon. We had a good battle going, but I'm super excited. Already better than last year. I didn't even have the chance to talk to you, so it's already better than last year. It was good. My car was amazing. Super soft beat tube. Hard race tires were amazing, and yeah, it was good.
I said it's a two-step process. Step one, you drove. Now step two, sitting waiting for 6 minutes.
Yeah, it sucks, man. I wish I was in the second heat. Yeah, I got to wait here for 6 minutes to see if I get that $1,000 check.
All right, we'll see if we're interviewing you again here soon.
Hopefully.
All right, there you go. Back to you, Ken and Mike.
Hey, Scotty, if you can still hear me, I'd be curious if you know what happened to Brandon there and why he ended up so short, because he was right there in the fray with Camden coming into the very end of that session. We'll see if we can grab that info a little bit later on, and we'll see if Scotty can help us out with that.
Well, these guys getting underway here for this one, our second heat of Open Nitro Buggy for round one.
Start ripping off some lap times here, already down into the low 28s, as we just heard Camden reference mid-27s to low 27s, so that's where the players will need to be, and of course that's what he'll be intently watching. So whoever it is that's going to beat him here is going to have to be on their marks.
Absolutely, and there we talk about young Caden Fuller coming out lap number one with a 27.7. He's going to be leading this one.
Yeah, and I remember Caden Fuller doing a great job. Matter of fact, if I recall, was actually beating his brother, his older brother, a year ago. So, I mean, this kid certainly can get it done. Oh.
We'll let him get a few laps in here. We'll see where they sort themselves out. Ethan Mechanic going to be another one to keep an eye on. Garrett Martin, Braxton Cully, Graham Hill, Shelby Parker all in this one. Caden Fuller leading this one. And there's the trouble right there, is Caden trying to work his way through traffic. Oh!
And that's that rebound. That's that that step down, as you were talking about. They land so hard. If you try to get the dampers set up for that so the car will squat a little bit and not rebound, come bounce back up off the ground, if you will. But to chase that setup for that one spot could affect the whole rest of the track.
Yeah, it's definitely a give and take, and definitely is going to play a part here in this one as we're working our way around. I believe this is going to be Ethan Mechanic now. Ethan Mechanic, I think, is leading the way here. Garrett Martin in second.
Open Nitro Buggy heat number 2. Camden Line is in position to bump up right now and pick up a cool $1,000. It would be the first of our 4 bump ups. Car looks like it's flying nicely right there. Fuller currently in second. Cully in third. That's Caden Fuller, by the way, and Braxton Cully. And Caden Fuller again down in the mid-27s.
Ethan right now, his pace is a 13-lap pace at 6 minutes and 2 seconds. So he's not quite on the 14-lap pace.
Lap short, right?
Yeah, so right now, Camden Lime, I got a feeling he is all smiles up on the driver's stand right now. Oh, big mistake right there for Ethan Mechanic, as that was Caden Fuller making the pass on him. So Caden Fuller in the number 2 spot here, trying to work his way back up.
Nice smooth rotation there, and that left-hander out of the throttle just a little bit, under control.
Spencer Heckert jumping his way up to the number 3 spot, another S-Works driver.
And as we talked about with the 4 bump-up drivers, it's important to note this because you will have the 3 overall winners here that will bump up, and then the next fastest in line will be our 4th and final bump-up. So you want, point being is you want to keep charging, even if you're not the winner here.
Absolutely.
You know, you want to keep going. You want to end up being that 4th in line. So just keep digging.
Well, Ethan Mechanic out front right now. They're showing his pace at a 13.602. So 13 laps in 6 minutes, 2 seconds. He needs to shave about 3 seconds off to jump onto that 14-lap run. Caden Fuller in that 2 spot. Spencer Heckert in the 3 spot. Braxton Coley up to 4. Spencer Klein in 5th.
Mechanic still hanging on to that number 1 spot. Fuller much, much closer now. But not quite good enough to be number 1 here overall. We'll see how things shake out. Another crack at it, of course. Go in with some confidence.
Ethan for sure has the speed to run that pace that Camden had. I just don't know if it's going to happen in this round. Only a minute 15 seconds left to go. He's still on a 13.602. That doesn't sound like a lot of time to make up. You need to make up 3 seconds. But on a track like this, I just don't know where he's going to find that 3 seconds, especially if he has any more bobbles, mistakes, or even running into traffic. So I got a feeling Camden Lyon may be moving on to the invite class after this one.
Ethan Mechanic laying down at 27.35. So that lap time, as we heard Camden talk about, low 27s there, is very impressive, right there on target, as you say. But you've got to combine it for the entire session, string them all together. And as you also indicate, 3 seconds doesn't sound like a lot in terms of normal life, but out here in racing, 3 seconds is an eternity. I mean, you can find a 10th here, you can find a 10th there. So to make up maybe a half second or something, that's one thing, but 3 seconds is all but impossible.
Ethan working his way around. Caden Fuller still in the number 2 spot. Spencer Heckert in 3rd. Spencer Klein in 4th. Braxton Cully in that number 5 spot, followed by Hill Givens, Everett Parker, Martin, Vigil, and Brewer.
Clock ticking down here. We finish up this session, and we'll see if Camden Lyon was certainly looking good for him.
Oh,
big moment there.
And I believe that may have been Ethan Mechanic that just got caught up in all that. I could be mistaken. There's Spencer Heckert, the red, white, and blue. Right there behind him, I think, is Braxton Coley in the green and yellow.
Yeah, and again, it's so critical here for that overall. And at the end of the day, I mean, you still want to be as close as possible. You might not win any of these, but you could still be in line.
And it looks like Caden Fuller on the last lap will take it. So as you say, that is not enough. Camden Lime is going on to the invite class, but Caden Fuller with that 13.602, that's still potentially a a ticket to the invite in the end of this if he is the fourth fastest guy.
And a lap time of 27.25. I mean,
He's
very,
moving.
very impressive. So certainly the speed is there. If he can come out there and put that combination together for the entire session, certainly capable of bumping that.
Absolutely. So Fuller's going to take that one. Mechanic second, Heckert third, Spencer Klein fourth, and Braxton Culley fifth.
As you talked about, Mechanic getting caught up into that session there towards the end of that session really hurt him as well. So that'll finish things up there. Camden Line has to be very happy. They're writing a name on that check right now for $1,000. Congrats to him. He'll be buying dinner tonight.
I was just getting ready to say, where are we going for dinner? It's on Camden. Well, there you see our qualifying results. It's Fuller, Mechanic, Heckert, Klein, Culley, your top five for that heat. Gibbons, Hill, Everett, Martin, and Vigil. Rest of the crew finishing up there. For Open Nitro Buggy here for our 2023 Visions RC at Mid-America. Well, there it is, the $1,000 check.
Good handwriting there as well. Creative. That's one you want to hang on the wall. That's pretty cool. And once again, Scotty Ernst is with our Camden Lime. And Scotty, also curious because his teammate Brandon Rose was right there in the thick of it with him. Would love to know what happened to Brandon.
All right, we are here with Camden Line. Camden, you said last year we didn't even get to talk at all. Now this is our second one. Congratulations, taking round one with the win.
Yeah, it feels really good. I've been driving like super good this year itself, and I think most of the top guys have been seeing me coming up the leaderboard pretty progressively over this year, and hopefully now I get to go battle it out with them and show them that I belong in that class.
We talked a few minutes ago here, that long 6-minute wait. You're up here pacing, looking at your phone, looking at results, wondering. That was a long 6 minutes, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I knew I put on a really good run. Like, I only ran 27s the whole race besides one lap, and I was watching the invite guys, and they were running 27s and 28s. So I knew I put in a really solid run, and I'm excited to go battle it out with them now.
All right, now we got a big moment here. We got Joey Christensen here from the dirt, the track man. He's got a big check to present to you, $1,000 here from the Open for TQ in the first round. $1,000. That's a first for you winning that kind of big money at an RC race.
Can't go wrong with $1,000 in your pocket on the first qualifier. Yeah, it's awesome. This place is awesome. The track, the facility, everything you can do. It's just a good time, and I will always be coming back until it's never here. So.
All right, best of luck. You got to turn this around, though, because you're in the first round of the invite. Best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, there you go. Camden throwing the big check here. Yeah, big round of applause. Camden taking a win here. $1,000 in his pocket. Now he's up running with the big dogs. It's a whole nother step in his young career, but he's got the skills to pay the bills and see if he'll be able to run with these guys in round one of invite. Back to you, Ken and Mike.
Thanks, Scotty. I love it. The skills to pay the bills earns that ticket into the invite. Congratulations to him and that $1,000. We'll take a quick break here. Once again, we'll be back with plenty more racing action here at the 2023 Visions RC Nationals.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job. The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. Woo-hoo-hoo! From Ultra 4 to rallies.
These guys are fighting for the lead.
It seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. Oh, he is so fast.
Whether on 2 wheels or 4, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. Jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
And once again, we welcome you back here to the 2023 Visions RC Nationals here. A-Main Hobbies and HPI Racing helping us out. Also supporting is Tenkin, VP Fuels, Team Associated, and Lifetime. Our event sponsors, Can-Am, Rugged Radios, AMSOIL, Project X, and Raceline Wheels here for Visions. So we appreciate all of our partners and what they bring to the table here, the support, and certainly want to take care of them and give them some love back as we take a look at that track. Congratulations to Camden Lime. First bump up from the open category into the invite category. Look at some of the banners there and some of the competitors there as we give you some scenic shots here from Mid-America Outdoors. We're in Jay, Oklahoma, just about an hour or so outside of Tulsa. Mike, how long was the drive for you?
It's actually not too bad. Only about a 3-hour drive to get down here, and I got to say, I never thought only 3 hours away would be a facility quite like this.
Yeah, it's and just continues to grow. 1,600 acres here. They have another place called Paradise. I want to say Miami Paradise, something like that they call it. Another 800 acres that they're working with. Here's some highlights of what we've seen here so far today, but plenty of action here, some qualifying heats. We've also had a couple of practice sessions. Saw the invite drivers come out here and throw down a little bit as well. Gave everybody a benchmark on time. And then Camden Lime came out here and said, man, they were running mid-27s. I'm running low 27s. I feel like I can hang with the invite drivers, and certainly proved his worth as he will be the first one to bump in.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see him in the invite class. Of course, we've got several more drivers we're going to see bump up in there as well. Some good shots here of Caden Fuller in that second open heat. I believe that there is Scott Brewer, if I'm not mistaken, as he works his way around the racetrack. Ethan Mechanic as well.
And a beautiful look at that track that Joey Christensen and the Dirt Crew put together. A lot of work out there. It's taken them a long time, but it is gorgeous, and, of course, a lot of prep as well with the paint to really highlight the racing line. It's a very, very nice job. All the starting positions that have to be measured out perfectly. It is a ton of work here that the Dirt Crew puts in the effort. We appreciate all they do.
And there's the Dirt Crew right there. Joey Christensen on the right, Aaron Webb on the left. Those two have built some of the most phenomenal racetracks and put on some of the biggest races in the country over well over several decades here in the RC industry.
I'm sure they appreciate the little bit cooler temperatures as well.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
So we were racing here all day one day ago. We actually started on Tuesday with the side-by-side racing. So Mid-America Outdoors has a side-by-side series. They have a ton of different classes, something here for everybody from youth right on up into the Pro NAs. That's a Pro NA right there. I see Owen Van Eperen, current points leader in the number 5 car, but something out here for everybody. Chase Carr there as well was throwing down, doing a great job. We had a great race out here in the Pro NAs. Normally aspirated is what the NA stands for, and a big moment there, as you can see. And then we also have the Pro Turbos as well that come out here, and a good look at that. The number 17 car there of Corey Willis, Cody Martin out there. That was Hunter Miller, who was making his way from the second to last row. Plenty of annex going on for sure, and some great racing as well. Kyle Chaney was a class of the field here just one day ago as they got in their first race of the weekend. They will be racing again tonight. The pros will kick off here. We'll bring out the Pro NA, the Pro Turbos, and the Pro Light trucks. We'll kick the action off here at 6 o'clock. Speaking of the Pro Lights, there's a look at them right there. Kanan Baker and Johnny Holter got together there just a little bit as they were scrapping in race number 1. So a lot of racing that has gone on here this week. Some prep and some groom going on. They use the same track that the Nitro cars are practicing on here today. Unfortunately, Mother Nature, as I mentioned at the top of the broadcast here, came in on Tuesday night, and I mean just beat us to death. We just got hammered. So no racing action happened on Wednesday. They were planning on running the first race on Wednesday, but this track would have been absolutely destroyed, and millions have been spent to create it. So we just had to let it dry. And much like Mother Nature made it wet, she came back out with some beautiful sunshine on Wednesday. It was a perfect track come Thursday, but unfortunately we lost a round of racing there for a lot of the sportsman competitors and youth competitors there on Wednesday.
Well, and yesterday we got to see some of the Nitro Cross cars out on the track. Of course, we saw the electric cars out on the track as well, and very similar to the RC scene. You got the gas-powered cars, and then you got the electric-powered cars, and it was pretty interesting to see on a full-scale range. I'd never been up close and personal with any of the electric race cars on a full-scale side, and it actually sounded very similar on the racetrack. You could hear every rock and every gear and everything grinding just like you can with these RC cars.
Very, very cool for sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of great action coming your way, but we're going to take about a 10-minute break here and pause for the cause, if you will. We have a lot of action coming your way, though, so we would urge you to do the same. Get up, stretch out, maybe grab something to eat or something to drink. Keep an eye on us here. We will be back in just a short amount of time. Again, just taking a quick little 10-minute breather here for the entire crew, and we'll come back with some great RC racing.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
You're watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great American grassroots racing.
It's time to rumble!
Whether you're into sprint cars or stock cars,
At the line!
modifieds or midgets,
Down to the low side, we take the lead!
dirt lane models or demolition derby,
Oh!
Speed Sport 1 has the grassroots action you love.
Are you kidding me?
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
At 360 Wraps, we've been working hard to transform the vehicle wrap industry. Wherever you are, we're standing by to show you the professionalism you deserve. With a dedicated account manager, you'll always feel confident and in control the entire time. Providing nationwide service to the top brands in the industry, our team will confidently handle any project you give them. One contact, one company, nationwide service. Come by to experience the 360 difference for yourself.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job. The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
And we welcome you back here to the 2023 Visions RC Nationals, brought to you by A-Main Hobbies and HPI Racing. We have our Open e-buggy competitors up on the platform, and some of the big names that are here: Seth Van Dalen, Joe Bornhorst, Ty Tessman, Mason Fuller, Jared Wiggins, Adam Drake, Ryan Mayfield, Spencer Rivkin, Jared Tebow, Cole Ogden, Dakota Finn, Fee Long Wen, and Brandon Rose, all ready to throw down here in this session, the biggest names in the industry.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of our invite drivers from our Nitro classes out here in our e-buggy classes, as you just mentioned. They're looking at, I believe that is Ty Tessman, if I'm not mistaken.
That left brain, right brain right there going on.
Yes.
Pat your head and rub your stomach type of thing, right? I mean, one running the steering, the other one running the throttle and brakes, of course. And so explain again, I go back to that controller. When you're running the throttle, you pull it one way, it's accelerating, you push it the other way, it's brakes, correct?
That is correct, yep. And these guys can, the amount of time that it takes their brain to go from one to the other and have precision control is absolutely amazing. I mean, these guys are phenomenal at what they do, and we're about to find that out here as this race gets underway.
And so let me ask you another question going into brakes. Now, with an e-car like this, I would think that maybe the engine could serve as a brake. When you go to the Nitro version, do they actually have a brake system?
Yes, they do. So the Nitro cars, compared to the electric cars, actually have a front and rear brake system in which you can adjust the amount of front brake and rear brake that you want. You can have different brake bias either way. Most of these electric cars do not. What they have is just basically you can set the amount of brake through the electric motor that you want.
Right.
But it's not adjustable front and rear. It's all the way around, whereas, like I say, on the Nitro cars, you can adjust them front, rear, and that kind of thing. And that is a big thing on some of these tracks. You'll see a lot of these drivers, especially with these 180s, they'll throw in a little more rear brake to get that rear end to slide around and things like that.
Set the car, yeah.
Yeah, and a whole other tuning option available there for a lot of those guys.
Yeah, very interesting stuff for sure. Didn't even think about that, as I recall, a year ago. But, yeah, with the electric motor, you can use that to just generally slow the platform down the second you get out of the throttle. Naturally, it's going to pull it down. But with the Nitro cars, a good bit different, and another adjustable, situation there on those cars. I mean, it's just infinite, much like a big car, if you will.
Absolutely, absolutely. 2 minutes into this one, Spencer Rivkin, the Team Associated driver out of Arizona, going to be leading us out here in Open e-buggy. Spencer Rivkin there in the signature paint scheme on the left side of the track there, the J Concepts driver. Coming into the infield there. Looks like now Dakota Finn, the TLR driver, taking over the number 1 spot from him.
Getting after it. Of course, we touched base on that a little bit earlier with Spencer Rivkin out of Surprise, Arizona, which, by the way, was a home of a short course off-road track for a long time, a very, very exciting one at that, but finished up 6th overall 1 year ago in the invite category for the 3 A-mains. Finished up on the podium in the first one in 3rd place, so had some good success out here. Of course, I don't know that any of those notes work here this year with this track being completely different, not only in design, but consistency of dirt as well.
Well, you're talking about the short course truck track there in Surprise, Arizona. 2009, Joey Christensen actually had his major race, the Dirt Nitro Challenge, his RC race at the Fear Farm at the Nitro Pit, right there right next to the big truck track. So
it was one of the most exciting they actually had moguls there at that short course track rather than a rhythm section, and to watch the Pro 2s and the Pro 4s go through there, and the suspension work was like no other track on the planet. It was incredible. Then the Pro Lights went through there, and I don't think there were any trucks left.
Well, Dakota Finn leading the way here in this one. He's got a 0.4 of a second lead over Spencer Rivkin in that number 2 spot. Brandon Rose, who we just saw, just falls short of bumping up into the invite in the Nitro class. He's sitting 3rd with Mayfield 4th, and Joe Bornhorst in the number 5 spot.
Yeah, and worth mentioning here, if you've been with us following along here this morning, we welcome you. We thank you. Hope you're enjoying what we're bringing to you. It's great pictures. Video crew doing a wonderful job. Track beautiful. The racers, of course, second to none. World-class ranked stuff. But Camden Line was the first one to bump in from our open class into the invite category. He was talking about how the pros, the world-ranked guys, were running mid-27s. He said, I was running low 27s. I was wondering if the track was developing developing, coming along. We'll take a look at it now because the pros are out here. They're running mid-26s now. So they're going to show up every single time. But certainly something is changing out here, and I would have to lean towards the condition of this track as it works in. You talked about it before. There's some fluff up on the top. They'll start to blow that off and get some good grip.
Yeah, look at the Dakota Finn here as he makes his way around. He's got Mason Fuller, the HB Racing driver, right there behind him. Mason holding pace right now with Dakota. Mason sitting in the number 9 spot. But right now I think he's just latching on to Dakota, trying to use this race here. May not be Mason's best race, but trying to use this to his advantage. Maybe see where Dakota's picking up some time on him and find some lines that he hadn't found just yet. Dakota Finn out front with 1:04 left to go here in this one.
Yeah, just a couple of those left-handers, and you could see the gap grow right there, just how close to perfect you need to be. So Dakota Finn just a little bit quicker here. And then, of course, combining that with the consistency that all of these guys seem to have is nothing short of exceptional. Watching that landing right there, and again, a quick rebound, bounces it up in the air and rotates it into the right-hander as we continue to watch the Phenom make it look so easy. It is anything but. That's what the pros always do. Oh! And just like that, the session is over. So intently watching the car.
Dakota mid-race decides I'm going to go the other way. There you see Dakota's wife, Chloe Finn, picking up the car there. Well, there's our results here from Open E-Buggy Heat number 1. Dakota Finn takes it 1 second ahead of Spencer Rivikin in the number 2 spot. Ryan Mayfield 3rd, Joe Bornhorst 4th, Brandon Rose 5th, Ty Tessman, Jared Tebow, Mason Fuller, Jared Wiggins, Adam Drake. Your top 10. Long Win, Cole Ogden, and Seth Van Dalen not here this weekend.
And once again, Scotty is hard after it. There's a couple of Class 11 cars up there having some fun. The VWs are always a hoot for sure. But in the meantime, Scotty Ernst, you've been down there working hard, and I believe you're standing there with the Phenom. And it sounds like, unfortunately, once again, there are some technical issues with Scotty. We'll see if we can get that sorted out and get it back down there to Dakota. As once again we watch these Class 11 cars, you know, they go out and run in the desert. They run Baja with those cars. They are bone stock VWs. They compete at Crandon on the short course there. The fans absolutely love them. We had pros in them last year. Pros, and they have co-drivers in them, believe it or not. So one of them went for a pretty big ride at Crandon. Those things, they love to roll. Once they start rolling, they keep rolling. So it's pretty incredible. But the fans love them, and the competitors have just as much personality as those cars do. It's great to watch the Class 11. And what we're hearing is, Scotty Ernst, you're back, brother, down there with Dakota Finn.
All right, thank you, guys. We're here with Dakota Finn after his win there in that run. Obviously, E-Buggy is not the big focus. Nitro is, but tell our viewers, can you take anything from what you ran there in E-Buggy and transfer it to your Nitro car?
Yeah, 100%. E-Buggy is pretty similar setup-wise to Nitro Buggy, so we're able to kind of do a little bit of testing, changing in E-Buggy, and then transfer that over to the Nitro Buggy pretty smoothly, and then also just tires as well. So it's good having E-Buggy first. We can do just a little bit of testing with the car and tires, and make sure the Nitro Buggy's dialed in.
Sounds good. I know you got a thrash. Go get them.
Thank you.
All right. They're Dakota Finn. They're pretty busy. They're clipping along. They got E-Buggy. They got to get their Nitro cars ready for the first round of invite. So they're keeping them busy here at Visions. Back to you, Ken and Mike.
Thanks a lot, Scotty. Yeah, they do get very busy here. Get our next class out here. They're on their warm-up session. Open E-Buggy here once again.
And this one here, we got a couple more drivers to keep an eye on. A lot of these drivers we saw in our open classes. Got Braxton
Open
Coley.
Nitro category,
yeah,
right?
open.
Yes.
Yep, open Nitro. Yep. Braxton Coley, Ethan Mechanic, Garrett Martin, Creed Nally, Jonathan Noon, Spencer Klein, Reggie Tung, Camden Lime, who we saw. There's Camden right there, back on the track once again.
Yeah, pretty interesting to listen to Dakota Finn say how similar these cars are and that they can go back and put some of that setup on the Nitro car. You had also mentioned that as well, Mike. I'm curious if there's a weight difference between the electric cars and the Nitro cars. Typically these things weigh in about 7 pounds, if I'm not mistaken.
That's a really good question. I know it's going to vary between manufacturers. Some of the manufacturers basically have the same platform with just very little configuration differences, and then other platforms like, for instance, Techno RC, they have a Nitro platform, electric platform, and the cars are quite a bit different compared to, like some of the other brands may have a Nitro car and electric car that are basically the same car, just electric and Nitro swapped out. So I think it's all going to kind of depend on manufacturer, what brand chassis you're running, and things like that.
Yeah, interesting for sure. I would just I immediately think of the weight of the battery would make the car a bit heavier, but not necessarily the case, of course. Certainly with all the other components that are on the Nitro cars. As you can see, some of the cars here now lining up, waiting for this session to begin, which will start in 2-1 now. 5 minutes they'll have to go get after it.
Well, Camden Lime going to be the first one. He's jumping out there. He says, I want the clean track. I want nobody ahead of me. Rough start for Camden off the drop-off.
It's right back in the throttle to get after it and try to keep that clean air out in front of him. Clean track, I should say. Misses that left-hander by a bunch.
Camden may be a bit on the wild side here on lap number 1.
He's wound up, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Attacking this thing. And it sounds like we're going to get a replay here as well. The guys in the truck there having some fun. We appreciate this. Go back and take another look at it here.
Yeah, let's take a look here. An instant replay here as Camden get ready to come off the, that was very instant. It was instantly gone.
So it goes. We'll keep working on that.
Here we go. As you can see, catches that inside tube, tumbles. Larkley lands back on his wheels, but look how fast he's back on the throttle. Spins that car around, takes off.
Says a lot about how tough these cars are, too.
It really does. It really does. Yeah, these cars are taking a beating each and every time they hit the track, that's for sure. Joshua Vigil going to be out front here in this one. Ethan Mechanic in the number 2 spot. Garrett Martin in the 3 spot. So Dakota Finn, that last run, he had a 12-lap run. Joshua Vigil right now is on 11 at a 5:06. So only on a lap run for Joshua. Ethan Mechanic in the 2, Camden Lime in the 3, Garrett Martin, Rodriguez, and Creed Nally.
Yeah, again, it just comes back to that consistency. They're just amazing how good they are. They can just run lap after lap after lap, and in a 5-minute session will put you a lap down just that quickly. A couple of moments like this, it can affect everybody that might be up there on the leaderboard. Talked about Camden going for that ride. Even though he landed back on all fours, it still cost him a couple of seconds just in that one instance. Then kind of overdrove a couple more turns, probably another second lost in there. So you do that a couple of times, and boom, a lap is gone.
Yeah, and as we talked about, it's extremely difficult on this track layout to make that time back up for sure. A little trouble there for Braxton Coley, it looked like. So Ethan Mechanic still out front. Camden Lime back up at the number 2 spot. Fast lap on the track here, and this one a 26.9 by Camden Lime, the only driver to get down the 26-second lap range so far.
Yeah, very impressive effort. Camden certainly proving, I think what I saw before was a 26.6, if I'm not mistaken. So certainly proving that he has the speed to compete there with the invite drivers. Again, it would come back to the consistency will probably be the difference.
And that may have been, we'll have to wait and see here. That may have been Ethan Mechanic there dropping back with that mistake. So Camden Lime going to take over the number 1 spot now. 11 at a 5:04 going to be his pace. Joshua Vigil in the number 2 spot. Ethan Mechanic drops to 3rd. Spencer Klein is up to 4th. Creed Nally in the number 5 spot.
Mechanic has been at the top of the sheets here a couple of times. It seems like something will bite him somewhere along the way and does not end up at the very top. But again, somebody with a lot of speed, and that's how you chop the corner off a little bit.
Camden Lime getting lucky right there. Yeah, the time to beat right now is Dakota Finn, that 12 at a 5:23 pace, and I don't think they're going to do it here in this one with a minute 20 to go as they're on 11:5:04. Camden working his way back around here down the front stretch.
And it's going to be fun to watch these guys throw down in a race. I think we'll have some good close racing here, and it'll be fun to watch them make the dive bombs, and try to get underneath somebody or see a train of them all running nose to tail.
Camden right now, he's got a clear track ahead of him for the most part. Nobody right on him, so smooth running here for him. The rest of this one possibly.
Yeah, no pressure, right? Settle in, get into a rhythm. Seeing that left-hander there, looks like it upsets the car just a little bit. Wow, way out there by the tube.
Joshua Vigil putting in a great run here in this one as well. In that number 2 spot, he's going to be 2 seconds back from our leader. Ethan Mechanic in third. Spencer Klein in fourth. Reggie Tung up to the number 5 spot now. Camden on that right-hand side of the track. He's going to be coming up on a little bit of traffic as they head into the drop away.
Number of people online, by the way, chiming in as well. We'd love to hear from you for sure. Thanks for watching and playing along with us. Some incredible talent out here throwing it down.
Now Camden should be done this time as he crosses that line. And I believe he is done. Camden's going to be finishing this one up 11 at a 5:03. I believe he's going to seal the deal here for heat number 2.
That, man? He's off to a great start here.
Good weekend so far here for Visions.
Nitro and e-buggy. Highlights reel, some of the action.
Everybody getting finished up there. So Camden Lime going to take it. Joshua Vigil second. Spencer Klein moves up into third. Ethan Mechanic in fourth. Rodriguez fifth. Nally, Coley, Tung, Martin, and Barry Rowe the third. Rounding out your top 10 here for our Open e-buggy heat number 2.
Yeah, 11 laps at 5:03, and you talked about it before with Dakota Finn putting 12 laps in, so it'll give you a good idea of the difference in the level. But certainly very racy and something for these guys to dig at, come after. Another good look at that rear wing, actually both of those cars right there that you had spoke of before, how large they actually are and how high they are.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, like I say, that's been a big change over the past few years is where those wings are positioned, the style of wings that are coming out now. Just another ongoing R&D thing that gains tenths of a second at a time.
Yeah, pretty cool there. I wonder weight-wise as well if it affects the car, the balance of the car for sure, and whenever they're flying, if it affects anything. I mean, certainly with that size wing and the speeds that they carry, that rear angle could create some drag for sure in a straightaway. But that's where you would want to, you want to use the high speed for a wing like that. Maybe wicker bills or something, towards the back end of them, the sill plates on the side, help them turn just a little bit.
I'm pretty good at tearing up RC cars.
Are you?
So I have torn a rear wing off, and let me tell you, they do not handle very well without a rear wing on them, that's for sure.
So the rear wing up there, you can see where the dampers are also bolted on there. If you don't have a rear wing like that, would the dampers still mount there?
They would still mount in the same spot, yes.
Okay.
And as you were talking about the wicker bill on the back of that one there, you see, yes, they would still mount in the same place, but the rear wing, you don't realize how much that little piece of plastic can affect how a car handles, especially in jumping. Jumping a car without a wing on it, an RC car, is a nightmare, that's for sure. So if anybody loses their wing and they still have a successful race, my hat is off to them because it is very difficult to drive around these racetracks without a wing.
It looks like that right rear is towed in pretty far as well. I don't know if that's by design or something that had happened out there on the track. I know some tow in on the front will help control a car a little bit better, at least a big car on a long straightaway. If you're on a big track, a road course track, they put a little tow in it to keep it from being so darty one way or the other. So I would think that all of that applies. And, of course, rear tow will help them turn in a right or a left. But given this track has both rights and lefts, I wouldn't think you would apply too much tow in to the rear. So maybe something just bent back there, or maybe both of them are set up the same way. One of the short course cars out there, the side-by-side's out getting a little bit of seat time. Not sure what that schedule is for them. I mean, I know the pros come back out here tonight at 6 o'clock for their second race, so possibly getting a little seat time, a little practice time, maybe some hardship laps for some people that tore up some stuff one day ago.
Good look there at the RC pits here at Visions.
So once again, we will take a quick break here. We want to thank our sponsors, appreciate all that they do, and we'll be right back with some more action. Stay with us here at Visions 2023 RC Nationals, brought to you by A-Main Hobbies and HBI Racing. And once again, we welcome you back here to Visions 2023. Of course, the off-road complex here is Mid-America Outdoors, and we are bringing you all the action here from 2023 Visions RC. The Nationals brought to you by A-Main Hobbies and HPI Racing. Ken Stout here, Mike Garrison sitting right alongside, Scotty Ernst over there on the driver platform, keeping up with all the action over there. And Brittany also in here with us, Mike Garrison's wife, and just pointed out 4th through 22nd, we're all on the same lap.
Yeah, pretty impressive how close everybody is racing, and we're just getting started. This is just round 1 of qualifying, so a lot of racing ahead of us here this weekend, and it's all going to be fantastic, that's for sure, as these drivers all getting checked in here for our Open E-Buggy Heat number 3.
Sportsman's out here, Open's out here, invite drivers out here as well, E and Nitro.
Coming up with this one, we got Tyler Noon, Scott Brewer, Jacob Vigil, Blake Everett, Spencer Heckert, Caden Fuller, younger brother to Mason Fuller, who we saw earlier.
Josh Dill, Blake Everett, Trey Ford, Avery Widzinski, Graham Hill. And, yeah, there's that time to beat of 12:5:23 for Dakota Fenn. Threw one down here in that first group. And this one counting down already. So a 5-minute session here once again and qualifying. Already down underneath 4. All about grouping these laps together, and the consistency is where it's all at. You need the speed, but you've got to be able to string all of them together. Total elapsed time is the main goal.
Little sprinkle coming out. There we go, racing.
Well, looks like a couple laps into this one, Caden Fuller going to be leading the way here. Spencer Heckert at the number 2 spot. Jacob Vigil in the 3 spot, Graham Hill in the 4, and Tyler Noon rounding out our top 5 early on with 3:15 left to go here. That is your race leader right there, Caden Fuller, younger brother of Mason Fuller. We saw Caden battling with Camden Lime earlier as they tried to work their way into the invite class for the Nitro classes. There's Camden out there with the stand at the cone, corner marshaling, flipping these cars back over. Caden out to a early lead here in this one. 11 at a 5:01 going to be his pace. 1 second off a 12-lap run for him, as he's already coming up on some traffic here for Fuller. Heckert in that number 2 spot. Jacob Vigil in the 3 spot.
And we've seen some 26-second lap times. Haven't seen that so far in this particular group. So I find it impressive that he's only 1 second off that 12-lap segment time.
Here he comes back down the front stretch. And as the drivers were talking about a little bit earlier, they were excited because Joey and the track crew keeping the track watered, keeping a lot of traction in it.
Well, let me tell you, they're getting a lot of help out there because it's an overcast day. There's a high layer of clouds out there, actually, off in the distance, some pretty serious-looking rain clouds. Hopefully that stays away here as this track is completely exposed, but there's a look at it there. But completely overcast here, so they're certainly getting some help. A little breezy out there, so you can see the flags waving, but that overcast keeping the sun off of this track to be able to keep some moisture in it, and hopefully this track will stay very consistent here. It's very good right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and Caden Fuller showing that as he is still out front now, out to a 4-second lead as Spencer Heckert in second, Jacob Vigil in third. Fuller working his way up on some traffic here. We'll see if they can work it out. Oh, had to check up just a bit there. Oh,
man, big contact too. Yeah, checked up just a little bit, got right back in the throttle, and still tagged the back of him. Both of them went for a ride.
That little mistake right there may cost Fuller that lead spot.
Still trying to get around there to try and get some clean track. And talk about it qualifying all the time. You know, you try to you want your own space, but when you're going for overall lap times here, for a bunch of them, you've got to attack, try to get around that competitor that's in front of you. I thought maybe the front end was damaged here just a little bit, but everything seems to be okay. It is pretty amazing the vicious rides these things can go for. You would think that they would break or bend something very easily, and maybe they do bend them just a little bit, but they're pretty tough cars. Right there, man. That is, you called it before right off the bat, Mike, that one section of the track, I should say, whenever they land hard and get that rebound, they're going to bring us a replay here as well, but that's a tough section of the racetrack. Let's watch these two get together here.
Yeah, Fuller checks up and then gets back on the gas, just catches him on the drop away, tumbling off the track. Oh, more trouble for Fuller there at the end of the front stretch. I believe that might be Tyler Noon there that he's with.
Well, beautiful move. That's what I look forward to seeing in the race. Just the smallest of openings, if you nail it perfectly, I mean, and that's what these world ranked drivers will do, man. They'll drive it right underneath you and just drive away. So long. See ya.
It looks like this race finishing up here. Spencer Heckert going to take that number 2 spot. No, Spencer Heckert going to take the top spot. So Caden
down
Fuller.
on that 26-second range as well, 26.6.
Heckert laying it down here in this one. Spencer's another one. He's quietly working his way up in lap times, and he could be another one that we got to keep an eye on in the open class for the Nitro division to possibly move up into that invite class. Caden Fuller looks like he's going to take second. Jacob Vigil third.
And that's a race everybody has done.
So, yeah, I mean, a last-minute lead change right at the very end of that session goes to Spencer Heckert. Caden Fuller there in second. Jacob Vigil, Graham Hill, and Tyler Noon to round out your top 5. All top 5 with 11 laps in that 5-minute time period.
Jacob Vigil finished third, 11:5:23. Graham Hill fourth.
Racers up there on the platform taking a look to keep an eye on all the scoring as well. Tyler Noon standing there, keeping an eye on, grabs the car.
Yeah, and a fantastic, as you're talking about the facility, the driver's stand here is absolutely phenomenal. Got the TV screens mounted.
Huge American flag out here. Scissor lift off there in the distance, keeping an eye up top. The teepee-looking tents way out in the distance there. That is the Travis Pastrana Nitro crew out there, kind of in the back 40. And then another half mile past that is where the Ultra 4 cars were. I went looking. I had to drive a long ways. I finally got out there to see those guys, and I told Miles, I said, I had to drive till I got past the asphalt. I said, and you've got to drive a long ways to run out of asphalt here.
It was funny. Yesterday we were driving around just a little bit, cruising through the pits, and I got passed in my truck by these two little baby razors, and I thought, wow,
they racing?
Those little kids are going at it. Well, then upon further investigation, I see the top of it. It was Travis's two daughters as they're zipping through the pits. I said, yep.
Great stuff for
the
sure.
The Pastrana girls.
Okay, plenty of action still yet to come here. Make sure you stay with us at the Visions 2023 RC Nationals. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back on the other side.
Huh?
Amsoil runs on
no
freedom
kidding.
And has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speedsport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four. Okay.
Do you want to drop that off with them and then go do the interview? Scotty's on the way back to the...
And a great commercial there from HPI Racing, one of our title sponsors, along with A-Main Hobbies. Welcome back to the 2023 Visions RC Nationals here at Mid-America Outdoors. We're in Jay, Oklahoma, just outside of Tulsa. 1,600-acre facility that has a ton of racing going on here all week long, along with a lot of other stuff as well. Beautiful pool area if you want to just chill out. Certainly a place to come and spend some vacation time, watch some great racing action from a lot of different disciplines. I mentioned it before. They had a rodeo, they had bull riding that went on here. I believe it was Tuesday night or Wednesday night. It was incredibly entertaining. Concerts going on all week long, so there is something here for everybody, young and old, doesn't matter. They had the knockout rounds last night with the rock bouncers doing some side-by-side drag racing over these massive jumps and launches. I mean, it was just super cool. There was a guy here on a jet ski.
Yeah.
Did you see him?
I was literally getting ready to say.
Unbelievable, dude.
Yep.
I mean, he was doing backflips. He did a double back. Well, I don't think he stuck the double. He got 1.5, 1 3/4, yeah, and stuffed it underneath. Never fell off. I don't know. He disappeared for a second, came back up. He was still on it. But yeah, just backflip after backflip, and I mean, it was incredible to watch him. He had on a light suit, if you will.
Yep.
It was a wetsuit, but it had lights on it, and he was doing it at nighttime. And,
in the dark.
It was all lit up, man. It was a lot of fun to watch for sure. So Scotty Ernst has been busy chasing drivers around down there, and I believe it was with Brandon Rose. So, Scotty, what do you got, buddy?
All right, thank you, guys. We're down here in the S-Works pit with Brandon Rose. Brandon, that first round of qualifying, things were looking good. You and Cam that were going head-to-head. What happened there at the end?
Yeah, I mean, Cam were having a good race going. It was kind of switching back and forth. We were separated by about 5/10 the entire run. I was pushing hard. I can kind of see where we were meeting up at a certain spot on the track, and he was starting to gap me a little bit. So I started pushing, driving harder, and just clipped the tube, went flying, and then engine flamed out. But E-Buggy was really good, though. Caught a 5th in that one, so happy about that. And yeah, I'm confident going around 2. Going to make a different tire choice, and it should be a lot better.
You and Cam, obviously good friends and teammates here, but the desire to still win and beat him is still there, right?
Oh, yeah, I love him off the track. But on the track, he's my biggest enemy. I got to beat him, but no, it's good fun out there. Track's a blast. We're having a good time, and yeah.
All right, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, Brandon here is thrashing, working on his diff and things like that, trying to get it ready for round 2. He's definitely got a chance to bump up in an invite. We'll see how it goes here for qualifying round 2 for Brandon. Back to you, Ken and Mike.
Thanks, Scotty. Yeah, 100% has a chance to bump up there because Camden did bump up, and he was right. Matter of fact, he was leading Camden for a good bit in that session. So we'll see if he can string it together here in this second group, this second qualifier.
Well, the track looking fantastic right now. They got it all watered down. Whole facility looking fantastic. You know, one race that we haven't mentioned yet that may be one of my favorites is the downhill Barbie Jeep race.
Yes.
That I'm not sure when that's taking place.
I think it takes place tonight.
Perfect. We'll be there. There it is in the background. The Barbie Jeep downhill.
I watched it last year. It's a hoot, to say the least. So I saw some guys. Not everybody was necessarily in a Jeep. I mean, there's the Barbie Jeeps over there.
That's the factory teams right there. That's the pro pits.
Prepping the cars right now.
Yep.
But yeah, sometimes there were just people standing beside them that ended up going down the slip and slide, if you will. And they'll put some water down there at the bottom, and it is, needless to say, again, very entertaining. The smile never leaves your face. It's a lot of fun.
Well, our invite driver is getting ready to take the track here.
Yeah, nitro buggy.
Here they come. Good shot there of the Nitro Cross start. Of course, the hashtag KB43ever. That is obviously in memory of the legendary Ken Block. Fantastic track. We saw them run just a bit yesterday through some of their practice sessions. We got to see Travis Pastrana out on the racetrack. And apparently just a few days ago, Travis Pastrana actually rolled his rally car in the rallycross practice session. So a couple of the other drivers giving him a bit of a hard time. As we're working to get started here, get the invite drivers back on the racetrack here for our Nitro Buggy division. You can see them all line them up there in pit lane. You got Adam Drake there, along with his pit crew. Dakota Fend, Ty Tessman, of course, Gord Tessman. There's Jason Rona, owner of J Concepts, talking with one of his team drivers, Spencer Rivkin. The rest of the drivers working their way down the sideline there. There's Gordon and Ty right there. Team X-Ray RC America drivers.
So it's just getting some clarification here on the invite drivers and what we're going to see here today. So we knew that there was a pill draw that will determine their starting positions. So the pill draw will determine their starting positions for today's heat races, and it will give them all 3 starting positions for the 3 different heat races. And the reason they do that is they want it to be fair. They want everybody to have a chance to start at the front, the middle, and the back of each one of these heat races. And it's a number system. I did have a chance to look at that. It's very cool. I think it's very, very fair. But these heat races, how they finish here today, and a kiss, good luck, by the way, for Mr. Wiggins, the reigning champ. So, but these heat races will determine the starting positions for tomorrow's A main. So they are an important factor here in terms of how they will line up for the A mains tomorrow. But they drew pills to start here today, and everybody will have a fair chance. They will start each one of these in the front at some one point or another. So good stuff.
So no money on the line.
That right.
Yeah, I have no money on the line here for this one. This is, as you said, starting position for tomorrow's main event number 1. Good look there at Jared Tebow, JTP RC Mayako team driver.
Overall was 5th last year, and we talked about one of the drivers that is going to turn in the full-time card, and that is Jared Tebow out of Missouri. Made the change to Mayako for 2023 and says this will be his final year as a full-time professional. 2-time 10th scale world champ, 2-time 8th national champ. Been competing for 19 years, so thinking about throwing the towel in at least on the full-time gig. That's quite an undertaking for the better part of 20 years.
Yeah, and there's Mason Fuller. Yeah, and I've known Jared for a long time, and I would say, this is just my guess if I know Jared, he's going to retire for maybe a little bit.
And then?
Well, I would venture to say he'll probably show up here to 1 or 2 races a year. Maybe more, maybe make it right back. You never know.
Yeah, maybe just scale things down, a little bit. Take a break and just and recoup and get away from it, and then maybe you get that desire to go back. After 20 years, maybe he's had his fill.
Might depend on this weekend.
Something to prove here for sure. He did finish 3rd in the last A main last year coming out here, so certainly very, very capable. We know that. Finished 8th, 7th, and 3rd in 3 A mains in the 2022 Visions event. 2022 coming in here, it already had 5 podiums, including the 3rd of the DNC and Pro Nitro Truggy, and a double podium at the Southern Indoor Championships. So, yeah, he's just one of those guys that can certainly get it done. If you take a look at Spencer Rivkin here as well, finished 6th overall here at this event 1 year ago. AE Reds and J Concepts on that car. Currently ranked 14th in the world is Rivkin and 5th in the U.S. Ty Tessman standing up there as well, ready to throw it down. As he's ranked 6th in the world and 7th in the U.S.
Mason Fuller, of course, a young gun, making his way into the directly into the invite class this year. He's got Felong Wynn standing there right there next to him.
Felong Wynn bumped in a year ago, as we talked about, but then really struggled once he got to the A mains. Just did not have things go his way. Mason Fuller, as you showed him there, ranked 7th in the world, 4th in the U.S., finished 8th overall here a year ago.
Good shot there coming in and out of pit lane. You saw the bars up above pit lane and on the way in and on the way out. What that does is keep the drivers from coming in too fast, and if they do come in too fast, it's going to catch those wings that we just talked about are even taller now on that bar and hang them up. So keeps the drivers coming in at a safe speed for all of the pit crews.
So they will have a good warm-up session here. They'll pull back in, and my guess would be they will refuel, and then correct me if I'm wrong here, but it looks like this heat race, is it going to be 15 minutes?
15 laps. We're going to do 15
laps.
15 laps. 15-lap race for these guys, and looks like we've got some rain coming down on the racetrack.
For sure.
We'll see if these guys run it out in the rain. It's coming down pretty steady, too.
Yeah,
and it looks
hear
like
the drops on top of the studio here, on top of the trailer.
Here comes the cars in real quick. You can see the pit crews trying to get those cars under the cover there.
Yeah, that's a shame. Unfortunately, will affect us, of course, this racetrack. It's also going to affect the big track out there as well for the Nitro guys that had the entire day to set up and practice to get ready for their event. Keep in mind, they really didn't have much time to get out there onto that track at all for their event tomorrow, as we've been racing short course cars out there all day yesterday. Immediately going to work on these cars, though, to clean them up and dry them off. And yeah, man, it is hammering right now. So safe to say we've lost the track here at this particular moment. I'd be really curious to hear your opinion if it does stop raining, how quickly they could get back out there. Is that a different tire choice? Will they need to wait for this thing to completely dry? What is the typical protocol in RC racing with inclement weather?
Well, there's a number of different factors out there. One being, obviously, you've got some electronics in there that, a lot of the cars that you can buy for running your backyard and stuff are waterproof and things like that. But these race cars aren't really designed to be out there, especially in the rain and the mud and things like that. Not saying it can't be done. Probably one of the muddiest races of all time was the 2008 World Championships, which was here in North Carolina in the United States. And they ran them in the rain and the mud. The problem is it tears up engines, it tears up electronics, it tears up servos. So, it's to preserve the cars just a little bit. But the other thing you got to think about is the turn marshals that are out there on the track and have to run out and get the cars. It's a safety issue for them, and they don't want them slipping and falling and things like that. So, as far as the track goes, you could feasibly run on this racetrack right now, but like I say, it's a safety issue, and make sure everybody's equipment stays together because nobody wants to tear up all that.
Well,
all
I
that
think you said it all with the electronics. It's and I'm used to the version, the amateur version. You go and buy one, you can run it through anything. Thinking everything is pretty much sealed up and waterproof. But with the electronics there at this high level, I mean, it's just not an option. The last thing we want to do is have car failures at a level like this. So. Disappointing for sure. We're sorry for the fans at home. I know some of them are chiming in that not the first time this year. Unfortunately, the rain has delayed or eliminated a number of races along the way here in 2023. So it goes. I mean, big cars, small cars, whatever the case may be, if it's exposed to the weather there, this is how it can turn.
Yeah, and it looked like on the big track there behind the RC track, looked like even the Nitrocross cars were coming to a stop as well. So the rain is definitely coming down here at Visions.
All right. Well, once again, we will take a quick break here. We'll decide on what we're going to do here with the broadcast. Stick with us. We'll keep you up to date. As soon as we know, we will pass it along. Stay with us once again. 2023 Visions, RC Nationals.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. Woo-hoo-hoo! From Ultra 4 to rallies.
These guys are fighting for the lead.
Seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. Oh, he is so fast.
Whether on 2 wheels or 4, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. Jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
And welcome back to the 2023 RC Racing at Visions Off-Road. Thanks to A-Main Hobbies and HPI Racing for their support as title sponsors here. Unfortunately, there's a look at the racetrack, and as you can see, it is drenched. So a number of changes will need to be made to some of the cars we get back out here, but first and foremost, we'll need some time to get the track back, and it looks like it's still raining out there now. I know Scotty Ernst is running around to talk to a couple of the players. So, Scotty, who do you have, and what's going on, man?
All right, we're down here under the driver's stand here trying to avoid the rain. We're here with HB driver Cole Lockton. Cole, you guys were stoked, ready to go, locked and loaded, and then Mother Nature, she won this one.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, yeah. We were all pumped, ready to go, doing our warm-up laps, and then bottom fell out. So, I mean, it is what it is. The weather is can be a mother sometimes, but here we are. You know, we'll just wait it out and see what happens.
Normally when we talk to drivers after your year, big changes, you know, chassis manufacturers, the tire. The biggest change for you is the golden locks of hair. The mullet is gone.
Yeah, the locks are gone, and a little tire swap for me, but everything is pretty much else the same. And, yeah, the locks, man, they're just too hot, too much to take care of, and I was like, I'm over it. So we cut them off right after, I think, the TNR race earlier this year, so I was over it, man.
Too many years with it?
Yeah, I think I started growing it out when COVID started because I was like, well, hell, I ain't going to the freaking Great Clips or wherever I get my hair cut. So I was like, we'll just rock it long, you know, we'll just see what happens. So I waited like 3 years, almost 3.5 years, and I'm finally like, this looks like a mop, dude. It's got to go. So had to go. And I donated them too, so that was good.
Oh, that's really good. That's good. I know a lot of people have done that. All right, back to racing here. You got a bunch of practice in. How's your car?
Good. We never really got any kind of crazy wet conditions yesterday. It was mostly kind of dry, and I don't know. I mean, it felt okay. It definitely was a little slow, but you know, we can make a couple changes and make it a little quicker in the slicks. So we'll see what happens with the track for the rest of the day. And I don't think it's gonna dry up or even be raceable today. So I guess we'll see.
We'll see. All right. Best of luck to you.
Thanks, Scotty.
All right. There's Cole Ogden from HP. Always optimistic, right? Hey, you just never know. Back to you, Ken and Mike.
Thanks, man. Yeah, he had such a good event here a year ago. Finished up 4th, 2nd, and 6th for a 3rd overall. Really, really solid event as you can take a look at the current situation here, unfortunately.
Yeah, track definitely it can soak up a little bit of water, but I think we've reached and overdone that just a bit. It's got water pooling up in some of the key spots, and I tell you what, this is going to change the track conditions when we do get back to racing. It's going to be entirely a different track, that's for sure, for these guys. And as you can see, everywhere those puddles are doesn't seem like much, but it's going to cause little pockets and little potholes, and those are going to start chipping away as the drivers get on them. So again, this is going to be a totally different racetrack when we do get back to racing. When this rain quits,
yeah, we'll get an update. Of course, we'll get down there and talk to Joey Christensen and the gang from the dirt track as well and get some information from them, figure out just how long we think that will last, kind of checking out the weather here in Jay, Oklahoma as well to see what the radar looks like, maybe how long this is going to linger around here. A lot of stuff in the works that, of course, we talked about before. Pastrana and his gang should be practicing out there on the big track back behind ours. Short course racing, the pro classes come up a little bit later on, 5:30 to 6 o'clock. They kick off, so this will affect everything here. At some point, it's not just our RC racing here. Tough go of it, but no control over what Mother Nature does, unfortunately.
No, a good look at the. You can see, like you say, the track even in the background. The off-road track here at Visions. It's looking just as wet as well. Got the pit bike racing up on the hill, or should be having the pit bike racing up on the hill. I'm sure they're delayed.
Yeah, good moment to talk about this facility, though. I mean, it is absolutely incredible. The beautiful, cafeteria down there for all of the competitors here to eat in. The better part of 1,000 motorhome spots being put in, already hundreds of them here, but a lot of them with hookups here and water and electric. So quite a place to come here. I mean, the short course races, there was a record number of cars. I think it was 283 cars, if I'm not mistaken, that showed up. Then we have the Ultra 4 competitors. You have the Nitro competitors, the RC competitors, all the people that are here doing what they do, the pit bikes. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on of everybody that is in the complex currently as we speak. They have a place called Coconuts. They had dueling pianos here Tuesday night, and the entire joint was just absolutely rocking. Tim Montana was out after the bull riding contest, was over, put on an incredible concert here. So there's something that just goes on every single day, every single night till, call it 10, 11 o'clock at night to keep everybody busy. I mean, everybody's up and early at them. Out here 7 o'clock. I mean, sometimes meetings at 6 and 7 o'clock in the morning to figure out, especially when it's raining like this, what the alternate plan is going to be. Everybody's staying busy, though, for sure. Beautiful store here as well. If you've shown up, but for some reason you don't have safety gear, there's something there. They'll accommodate people. And Jason Robinette, I can't say enough about him, his wife Gayla, their staff, the way they approach things. They really, truly care, about the racers and the people that come into this complex. I'll give you a great example. They really stepped the game up with short course off-road racing here this year, and with that came an insurance policy through USAC because everything was getting bigger and stronger, and they made a number of rule changes, but the people that have been coming here for a couple of years running at a regional level probably thought it was just going to be about the same. My guess is just didn't catch the change in the rule book, but everything had to be SFI rated, including their belts and their fire suits and their gloves and all that type of stuff, right? So a number of the drivers got here and just did not have the proper equipment, and since it's now a USAC-sanctioned event, they consequently were not legal to race. And they didn't have enough stuff here in the store here to help those players out. So Jason Robinette literally sent a jet down to Dallas, purchased all the product he could get, and brought it back here so that those drivers would be able to get the proper suits that they needed, belts, gloves, whatever it is that they were missing, and be legal, USAC legal, to run out here. That's how much he cared. They came to him and said, hey, we've got this problem. I can't tell you how many other facilities would say, sorry, you guys didn't read the rule book.
Yeah, wow.
And you didn't, you're not legal now. You can't run this weekend, and they would have just sent them home. But Jason was, how do we fix the problem? How can we just need to fix the problem? We don't need to show our authority here. And that's what he did. So it was it's an amazing effort that he makes here, but to watch his approach, it's truly second to none. And that's why this place is growing by leaps and bounds.
Wow, that is fantastic. Take another
and
look
once
here.
Again, we have Scotty Ernst. This time he is caught up with the Dirt Crew, so let's find out what the latest is here. Scotty?
Thank you, guys. We're standing here trackside with two of the guys. If you're in the RC world, you know all about them, Joey and Aaron from the Dirt. We'll start with Joey. Joey, dealing with stuff like this from Mother Nature, no stranger, you used to it. What's the game plan?
Yeah, it seems like the rain follows me wherever I go, so we've got a lot of practice in dealing with rainy tracks. It didn't rain. It rained enough to make puddles, but I don't think it's too much. We're just going to get out there with brooms and broom it off for now. Broom it to the outside, and then I think if we just give it a few minutes here to harden up, I think we'll be good to go.
All right, good deal. We're going to transfer over here to Aaron. Aaron, you've been his, Bonnie and Clyde, his compadre, his right-hand man for so many years.
Yep.
This is your life. You love this.
We love it, man. We wouldn't be here without the racers. We know that there's always a little bit of hard work to make it happen, actually quite a bit, but we're willing to do it. The payoff on it is all the smiles, all the friendships, all the places. You can't beat it.
Absolutely. Well, you guys are the best in the business here, so we're sure we're going to get back to racing here soon, and these two guys, they're going to make it happen. Back to you, Ken and Mike.
Good times. It's great to see the smiles on their faces. Their attitudes are absolutely awesome. It's like, hey, man, it's just part of the game, right? We'll get out here with some brooms and we'll get after this thing. So that's a great report right there because I was not expecting to hear that. So maybe we can go racing here in a relatively short amount of time.
Well, like Joey mentioned, unfortunately, many of his races that he's been a part of have seen torrential downpours.
Is it his fault? Or are you gonna,
yeah, I'm going to say it is his fault. He might be right. I think he brings the rain with him. But it's been far worse than this. And Joey always has a plan. He's always got something up his sleeve to get the track back in shape. So no doubt we'll be back running here very shortly. And these guys will have a fantastic track to run on just as they did before the rain set in.
I've covered a lot of races over the course of my tenure here, and I've never heard of anybody saying – on a dirt track that we're going to go sweep it off.
We're just going to broom it off.
That's a new one. That's a new one, but that's great. I love the approach, man. Let's make it happen, right? And it does look like I don't see any more rain coming down. And keep in mind, we're sitting inside of a booth here, so we don't really have a feel for it. But there are the brooms already in action. They'll try to pull out some of the big puddles and disperse it evenly and let it dry out. Might take us a little bit more than a few minutes here, but as long as the rain has stopped, we can get back after this thing in a relatively short amount of time.
See, man, they might be onto something. Maybe the rallycross track over there, just get everybody in the complex to grab a broom. And
a big section of the rallycross track, it's just going to run off, man, because it's so steep anyways.
We got 9 races, so for round 2, we'll go just back to back to back to back all the way through races.
Yeah, Joey and Aaron have been doing this for a very long time. Best friends and obviously work teammates, and they do a fantastic job. They've kind of already done this once this week before the car's gone on it. You were talking about Tuesday, I believe it was, when the rain set in. They had to do a little track maintenance to get it dried up and back in shape as the rain took its toll on it.
Yeah, the painted area still looks pretty good, so that's a good sign. Again, I mean, if it just doesn't rain anymore, give you a good look at that clay. As we talked about it before, last year the dirt a good bit different, a lot more sand, a lot more rock, now a lot more clay. Once the clay gets wet, if you've not been around it, maybe you watch My Cousin Vinny, that movie, and you'll know that you just spin your tires in the clay, but it becomes like ice. Very, very slippery.
Skip most of the water and only water as needed. And if we are going to water, we'll give you a couple race head start, or a heads up, I should say.
There's a good look there at the A-Main Hobbies HPI Racing booth that they've got set up. They got a demo track set up there in the parking lot as well. You can see all the different vehicles they got on display. They got monster trucks, they got rally cars, buggies, trucks, a little bit of everything, all different scales and sizes. Got the demo track set up, which was had quite a line going for it yesterday. Pretty cool for the spectators to be able to get a chance to not only watch some of the best in the world at what they do here for the RC racing, but they also get to grab a radio and try it out themselves. Again, our title sponsors, A-Main Hobbies and HPI Racing, making that possible for everybody here at Visions. Fantastic to see. Awesome to see all the kids over there. You can see them all pointing, Dad, get me this one. Get me this one. No, I want this one. Just get them all. As we pan out there and look at the rest of the racetrack, again, some more of our sponsors this weekend: Tekin, VP Fuels, Team Associated, Live Time, of course, and the Visions event sponsor here at Mid-America Can-Am, Rugged Radios, AMSOIL, Project X, and Raceline Wheels. All of them making this possible, and, of course, the Dirt Crew working hard right now as they sweep the track off. Stay tuned with us here on Live RC as we will hopefully be back racing very soon.
That was a great throw. Well, we hate to do it to you, ladies and gentlemen. I know we've run a lot of commercials here, but we just nothing more to talk about here other than telling you that the track is wet, which you can see and we can see. So they're working on the track. We're once again going to roll a few spots here and take care of our sponsors. We certainly want to get them some exposure and make sure you take care of the people that take care of you. So that's what we'll do here. Stay with us. We'll get back to racing as soon as we can.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
You're watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great American grassroots racing.
It's time to rumble!
Whether you're into sprint cars or stock cars,
At the line!
modifieds or midgets,
Down to the low side, retakes the lead!
dirt late models or demolition derby,
Oh!
Speed Sport 1 has the grassroots action you love.
Are you kidding me?
Speed Sport 1, the motorsports network.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job. The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
At 360 Wraps, we've been working hard to transform the vehicle wrap industry. Wherever you are, we're standing by to show you the professionalism you deserve. dedicated account manager, you'll always feel confident and in control the entire time. Providing nationwide service to the top brands in the industry, our team will confidently handle any project you give them. One contact, one company, nationwide service. Come by to experience the 360 difference for yourself.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Welcome back to 2023 RC Racing at Visions Off-Road, presented by A-Main Hobbies and HPI Racing. Ken Stout, Mike Garrison here at the desk. Scotty Ernst out there running around chatting with a few people. So here's a quick little update of what we are trying to put together for you. As you can see there, unfortunately, we encountered a bit of rain. So the track needs to be swept off, and we're letting that currently dry out. Looks like the sweeping has pretty much been taken care of for the most part here. What we're going to do is we'll be down here for a few minutes, obviously, as this thing needs to dry out. But in lieu of racing here, we're doing our best to incorporate what we can here this massive complex. We have Ultra 4 that's going on. The rain has not hampered anything that they're doing over there with the Ultra 4 cars. So we're going to try to pipe that in here. We've already figured out the video side of it. We're trying to figure out the audio side of it here. A lot of stuff going on here, a lot of links to connect, but the gang is working on it intently here to bring you a little bit of action so you have something to enjoy here while this track dries out. And then we'll give you some updates along the way and let you know when we will go RC racing here once again. So bear with us. We're going to try to bring you some cool pictures and great sound from the wonderful guys over there at the Ultra 4 series. If you're not familiar with it, Google is your friend, of course, but they're the vehicles. They have a number of different classes, and at the highest level, the 4400s compete out at King of the Hammers. They are incredible vehicles that can tackle some of the roughest terrain known to man and do it at speed. People like Von Gittin inside of that top level class that can really, really throw down. So there's some great competitors over there, and we're doing our best to get that to you as well while this track dries out. So bear with us here. We're going to go back to a couple commercial breaks. We will keep you updated as soon as we can get the electronic side of this thing figured out. We'll bring you some cool stuff. Stay with us.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
And once again, welcome back here to 2023 RC Racing at Visions Off-Road. Again, we thank A-Main Hobbies and HPI Racing. Unfortunately, had a bit of rain here on the track. We're letting things dry out here. My understanding is that we have made the connection with Ultra 4, so we're going to bring you some of that action here pretty quickly. Miles and Jim over there working intently. Great broadcasters, very, very talented, very knowledgeable about the series that they love dearly and cover extensively. I believe Pam Hall might be over there as well. Tiffany Stone possibly. I think they also are involved as pit reporters. I was over there a little bit earlier in the week, Wednesday, when we had our rain out here. I had an opportunity to go over there and watch them, and the vehicles were running through the woods, and as impressive as what they were doing that was, I might have been more impressed with the drone pilot that was following them through the woods to give them some great pictures, some great video to follow. It was impressive, to say the least. I was just surprised that the connection stayed as solid as it did. I mean, because when I say woods, I mean like it was a path. It was a trail of densely wooded property. So I was really impressed that they were able to do that.
I've seen a number of drones flying around here this weekend, and I thought
man,
the same thing. I thought,
talented.
I don't know who's behind the controls of that, but
they're racing drone pilots, so it's really what they are. So they're very, very capable. So without further ado, we're going to bring you some great action here. Stick with us. We'll give you some updates when we can go RC racing, but in the meantime, enjoy some great Ultra 4 action. That's it.
Well, welcome back to the broadcast studio. As you can see, Ultra 4 and a rain delay as well. The rain wasn't here for very long, but it screwed things up just enough to slow us down. So here we are back in studio. I'm with Joe Tripp, Speed Sport. Joe, welcome to the booth. Let's talk about Speed Sport just a little bit. Explain to our viewers what exactly is Speed Sport.
Well, Speed Sport is America's oldest motorsports media company. It was started in 1934, which is part of a little newspaper called the Bergen County Herald. It was a racing section. It's soon turned into a standalone newspaper about racing. Racing was really taken off there just before the war, and it went into a little bit of a hiatus during World War II. But after World War II, the whole motorsports industry really took off with all those men coming back from the war. And for 50 years, it was edited by what we would like to call the dean of American motorsports journalism, a gentleman named Chris Economaki. I overlapped with the Economaki family when I worked at Speed Channel, which was owned by Fox Sports, and I oversaw the editorial part of that business and worked a lot with National Speed Sport News, as it was called then, for content, and started working with them because my expertise was in the digital space. Started working with them. One thing led to another, and myself and my partner, Ralph Shaheen, had an opportunity to acquire that business, so we did that in 2011 with the idea of really trying to become the next Speed Channel. And so since then, we've taken it from what was a weekly newspaper about racing to a company that has 24/7 news on speedsport.com. We're now the largest live streaming motorsports platform in the United States due to a partnership we have with a company called Rivet. And now we just at PRI last December announced we're launching our own TV network, Speed Sport 1.
That's
so
awesome.
We've gone a long way in 10 years.
That's fantastic. So you guys are obviously here this weekend. What all are you covering, not only just this weekend, but just in general? What are some of the different aspects of motorsports and racing that you guys are involved in?
Well, National Speed Sport News is Speed Sport now is all about covering everything from Formula One to swamp buggies, 410 sprint cars to dirt late models to Ultra 4 racing, desert racing. We're even involved in Formula One power boats and unlimited hydroplane racing. So we cover the gamut of it. Our streaming network is really dominant in American grassroots racing, and really that's our heart and soul. And that's everything from side-by-side racing to dirt late models out at your local, your weekly circle track, RC racing, all the stuff that's really the heartbeat of America. That's Speed Sport.
Of all of those, do you have one particular that's your personal favorite that you're most excited to be involved in?
Dude, you're putting me on the spot now. It's funny because I grew up racing motorcycles, and I love motorcycles, and as an extension of that, I love off-road. I live in Montana. I live out in the country, so I jump in my Razor and go play, right out my backyard. So I'm spoiled that way. But to be honest with you, and this isn't just a throwaway answer, I love it all. Anything that burns gas, makes a lot of noise, and goes fast, I'm there.
There you go. Speed Sport. That pretty well sums it up right there. Yeah. The amount of changes that we've seen in media and the industry and all of that, and the streaming and all that, and now you guys tell me more about this TV network and how all that's going to work. When are we going to see that, and how can we all be a part of that and catch the action?
Well, that's great, and just to back up, kind of what we think is our secret sauce really starts with that big streaming network, that partnership we have with Rivet. It's called the Speed Sport Network. We've got over 100 channels, what we call affiliates, that are out there producing events from little short tracks all the way to big major events like the IMCA Super Nationals, so there's this massive pipeline of content that's flowing through that streaming network. And the secret sauce here is that we can take the best of that. We can develop those broadcasters into producing better quality shows, and we can take the best of that. And now we have this pipeline of content. We're like, why don't we start a TV network? That's part of it. And then we've partnered with people that literally started Speed Vision, that were instrumental in ESPN becoming the massive empire that it is, that led other networks to great success. So we're very fortunate. Ralph and I are just a couple of motorsports media knuckleheads that, just knew that this was something we needed to do, partnering with people that really know TV and know where it's headed has kind of catapulted us into this opportunity. So what is Speed Sport 1? It's what we call a FAST channel, free ad-supported television. So for those of you out there, FAST, if you've got a smart TV, which just about everybody does now, or you've got a TV that you've connected to the internet via your Roku or Amazon Fire Stick, basically free ad-supported TV is like what cable or TV broadcast used to be 20 years ago. You don't have to pay anything. It's a linear network, so you look at a channel guide and you say at 7 o'clock is RC racing. At 8 o'clock is our Ultra 4. And you watch commercials, and you go on down the line. There's no subscription fee. You don't have to sign up or anything like that. And that's really where the industry is headed. The industry insiders that we rely on to kind of plan what we're going to do really forecast that fast channels is where most of the television business and ad dollars, which are crucial for all of this, that's where it's all going in the future. So we feel like we're in the right place for that.
That's awesome. So everybody can enjoy everything you guys are doing for free.
Well, they can certainly watch everything we're doing on Speed Sport 1 for free.
Yeah.
Our streaming network is really, which is part of the ecosystem, that's largely funded by pay-per-view or subscriptions.
Okay.
So if you really want to just follow what's going on at Cottage Grove Raceway or all the action that IMCA.TV has, one of our biggest affiliates, they have a subscription fee.
Okay.
But then we'll take the best of that and make it available to you free on Speed Sport 1.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So tell me, obviously this weekend has been huge for everybody, including you guys. What's next on the venue? What's the next big event that we're going to see Speed Sport be a part of?
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you to the Robinette family and Mid-America Outdoors for having us as their official media partner. It's a monumental undertaking. We were in a meeting last night with all the short course guys and gals talking about the track and all of that, and talking about the potholes and this needs to be tweaked and that, and I was thinking of the analogy of this media undertaking that the Robinettes are investing in is on a smaller scale, but it's equally complex and massive as developing this facility, and they will not rest until it's dialed in a world-class facility, and I know that's what they want for media. I was thinking about it yesterday too. There's literally 5 different crews here that are involved in one way or another in making these broadcasts happen.
Wow.
From the production company Live RC that we're involved with here, right, to there's 3 different production groups. There's the staff that's amazing here and super creative, flying the drones and getting the behind the scenes content for all their things, and we work with them, and then of course our team that come in and help produce these shows and elevate it to a TV standard. So it's a monumental undertaking there, but it only happens because of the investment in the vision of the Robinettes and the marketing partners that help support all this stuff. So all that being said, what's next for us? I'm off to Gunnersville, Alabama for Unlimited Hydroplane racing next week. They're another one of our content partners. Same kind of thing. They already have a pretty good live streaming platform. We come in and mentor them and help them develop that live streaming into television quality content. Then we'll take that content back like we're doing with short course racing, say the trucks and Ultra 4. We're live streaming, but then we'll also take that content, produce it down into a 1-hour show so folks can watch it on TV and not have to sit there for 6 hours. They can, everybody's got a short attention span right now, right? So, but yeah, off to Unlimited Hydroplane, and this is the meat and potatoes of our season, man. So we've got just a huge, in addition to everything that Mid-America and Ultra 4 have going, which keeps us plenty busy. We've got, this is it for us. This is the season. We'll do over 100 live events typically on a weekend in the summer.
Wow.
So we're busy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Yeah, and you can check it out. So there's different URLs. Speedsport1.com. The network is actually streaming live now.
Okay.
Online, and the reason we do that is so that all the distribution partners, which we'll be announcing very soon, quality control. They can say, oh yeah, they got their act together. Let's go ahead and put them on the platform. But we'll make the platform announcements beginning, very soon, and then they roll out. The bigger platforms take longer to make those decisions. It's quite a process, as I'm coming to learn.
Sure.
But
sure.
So speedsport1.com to check that out. Speedsporttv.com is all of our streaming network.
Okay.
So that's all the content that's out there with all of our streaming partners across the country. That content aggregates through speedsporttv.com, including the content we're streaming here. And then for all your motorsports news, that's speedsport.com.
Awesome. Well, Joe, thank you so much for coming in. It's been awesome
pleasure,
talking
man.
to you.
Yeah.
And rain's gone. I think we'll probably be getting back to racing.
Get the hair dryers plugged in. Let's go try
That's right. Exactly. Well,
right.
thank you again.
Thank you.
And thank you all for tuning in. And let's the RC track's still drying out a little bit, but we're going to go back, enjoy some Ultra 4 racing. We'll be back with our RC action here very soon from Visions RC.
We missed talking about the partnership we have and like what's
You're watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. Woo-hoo-hoo! From Ultra 4 to rally, these guys are fighting for the lead.
It seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on two wheels or four, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. Jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like, you know,
Check,
something
check,
special
check 1 2, check 1 2, check, check.
watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great American grassroots racing. It's time to rumble! Whether you're into sprint cars or stock cars, at the line! Modifieds or midgets. Down to the low side, takes the lead.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Speed Sport 1 has the grassroots action you love. Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us. Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Scott, can you, this is going to be live? Okay.
Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ready for any challenge. Max's tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Max's tires tread victoriously.
Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Alright guys, so we're looking at, of course, if there's no more weather, about 10 minutes before race number 9 is what we're being told up here. So race number 9, our invite. We gotta keep it moving if possible. Get it, boys.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic test.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. Woo-hoo-hoo! From Ultra 4 to rally.
These guys are fighting for the lead.
Seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on 2 wheels or 4, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. Jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Situation continues. Obviously, we call 10 minutes, but then when we get back, a little heavy, so that's no need to come down here, of course, and we'll give you an update as soon as we have one. We're working on coming up with some sort of schedule, but one thing we know for sure is that we have to do that by 5 p.m. coming up on 1. So we still have 4 hours, and with only 10 heats, pretty sure, even if we started another hour, say we started at 2 o'clock, we would still be able to punch through in the last 3 hours, so we should be good. But stand by to stand by.
You're watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great American grassroots racing.
It's time to rumble!
Whether you're into sprint cars or stock cars,
At the line!
modifieds or midgets,
Down to the low side, retake the lead!
dirt lane models or demolition derby,
Oh!
Speed Sport 1 has the grassroots action you love. Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am. And this is Ultra 4 Racing at its finest. You are on for some great racing action through the tight trees of Mid-America Outdoors here in Jay, Oklahoma for this double points race. I am Miles Hasquis alongside my great friend from across the pond, Mr. Jim Marsden. How we doing, Jim?
Thank you very much, Miles. It's fantastic to be here, and this is the big one. This is the one that we've all been waiting for. This is the 2023 Visions Off-Road, presented by Can-Am 4400 Ultra 4 USA race. What a mouthful that is, but what a race it's going to be.
These are the biggest and baddest names in our sport. This is the grand finale for Ultra 4 USA. It's been a great day going through everything, but it's been so amazing. I can't wait to get this party started. We should be racing here in about 9 minutes. And it's going to be a great race. We have 27 cars taking the line, unlimited horsepower, unlimited suspension, unlimited everything. This is going to be a wild show, Jim.
It is, and we've got some of the biggest hitters in Ultra 4 racing lining up out there, and this race is going to be epic. 2 hours of race time on this course, and we've already seen the damage this course has done to other classes.
Yes, Jim, it's been a great day. But earlier this week, we started with the stock UTV, and third is Mitchell Riccelli, and third was Byron Sterrett, and first, Jason Wofford.
And in the Open 4900 UTV class, in third, it was Cody Quattlebaum. In second, it was Philip Papapo, and in first, it was Ian Dickey.
In the Pro Modified class, it was Kyle Cheney in third. Corey Willis in second, and taking the win was Todd Beckett for his first Ultra 4 USA win.
Absolutely, and in the 4600 Spider Track stock class, it was third to John Rance, second to Lauren Healy, and Sergio Pinonolius, he pulled out a massive win out of the bag, taking first place.
We just wrapped up the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Third position goes to Dwayne Garrettson. In second was Rick Levezzo, and taking that win was the Texas kid, Cody St. Clair.
And in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, in third was Ryan Taylor, in second was Woody Rose, and first was Jeremy Jones. And what a race that was.
And we have a couple cool tricks for you. There's Paul Wolf with an on-car camera. We have Paul Wolf and Bailey Campbell with on-car cameras. We'll use those as long as we can. It's a really cool thing we added. I'm pretty stoked to see it go down. This is about to go. Jim, these are the big names. It's going to be wide open racing.
It really is. This is the best racing we have seen. In 27th off the grid today will be Chip McLaughlin. In 26th, it'll be Brent Moffitt.
In 25th is Philip McGilton.
In 24th,
there's so many big names out there. I can't wait to see it. I mean, we have two-time king Lauren Healy. We have three-time king Shannon Campbell. We've got the biggest and baddest names that are going to be racing with us here.
Yeah, it is indeed. But we're also going to have some drama on this race course, and I'm really looking forward to it. Levi Shirley, he had a poor qualifying session. He's going to be starting down the pack. We need to keep an eye on him. That man is seriously quick.
And remember, they will be racing at 1 every 30 seconds, so this race will be on adjusted time. This is an 8-mile course out here in the middle of Mid-America Outdoors. It is going to be phenomenal. As we see the race jitters through Paul Wolf, getting everything checked out, double-checking all of his safety straps, and it is about to go. There's tight trees, wide open hay fields, tight trees. It's going to be great.
Yeah, so Paul Wolf is making his way to the starting lineup, and I can see our race director, JT Taylor, has the green flag out. We're only a few minutes away from the start of this race, and we will be going live here at Visions 2023 at Mid-America Off-Road in Jay, Oklahoma.
And here comes your Project X lineup grid. Starting in first position is Mr. Paul Wolf.
In second is the young gun, Cade Rod.
In third position, Vaughn Gittin Jr.
In fourth, it's Brian Crofts.
Fifth, our fastest straight axle is Tad Dowker.
And in sixth and another straight axle, it's Chad Hunt.
Seventh is Lauren Healy.
In eighth, our first lady of the sport is Bailey Campbell.
In ninth, Christopher Branton.
And in 10th is Paul Horschel.
And then in 11th is Wayland Campbell.
In 12th is Ben Miller.
13th, Off-Road Hall of Famer, three-time King of the Hammers winner, Shannon Campbell.
And in 14th is Brett Harrell. We just saw his son, Brent Harrell, racing in 48.
All the way from Australia, Pip Justice.
And then at 16th is Hunter Sparrow.
Ryan Rockhold.
And 18th, Frank Vonderhyde.
Glenn Page.
And then in 20th, Tim Hooper.
And in 21st is Levi Shirley.
22nd is Jonathan Dawes.
And 23rd is Jan Pittry.
Then we have Roger King in 24th.
And 25th is Philip McGilton.
And in 26th is Brent Moffitt.
Last but not least, Mr. Chip McLaughlin.
Now, there's so many stories inside this starting lineup as we watch this. Now, Paul Wolf is a man who's absolutely on form at the moment. And he's going to be loving the fact that he's going to have clear air in front of him. Better than that, there's a little bit of moisture on the ground. It's going to be a perfect race conditions. Just as I say that, though, the heavens open and we have rain here in Jay, Oklahoma.
It's a heavy drizzle as we speak. Last year we battled through the dust. This year it's going to be a little mud. You can't have the best of everything. Do you want the dust? Do you want the mud? You can't have it all. But here we go. 4,400 Unlimited Racing is about to kick off, I'm going to say, in less than 5 minutes.
So come on then, Miles, I'm going to put you on the spot. If you're a betting man, who's going to take home the P1 today?
Well, you can't count against Paul Wolf sitting on that pole position. He's already proved himself last night in the knockout. He has got a great race ahead of him, but Cade Rod's right behind him. Then Vaughn Gittin. I mean, it is a stacked field. I can't guess who's going to win. I just can't wait to see it unfold in front of us.
Absolutely. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. And we've got all 3 Campbell cars racing out there for today, and 4 Campbell cars if we actually count the fact we have Brian Crofts lining up there in 4th position.
What a great race. This is the 3rd annual Visions hosted at Mid-America Outdoors just outside of Jay in northeast Oklahoma. Spanning over 1,600 acres, this place is absolutely amazing, Jim.
Now, talking to some of the drivers earlier, this is a 2-hour race. That means that a lot of these cars are going to have to stop for fuel. So strategy is going to play its part out here for sure. But there are some cars, like Bailey Campbell, who's running 70 gallons of fuel. She will not need to stop. Will that play its part later in the race?
I mean, it's going to play advantage because just after the race line start-finish is the AMSOIL hot pit, so we'll see how it all shakes out. We have 27 cars to get off the line, one at a time every 20 seconds or 30 seconds. We'll see how it shakes out.
Yeah, indeed. Now, our fastest lap we've seen this weekend is a 14.06 from Nathan Parker, right at the beginning of this session of fantastic Ultra 4 racing.
And
now,
that was in a stock UTV.
Exactly. Are we going to see these big guns break that 14-minute mark?
Up to 1,000 horsepower in a few of these vehicles. Paul Horschel sniffing 1,000 horsepower. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And look at the line of cars. Remember, this race is on adjusted time, so even if you start in the back, you're still racing your own clock. You're just going to have to deal with more lap traffic. Normally starting in front, you have the great advantage with no dust, but there won't be too much dust out there with this perfect rain conditions.
Yeah, and these are all heavy-hitting cars. There are no slow cars lining up for this event today.
A great shot of Cade Rod.
Thousands of hungry horses there getting ready to start. And just wait until you see the roost coming off of these tyres as they make their way down the side of the hot pits and head down into the woods.
Less than 2 minutes to go for the 4,400 Unlimited class presented by Good Boy Vodka. Our race director, JT Taylor, has the green flag patiently awaiting. We have Paul Wolf with an on-car camera as well. We'll be able to check in with him and a Bailey Campbell as they race through the woods. Paul Wolf, we just saw him in that exact car last night racing the America Pro Rock Knockout, winning that race in his UFO and in his Can-Am.
Absolutely, and we saw it yesterday lining up for the Pro Mod 4900 class. He was sitting here on the front row of the grid, and literally 5 seconds before the start, his UTV stopped. Is that going to be playing on his mind today, Miles?
Oh, you know it's the race jitters, because like you were saying, he was sitting there, everything was good yesterday, and then something went wrong. He had to back out of the way. He worked on it for quite a while trying to get going, couldn't figure it out, but now the UFO is sitting there ready to rumble. Oh, I see his hands up. 1 minute to go from JT Taylor. We are about to get this party started, Jim, and this is going to be absolutely amazing. There's a great shot of Lauren Healy and a Bailey Campbell.
There is indeed. Now we're going to get some superb shots from Bailey Campbell, hopefully. She has a camera attached to her vehicle. So let's hope our production team can bring that through for us. But let's not forget, we are in the middle of nowhere in Jay, Oklahoma for the 2023 Visions.
Don't forget to download the MAO app on Google or Apple. Go to AOE.TV, the Ultra 4 USA and Mid-America Outdoors Facebook and YouTube channels. Check it out. Share it with your friends. Get your snacks ready. Get the drinks prepped. We are about to go live racing.
And if you just joined us at home, this is 4400 class racing. This is unlimited four-wheel drives. Most of these cars are going to be on 40-inch plus tyres. They're going to be running independent front suspension. Here we go. Look at this.
3, 2, 1, live racing with Mid-America Outdoors Ambassador Paul Wolf, number 1018 out of Brighton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing and that UFO single-seat, beautiful Joe Thompson-built machine on car with Paul Wolf.
And look at that, we had absolute laser focus there from Paul Wolf. And it's all about this young man, Cade Rod.
So it is 20-second increments. Mr. Cade Rod out of Cortez, Colorado with Cade Rod Racing and his Jimmy's 4x4 single-seat IFS high-horsepower machine.
Yeah, commonly known as a Dragon. Those things are absolutely monster, and it's so good to see him back out here. And now it's Vaughn Getting Jr., GIF champion, Ultra 4 champion. There's not much this man hasn't done and not much he cannot do. Let's see what he can do today.
Another Mid-America Outdoors ambassador with Eric Davis riding shotgun out of Concord, North Carolina with Fun Haver Off-Road team with this Triton Engineering 2C IFS Bronco Brocky 2.0.
And lining up next, it is Brian Cross. This is the nearly man. He's qualified first at King of the Hammers. He's been so fast at so many races. Has he got what it takes to bring it home today?
Out of Queen Creek, Arizona with CB Motorsports and his Campbell single-seat chassis, IFS.
And going off the line now, this is Tad Dowker. This is the first of our solid axle machines.
With Brian Trent riding shotgun out of Kewanee, Michigan with North Shore Raceworks and a Trent Fab solid axle machine, Bambi.
Yeah, and we just saw a Trent Fab winning the Brannick 4800s Legends class as we watch now Chad Hunt in his Miller chassis.
With his son Caden Hunt riding shotgun out of Plymouth, Indiana with Hunt's Motorsports and a Miller Pro chassis, solid axle, Mass Motorsports LS 427.
And the man that needs no introduction as we watch there. There's Tad Dowker making his way through, and on the line at the moment is two-times king Lauren Healy.
With Jesse Amix riding shotgun, another Mid-America Outdoors ambassador out of Farmington, New Mexico with Fun Haver Off-Road team with this Triton Engineering 2C IFS IRS Bronco.
Yeah, of course, we saw Lauren Healy in the 4600 Spider Tracks class taking second place yesterday as he roars off. But now it's all about this young lady, the first lady of Ultra 4. This is Bailey Campbell.
Another Mid-America Outdoor ambassador with Ryan Miller riding shotgun out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing. She's in a 2C IFS Campbell Enterprise machine.
It just sounds like that engine's a little bit fluffy there, but lining up right now, it's Christopher Branton. He was our pole setter at Legends of the Fall last year. This year, he's in 9th place at Visions 2023. Look at those big USD stickies.
Kamikaze, Chris Branton and Ryan Webb take off out of Bossier City, Louisiana with Upside Down Racing with a Jimmy's 2C IFS chassis, LSX 427.
And check this out, it's the twisted genius of Paul Herschel. Independent front suspension, independent rear suspension, passive rear steer, nearly 1,000 horsepower as he rolls off the line.
With Mitchell Sweat riding shotgun out of Park City, Utah with Horschel Motorsports and that 2C IFS IRS Ford Bronco.
And this is Waylon Campbell. Another one from the Campbell stables in this single-seat Campbell car. Now he's been having oil pressure problems. Let's see what he can do.
Waylon Campbell out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing in his single-seat IFS machine.
And Waylon blasts on down. Huge pace, but this is Ben Miller. Ben Miller, this is a new car for him this year, also built by Paul Horschel. Almost identical to Paul's car. Independent front, independent rear, and another comedy-sized V8.
Out of Saatchi, Texas with Elite One Intermodal Racing and that beautiful built Paul Horschel 2C IFS IRS Ford Bronco with rear steer.
Yeah, it just sounds like he's having to clear that motor out a bit. When they've been sat idling for a while, they quite often take a time to clear. And that is three-time king Shannon Campbell in the Dragon Slayer.
Out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing. Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer, three-time king Shannon Campbell.
And next off the line, as we watch Paul Wolf here, already down in the woods and battling hard. Just look how laser-focused and controlled he is. But next off the line, it will be Brett Harrell in another Horschel car.
Justin with Tuborg's riding shotgun out of Almsville, Oregon with Team Changeover Racing. And another Paul Horschel-built 2C IFS machine with a Danzio LS7.
And this is Pip Justice. Pip Justice is out of Australia, hence the flag on the roof, in a solid axle car.
With Diamond Dave riding shotgun out of Paris, Australia, with Rufus racing a Tribe 16 solid axle machine donkey.
Yeah, Pitt's been very fast recently, and this is Hunter Sparrow. I believe he was in driving duties literally in the last race, so he's out of one car, into another, and off the line he goes.
With Drew Broughton riding shotgun number 72 out of Denver, Colorado, with Sparrow Motorsports in a Miller chassis Ginger.
Watch him as he charges down along the side, and this is a man who needs no introduction, Ryan Rockhold. We saw him racing last night against the Rock Bouncers. What can he do for us today?
He had put on one heck of a show last night. Late entry, Max's athlete, Ryan Rockhold, taking out of Colorado Springs, Colorado.
In the Jimmy's IFS car. And you cannot miss that livery. It glows in the sunlight, changes colour as you look at it. It's an incredible machine. And next up, it is Frank von der Heide. Powering off the line.
With Drew Davis driving shotgun out of Scranton, Arkansas, with STT Racing with this Jimmy's 4x4 podium chassis.
And this is Glenn Page in 19th position in another solid axle car, and Glenn's all the way from Canada.
From Ontario, Canada, with Greasy Clowns Racing in his Get Bent Fab chassis. I believe this is one of his first races with Ultra 4 USA. So if you've never raced with us, come on out. The first round is on us.
Lining up next, this is Tim Hooper.
With Daniel Parker riding shotgun out of Bentonville, Arkansas, with Fuel Works Racing in his Trent Fab top shelf solid axle machine, and he is off and running. Fuel Works is one of our Mid-America Outdoors sponsors, so thanks to Tim Hooper.
As we watch Tim Hooper making his way down past the hot pits, we'll be swinging back round and we will see Levi Shirley with his UK-built off-road Armory Eurofighter.
Levi Shirley with Corey Nasso riding shotgun out of Dodge City, Kansas, with Levi Shirley Racing and Lucky Dog Racing in that Eurofighter 2C IFS machine.
Yeah, he's packing over 750 horsepower out of that car. Be great to see what he can do today. And now it's Jonathan Dawes.
With Corey Day riding shotgun out of Mooresville, Indiana, with Dirt Weapon Off-Road in that Trent Fab chassis straight axle.
Trent Fab, that's so well represented this weekend in multiple classes. And now it's Jan Pittry in 23rd position.
Peter Trott himself out of St. Columban, Canada, with that custom chassis LS3 Turbo 400. Great to see him out all the way down from Canada, come out to race with us.
So many fantastic vehicles, and Roger King will be next off the line in the 124 car.
We saw him race in the 4600 Spider Track stock class as well, with Justin Cowart riding shotgun out of Sparta, Tennessee, with Team Robbie Bobby with that Motor City Fab solid axle machine.
And he's off the line safely and making his way down past the hot pits. And this will be Philip McLilton.
With Dr. Amanda Ross riding shotgun out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, with B&L Motorsports and that Jimmy's 4x4 48P 2-seat solid axle machine.
And we nearly have all our runners and riders out on course. 2 more to go, and this is Brent Moffitt.
With Corey Moffitt riding shotgun out of Kyoto, Oklahoma, with Catch This Racing and another Jimmy's chassis, April Fool's. Another solid axle machine. And last but not least is going to be Chip McLaughlin. Which tree do you think he's going to hit?
All of them. So this is Chip McLaughlin racing in the Tribe IFS car.
With Brad Christensen riding shotgun out of Corinth, Texas, with Rufus Racing and that Tribe 16 2-seat IFS machine. And there he goes, smokes a tree right off the gate. I was chatting with him earlier. He actually does not have 4-wheel drive, so he was just playing with us a little bit. He broke the front end on it, but he wanted to start the race for points for a KOH spot, and he is able to help fellow competitors on course. So he wanted to just take the green flag. He's going to park in the Amsoil hot pits and be able to help anybody on course. Because let's get over this. This is a no-chase race, so nobody can help you outside of. Nobody can help you outside of the pits except for a fellow competitor. So the class act of Chip McLaughlin said, I'm going to start the race. That way he can do anything on course outside of the Amsoil hot pits. It's pretty cool.
Now, do you know what I want to see? I want to see Chip McLaughlin running back through the forest with a steering ram on his shoulder.
I don't think he runs anywhere.
Exactly. That's why I want to see that.
And we're on board with Paul Wolf. How cool is this, Jim?
Yeah, this is it. This is our current race leader. This is the man who dominated the rock bouncing. And Paul Wolf here, he's doing a great job. But I just love looking how easy. Look how his body is just totally relaxed. He's in the zone and doing what he does best.
Chatting with his rugged race radios, making sure everything's running smooth. He's on communication with Chris Hickman. And look at Paul wiping his glasses. You know, he's left and right on the steering wheel. He's going through a water section right there. So he keeps wiping us off. And there's Chip McLaughlin pulled into the Amsoil hot pits. So he is the only one in there that can leave the hot pits and help a fellow competitor. Unless it's one of our own Ultra 4 USA safety members. For safety reasons only.
So we've got a race on our hands here now. Oh, and look how wet Paul is already.
So it's raining as well. It just quit raining now. But he must be, is he at mile marker number 6 already?
Yeah, he's going to be around about mile marker 6 because he looks like he's going up the creek at the moment. And you can see him just going, God, what is happening
And he's looking
here?
at the camera laughing like, wonder if they're seeing me.
Yeah. He's
had to back up there.
Yeah,
Yep,
that's
okay,
it.
so that's the hard right turn right there at mile marker number 6. So obviously, if he has to back up, it's getting really tricky. So now he's in a wide open section, kind of does a drift to the left, misses a really nasty pothole, and he's about to hit one more splash pass. So if we can stay with this, we'll see some water coming over the dash any second.
Now, you've got to think about this. He's going to be in this car for 2 hours, and he's going to be absolutely soaking wet. You get a lot of heat coming through the car as well. You get that adrenaline that keeps you going. But he's a very fit young man. He hasn't got a lot of, how shall I put this, meat on the bone, okay? And it's important that he stays warm. And in these kind of vehicles, in this kind of race conditions, it's very easy to get cold out there.
But the humidity is already starting to kick in. I can feel it. But you're right. The water does make you chilly. But Paul Wolf's going to give it all he's got. And this is such a great shot we have going on. We had 27 cars leave the line in 20-second increments. And there is Vaughn Gittin Jr. right there at mile marker number 6. The Drift King himself with Eric Davis riding shotgun, the Monster Energy athlete, still pushing through hard.
Now, we don't know for certain, but of course, Vaughn Gittin Jr. did start in 3rd position. So has Cade Rod already blown through, or has Cade Rod got a problem out on track?
And there is a Campbell car. I couldn't quite tell who that was, but that should be Brian Cross.
It should be, yep.
Back on board with Paul Wolf. This onboard camera is a lot of fun to watch. Look how rough this car is. Even though the suspension works amazing, these cars really do put a beating on you. These cars are the Swiss Army knife of off-road. We race King of the Hammers, Crandon, Mid-America Outdoors, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Kentucky, Lake Havasu. We can go over huge rocks, mountains, short course, jumps, tight trees, mud, dust, desert. Whoops, these cars can do it all and do it all well.
Yeah, I was just looking. It looks like he's reaching back there to try and find his pumper hose. I've got a feeling he might have lost his pumper. You can see that his visor seems to be misting up, and that is the UFO, I believe, isn't it?
Yes, that is our physical race leader, Paul Wolf. And look, even with the rain, it's still a little bit dusty. So he's about mile marker number 7 as we speak. And here comes Lauren Healy, I believe. Yes,
yeah, that is Lauren.
With Jesse Amix riding shotgun there at mile marker number 6.
Now, Lauren Healy started in 7th position behind Chad Hunt and behind Tad Dowker. So has he already managed to push his way past those two vehicles? I wouldn't bet against it.
I was talking to Tad and Chad about that. They were super stoked about their qualifying, but they're also like, yeah, but we have Lauren Healy right behind us, so we're going to let him go around if he catches us, which obviously they do, because remember, this race is on adjusted time. So if you've been caught, you've already been passed on time. So most of our drivers see it, they hear it, they pull over, let them ride around.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't be a jackrabbit. What do we mean by that? When someone comes up behind you, you find an extra gear and pull away. You've already been caught on time. You're not quicker. Get out of the way.
Look at the water coming here. That may be Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller, I believe. Yes, it is.
Now, it's very interesting in these water sections because you have to make a conscious decision. Are you going to punch through the water as fast as you can to be as quick as you can, or are you going to slow down just a little bit and try and stop you getting so much water on board so that you can look after yourself so you'll be more efficient later in the race?
But it sounds like she's already taken off enough water to knock out her onboard camera as we are here with Paul Wolf, and Cade Rod is right behind him. So we've got a race on our hands. Remember, they took off in 20-second increments. Go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same live timing we have here at the Can-Am desk. And Paul Wolf is on a mission, but Cade Rod has already got him on time. So our new Race leader is Cade Rod on adjusted time.
What a race we've got going on here. These two young men are absolutely the pinnacle of off-road motorsport.
Looks like it's 15 seconds, so it's a 15-second lead from Cade Rod to Paul Wolf.
Yeah, and you can see that it looked like Cade was actually catching Paul Wolf there as he made his way down. So impressed with this new Dragon that Cade's driving, and he's driving with the seasoned professional that he is. Let's not forget, Cade Rod came up through the ranks. He came through 4,800, made his way into 4,400, driving solid axle cars, and now he's been working with this incredible IFS machine.
Oh, and look, that was Vaughn Gittin Jr. coming up towards the Brannock Bowl. He is pushing hard, goes around the little Yukon launch there, but still pushing strong. What a great race we have on our hands. This is a 2-hour race until the white flag comes out, so we have a lot of racing action to go for the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza. This is Ultra 4 USA Racing at its finest.
Yeah, it's a full throttle assault from Vaughn as he makes his way across the race line, start-finish.
And we've already seen flat tires in the EMC on their first lap, so that just goes to show you these race tires are really doing well. There's three-time King of the Hammers champion, Shannon Campbell.
Yeah, Shannon looks really good there as he comes on through race mile 6. And I think that's Tad Dowker there.
He'll be coming across the race line, start-finish, heading out for lap number 2.
So Tad Dowker is still ahead of Lauren Healy. In fact, Tad Dowker has got ahead of Brian Crofts.
Brian Crofts has a right rear flat tire, so he'll be heading into the Amsoil hot pits. There is Brett Harrell. We saw Brent on the last race. There's a great shot of Paul Wolf and Cade Rod.
Yeah, this is a proper battle here. Look at the multiple lines as they pick their way around this course.
And this is a cool spot. It's an uphill battle. Then they'll be heading off. And there's Hunter Sparrow, followed closely by Pip Justice at mile marker number 6 in that creek section.
Yeah, we got a solid axle battle going on there, that's for sure. But right now, it's all about Paul Wolf and Cade Rod as they pull away from the rest of the field.
And Lauren Healy just about smokes our drone with a rocket. He's giving it all he's got. They're all going around that little bump area.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Although, did you notice that Paul Wolf went over it?
I did not. I missed that one. He's giving it all he's got, but Cade Rod's giving a run for his money.
And I tell you, these guys are putting our drone pilot to work here. Look at the speed they're going.
What a great show. Is getting a little slideways as Lauren Healy, two-time King of the Hammers winner. So let's go through our Optima Battery leaderboard right now. In 6th position, it's Lauren Healy.
In 5th is Brian Cross, but he will be stopping in the pits.
In 4th is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
In 3rd, our highest placed solid axle car, it's Ted Dowker.
Our pole setter, number 2, Paul Wolf.
And physical race leader, but right now on adjusted time, it's the young man himself, Cade Rod, who's leading this race.
We just saw Ben Miller and Lauren Healy back around the Amsoil hot pits. Lots of action all over this race course.
I'm loving these drone shots here, Miles. They're absolutely fantastic. Got to say a huge shout out to our production crew who are bringing these wonderful images here at the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am.
Here's Frank Vonderheide pushing hard through mile marker number 6. And heading across the race line, start finishes Mrs. Bailey Campbell with Ryan Miller. All 4 Nitto tires still holding air, looking good. So is he going to be able to get around, or is she going to be able to get around her husband, Brian Crofts?
Yeah, it's likely. And Bailey Campbell has made up a position. She's moved from 8th to 7th. So good stuff there from Bailey.
Have a little fun in the Amsoil hot pits. We'll see how it all shakes out. Looks like the hideout's full. We got our Jumbotron there.
Yeah, our hard charger at the moment, though, is Tad Dowker. He has made himself up 2 places, managing to get past an adjusted time, Brian Cross and Vaughn Gittin Jr.
And we got a drag race with Ryan Webb and Waylon Campbell, because Christopher Brenton actually isn't here, so it's his normal co-driver, Ryan Webb, driving. And Paul Horschel pushing strong. Waylon Campbell gets a little off.
Waylon? Yeah, Waylon's coming into the pits.
He tried to dive in a little early, but got figured it out. So Waylon Campbell is in the Amsoil hot pits. What is the matter?
Now, is this an oil pressure issue?
He's been fighting engines for quite some time.
Yeah, he's had some real issues. Oh, tough break here for Waylon. Right, fingers crossed, everybody, that he can get back out on track. And
there's the 464 of Glenn Page. I believe this is his first race with Ultra 4 USA. So if you've never raced with us, come on out. The first race is on us. We'll waive your entry fee. If you are just tuning in, I am Miles Hasquist alongside my good friend Jim Marsden, and this is the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza, and this is the grand finale for Ultra 4 USA. Back on screen with Philip McGilton. Jim, what a show it started.
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic, Miles. It doesn't get better than this. This is Ultra 4 racing at its very, very best. And it looks like Wayland's moving out now. Is he going back out on track, or is he just going to be pulling out off of course?
And
Let's
here
see what
comes
happens.
some horsepower of Shannon Campbell all over the throttle, giving it all he's got.
Now, Shannon, he looked like he had all 4 tyres on that machine there, so hopefully he'll be blowing through the pits.
There's Jonathan Dawes, mile marker 6 in that creek section. What a great shot we have here. And that may have been Hunter Sparrow right behind him.
No, I think we've already seen Hunter Sparrow go through.
The Wayland Campbell looks like he is pulling off the race course. There is Brett Harrell. Looks like his car is still in good shape. Right behind him is Hunter Sparrow. Good call, Jim.
Yeah, so Hunter Sparrow having a good race there. Hunter Sparrow looks like he's made up a couple of places, but where's Pip Justice? And just as I say that, Pip Justice crosses the race lane start-finish as we back in car with Paul Wolfe.
What a great shot here we have. And look how wet Paul is. This is a wet race course. They didn't want dust. They got their wish.
Yeah, now look at this. He looks a little bit steamed up there. I'm wondering if he's actually lost the pipe. Yep, there goes the visor. So I think what's happened is he's lost his the pipe off the pumper.
The pumper.
Yep, or the other thing that's happened is the water has hit the filter on the pumper, blocked the filter, so we're not getting any air blown through. Now, this is an issue. You can already see him starting to squint, okay? He's going to be trying to sort this out now. But the problem is he's opened his visor. The second problem is now that water's going to roll down in front of the visor. He'll close the visor, and now the vision is actually worse than it was before. So this is an issue that these guys face. He's going to be popping that again in a minute.
So he's trying to vent it right now because I think it's steaming up on it's kind of fogging up on him. So
exactly.
This is a great shot that we never get to see. Is that Roger King? It looks like yes, it is, and maybe Brent Moffitt.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there from these guys. But going back to Paul Wolfe, so this is the problem that all of these drivers are going to be facing out there. We have pumpers to help us cope with the dust, but they do help us to keep the screens clear when we're in rain because it stops the condensation. However, if his pumper pipe drops off or the filter's blocked with water or worse, and you'll notice this, I probably shouldn't say this because he won't thank me. If you look at Eric Miller, and myself for that matter, we run our pumpers upside down, so the filters are downwards. So if the filters get full of water, that doesn't then drop down through and destroy the fans and the pumpers.
Huh. That's another trick of the trade.
Yep, and
like
now the world knows it.
Thanks again to everybody who makes this possible. Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of the volunteers, the Ultra 4 USA staff, the AOE crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and all of our marketing partners. There is Tim Hooper with Fuelworks and that solid axle Trent Fab machine.
Now, we haven't seen Levi Shirley yet. That doesn't mean he hasn't gone past. There is Levi
man,
Shirley.
You're getting good at this, Jim.
It's almost
you say
like
it and they show it. So Levi Shirley and Corey Nasso still pushing strong. All 4 Yokohamas on the ground looking good.
Yeah, we're just going to see where he comes in on adjusted time there. And Levi Shirley is in 15th place.
We should see Benjamin Miller coming through here momentarily.
But let's not forget that he started in 21st position, but it's on adjusted time. But if you caught in lap traffic, it's very, very difficult for him to deal with that. It's a very tight race course, and it looks like Ben Miller, you are absolutely right.
Did you see the rear steer right there? How cool is that? IFS IRS with rear steer. That thing is an absolute work of art. Paul Horschel builds an amazing, amazing machine.
He does indeed. I do wonder, though, if the rear steer is an advantage or is it just another thing that takes away from your overall concentration?
So it's one of those deals. It's cool. It's cool. It's really cool. But it's another moving part. So sometimes keeping it simple helps. Just like a Jimmy's chassis driven by Philip McGilton right there on screen. That is a proven car. They're simple. They work well. They get it done. But Paul Horschel's car is it's next level.
Oh, absolutely. With it alongside Paul Horschel's car. Then we look at Ben Miller's car, also built by Horschel, and then Lauren Healy's.
Built by Triton Engineering?
Yeah, by Triton Engineering. And the other Triton Engineering machines out there, I mean, they're spaceships. They're running these amazing portal hubs, IFS, IRS. They're running live shock technology, so there's computers looking after their shock absorber valving. As you say, next level.
It is absolutely impressive.
So welcome. If you've just joined us, this is the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am here at Mid-America Outdoors. We are in Jay, Oklahoma in the United States of America as we watch Paul Wolf taking yet another shower as he makes his way up through race mile 6.
The Mid-America ambassador himself, Paul Wolf, with his UFO single seat, LSX 434, ATO 4L80E, SCST case, Raceline wheels, Nitto tires, Mid-America Outdoors, Ramflow, RCV, Brannick, FK, Hickman Motorsports, Off-Road Patriot, JB Scale Graphics.
Yeah, we're getting more cars now crossing the line. Now, just looking at this car here,
Oh, about loses it. That goes to show you how loose this car is.
Yeah, but I think this guy, I'm not sure who this is. I think it might be Roger King, but no. I've got that wrong. This is one of the Canadian drivers, isn't it? It looks like he's about to lose a motor, though. Lots of smoke there, and you can smell it in the air. So, making his way back out onto course there. But keep an eye on that guy, because I don't think he's going to be running for that much longer. Oh, and Paul's got some trees in the car with him by the looks of it.
They are running over everything they can to keep going. But something is flapping in the wind.
Yeah, that's just a small branch just caught on the roll cage there. Just flicked up and just stuck there. It'll be gone, I'm sure, in a few minutes' time.
Hopefully it doesn't beat up our on-car camera too much. Looks like that's Chad and Caden Hunt pushing through mile marker number 6.
Yeah, Chad Hunt driving a Miller chassis. And these things are bulletproof. They're built like tanks. And just behind it, that looked like Lauren Healy.
No, that was Vaughn getting
That was Vaughn. Right, okay, so is Vaughn going to be... is this because Vaughn... Actually, no, that would make sense if Vaughn is lapping him.
There is Brent Moffitt crossing the race line start-finish here at Mid-America Outdoors for the 2023 Can-Am Visions Off-Road Extravaganza.
So we're already on lap 2, and the lead cars are starting to pass back markers.
Isn't that pretty crazy?
That is crazy indeed.
There goes Roger King right there. So I think that was Jan Pitry just a minute ago that we were thinking about. One of our new racers.
That was the name I was looking for. He's out of Canada as well, am I right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I just couldn't put the name there, you know.
Oh, it happens. We've got lots of names going through. Speaking about names, there's Tad Dowker.
Yeah, now Tad Dowker is on a flyer here. He was our highest place, and I still believe he is our highest place solid axle car right now, putting that Trent Fab car to work.
And there is a Campbell chassis out front, it looks like. Now we go back to this maybe Frank Vonderheide, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think that's a good call there, Miles.
Yes, it is. Frank Vonderheide coming out to finish his first lap.
Indeed, and you can see the pace difference here. Completely different kind of pace to that we see with Paul Wolf. Oh, it sounds there, just as he comes around, Frank Vonderheide seems to have an engine issue.
It sounds like some of his electronics or something got wet because it was stumbling, and now he's trying to clear it out.
And this is what we were talking about earlier, about car preparation. When you're going through this kind of water, you need to do prep. You need to get the silicone spray into those plugs, even spray them down with hairspray, which you mentioned yesterday. Yep. That can put a protective layer of like shellac over the top that stops the moisture breaking through. WD-40 is another great example of that, and there are other water-expelling chemicals that you can use that will help. I'm certainly not going to give away all my little tricks of the trade today.
And we got a great race right here.
That.
Oh, I believe this is our race leaders. That is Paul Wolf, and Cade Rod is right on his tail. Remember, they took off in 20-second increments, so Cade Rod has them by 19 seconds right now.
We just saw Frank Vonderheide. Is Frank Vonderheide going to have it cause an issue here for our race leaders?
Huge wheel stand by. Cade Rod was able to save it. Paul Wolf and Cade Rod are in an absolute dogfight right now. This is a great race by two single-seat IFS machines.
Yeah, look at this. These two guys, they really are at the pinnacle of their careers right now. Paul Wolf is leading Cade Rod. But Cade Rod is winning this race now on adjusted time. He knows he's just going to go.
Oh, and Cade Rod's pulling off. What is going on?
What's
and there
happened
is one entrance and one exit.
Oh, no, he's back on the throttle again.
So
oh, no, he's not.
going on. But he's close enough he can walk back to the pits. Not sure what's going on with Cade Rod. He had such a great race going. This is an absolute heartbreaker.
Oh,
and he is already, the window net's coming up. So is he going to run over to the Amsoil Hot Pits? This is a super bummer for Cade Rod.
Now,
What is going on? He's out of the car.
Yeah, that looked like the steering wheel coming out. Now, the one thing I fear for this car is you can see under that great big box there, that's the air filter. And if there's too much water that gets down into that area, it could actually cause a problem with the engine. As we cut back to Bailey Campbell, as she makes her way through race mile 6.
That mile marker 6 area back there, that little creek section is extremely cool. But what happened to Cade Rod? He was our leader on adjusted time. So that is one of our Ultra 4 USA staff going over there to check on him, make sure everything's going on. But the hood is going off. So, Jim, you may be on to something with that air filter.
Yeah.
Or a belt. He could have slung a belt.
Could have slung a belt, but it was a very negative body language there from
And
Cade.
look at the drift king himself, Vaughn Gittin Jr. getting all sorts of slideways.
Do you think he knows how to do drifting?
Better than anybody else I know. So Cade Rod, his body language is saying he is not in a hurry to get going. Tough break. He had such a great race going.
Did, and this is Tad. No, that is Chad Hunt.
His son Caden Hunt riding shotgun.
A great image there. Cade Rod.
So the hood is off.
He's putting the steering wheel back on.
So is he? Maybe it's a steering issue as we go back to Hoop. Tim Hooper with Fuelworks. He is off pace as well. He's stumbling a little bit, having some drivability issues.
Sounds like he's having some fuel issues, ironically.
So our first 3 are through. It was Cade Rod, then Paul Wolf, and Vaughn Gittin. But Cade Rod is stopped and looking like he's out of the race.
Absolutely. It does look like that Vaughn Gittin Jr. is now ahead of Tad Dowker. We did see Tad get ahead of him on adjusted time on the last lap. So Tad is our highest place, solid axle car, and is currently in 3rd position.
So physical out on course, it is Paul Wolf out front, then Vaughn Gittin Jr., then Tad Dowker.
Yeah, what a race this is. Oh, such a tough break for Cade Rod there. Nobody likes to see that. So fantastic images here. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am.
And here's Paul Wolf. The camera's getting all sorts of dirty. Hopefully he can splash through and clean up that camera real quick. We were joking in line when we were mounting that camera. He's like, hey, that's close enough. I can clean it. Hey, Paul, clean the camera, buddy.
Yeah, I think he's worrying about other things right now, Miles, but it's a good call. What we need is a radio in there.
Yeah, one of those rugged race radios. They chat to him, but yeah, he's got more fish to fry right now. And does he know Cade Rod's off his tail? I'm sure he does.
Yeah, he'll be on his rugged race radios, talking back to the pits. They will have seen, obviously, that Cade Rod has pulled over, and they will be letting Paul know. And Paul, being the seasoned professional he is, will probably just back down the pace just a fraction.
And this is a cool camera shot right here. This is a long stretch. I'm going to guess they're going to hit over 100 miles an hour on there as we see Brian Cross coming through physically in 4th position out on course.
Now, the last time we saw Brian, we saw he had to go into the pits because he did have a flat tyre. So it's great to see all 4 wheels on his wagon as he makes his way back out for lap number 3.
Because remember, they are in single-seat cars, so if you stop out on course, you're changing it by yourself. So as long as you can lip around and get in the AMSOIL hot pits, that is a huge advantage. It looks like that's Brett. Yeah, that's Brett Harrell.
Yeah, that is Brett Harrell. Now, you mentioned about that. These tyres are incredibly heavy. You're going to be talking about something in the region of getting on for 120 pounds, something like that. And some of these cars use some pretty cool technology. We have cones on the hubs, so when you take the wheel off, you can pick the tyre up, pick the wheel up, put it onto the cone, self-centers, spin it until it lines on the studs and drop them on. But you still don't want to be doing it on your own, particularly in muddy conditions. The mud sticks to the inside of the tread, and what is a 120-pound tyre becomes a 150-pound tyre. And if you have to throw that back up on the rack, oh, man, that's hard work.
Should be seeing Bailey Campbell coming out and around, and there she is through the Brannock Bowl. Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller still pushing strong. That should put them in that 5th position. Oh, on adjusted time, she's going to be in 4th.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Now, interestingly here, we saw her leaving the line earlier on, and the engine sounded a little bit fluffy. You can hear it now. It sounds crisp, it sounds sweet, and these V8s, when they've been stood there idling, as I say, they just block up the plugs a little bit, and they need some time to clear out, and that's exactly what's happened to Bailey's.
But cleared out it is, and she is ripping and roaring out there. Our only female competitor in the 4400 Unlimited race, presented by Good Boy Vodka. There's a great shot. So on the top of our screen is where they come out of mile marker number 6, the little creek run. And you can see how muddy it has gotten because they're dragging all the water out of the creek and dragging it with them a little ways.
Yeah, it's a fantastic 8-mile course that we've got out here. Really enjoying this. And just looking at our scores.
Oh, no, I see Chip McLaughlin out of his car. I see Wayland Campbell off his car. What a tough break we have there. So I'm going to bring into the Can-Am desk with me is Mr. Chip McLaughlin. Chip happens. What happened?
We got across the start line without breaking.
No, I think you were already broke.
We were already broke. We went across for the starting line or starting points and maybe one of those KOH spots that are so elusive to me right now.
So we were marking trail the other day, and about mile marker 5, we put the chip tree. You didn't even make it that far. Come on.
Oh, I saw it in pre-running, and that's when we broke. Not on that tree, but yeah. Thank y'all for that. Appreciate it.
All in good fun, buddy. There's 3-time King Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer Shannon Campbell ripping and roaring. That puts him in that adjusted time 5th place.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see how this track develops. When we were pre-running it Tuesday and Wednesday, it was real dusty, like almost in silt, and it was slippery then. And with the rain that we got today,
it's ideal conditions right now as we watch Brett Harrell getting a little slideways across the race line, start finish, and we got a rollover.
Oh, it's Pip.
Hey, you're still in the race. You want to run over and help him?
Probably gonna help him. I'll be back.
Hold on. He may get it. No. So, again, Chip McLaughlin is still in the race technically. He is a physical racer, so he can run over and give Pip, one of his teammates, a hand. Getting everything checked out, make sure he's okay. So we saw him trying to drive the car and try to ride it. And there goes Hunter Sparrow around him. So there, Chip is able to help him as Diamond Dave is already out of the car. In Donkey. Jim, did you catch up with Wayland? What happened to him?
Right, I've just been talking to Wayland. Apologies, I've just had to run. I'm not that good at running. Right, as we watch the recovery going on here, spoken to Wayland, he's lost a water line, unfortunately.
Oh, tough break. Yeah. So that's why he was in the Amsoil hot pits early.
Yeah, exactly. But he's also, like us, in total shock about finding out that Cade Rod is pulled over and out of the race as well.
He had such a great run going. Tough break. Hopefully we can get Pip Justice righted soon.
Yeah,
look at this. They're putting the rope up and over the tire and then to a tree to kind of – otherwise you just spin the car around.
Absolutely, yeah. Now, this is a trick that – they're Australian, okay? They do winching.
They aren't. He is. It's just Pip. That's Diamond Dave, part of Rufus Racing, helping him.
Yeah, no, this is common sense, this is good recovery skills. So hopefully he'll be back on his wheels very, very quickly.
But we saw him trying to get on the throttle, turn the tires left and right to try to flip himself back over, but you only got about 5 seconds before you starved the engine of oil, so he was able to shut it down quick enough, hopefully save everything. It's okay. Hopefully we can right that Tribe 16 they call Donkey.
Yeah, and you can see it's not the most powerful winch in the world, but it's kind of getting there. And just a little bit more. Come on, boys and girls.
Those driver's side tires to stick.
Oh,
and it slips off the tire.
That's always the issue. See, now we saw yesterday somebody doing a recovery, and they went on a UTV, and they put it through the cage.
That was Zach Pollard at mile marker number 1
Exactly.
yesterday.
So, in fact, what it'd be best to do is if you can actually, and we see JT Taylor, our race director, coming in there. Now, this is an issue because I think we're going to have a block of cars.
There was room to go around. Hunter Sparrow was able to go around the outside. Obviously, have to slow down. You see the yellow flag. That means it's a local caution. Right there, you need to slow down. No passing. Once you pass the incident, then you can get back to wide open racing. And there's Philip Midgilton passing around.
Now, I was just chatting to Wayland a moment ago, and the one thing that he did say is he hasn't seen anybody go down that field faster than Brian Crofts.
Really? Brian Crofts was hauling, huh?
Yeah, so Brian Crofts is really on a charge right now. But, no, it's really unfortunate for Wayland Campbell. And the reason you might be sitting at home thinking, well, if it's only a coolant hose, maybe he should be able to fix that. A lot of these vehicles, they use AM pipes, so these are stainless steel braided over PTFE or rubber, and they fit into a fitting. So if these pipes are damaged, the only way of actually fixing them is to actually replace them in their entirety. And if you haven't got the kit here to do that, that's not going to happen.
And there it looks like Pip is about to get on all 4 tires. They'll let the car settle for just a moment. Remember, Pip stayed in the car, so he's been on his side for, 4 or 5 minutes? So now Diamond Dave will get the winch unhooked, get it back, drove in. And was that Paul Wolf, our physical race leader?
Looks like it might
sure
be.
looks like it. Yes, that is Paul Wolf, the Mid-America ambassador himself, still out front. And since Cade Rod dropped out, Paul Wolf is winning this race physically and on adjusted time.
Exactly. So we have got Pip Justice is back on his wheels now. And what they did there, they actually used a soft shackle so they could actually bring their rope from a different angle on the roll cage to be able to get it back on its wheels. And it is Levi Shirley that's just driven round them there.
That is a beautiful looking car.
Oh, right.
So Pip Justice is moving underneath his own power, so they'll pull in the winch, make sure the car's okay, and get him running. And again, this is a no outside assistance race, but Chip McLaughlin did start this race, so he is able to help out his fellow teammate or fellow racer to make sure everything's okay. Looks like Pip Justice is trying to knock off the window net because it got jammed full of mud when it flipped over on its side. USAC rep Liam O'Donnell's checking everything, make sure everything's safe and sound to keep on going. USAC is our sanctioning body and runs timing, scoring, race operations, safety, and tech. Lee O'Donnell, 23 himself, and JT Taylor making sure everything is A-OK to keep on rocking and rolling. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza for Ultra 4 USA.
It is indeed, and what a fantastic day of racing it's been, and this is rounding out a fantastic week of racing for Ultra 4. We've had so much great action, and it's still continuing here live on track right now. We still have an hour and a half of racing to go. And in third position at the moment is Tad Dauka. In second
is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
And right now it's all about that man, Paul Wolf. And if you're at home looking at our live scoring, you'll be seeing that Cade Rod is showing us first place. But unfortunately, we have seen that he's pulled over on the side of the track and is currently not running.
Glenn Page blowing through the race line start finish, but we're back to Tim Hooper in the Amsoil hot pits. There's Cody St. Clair, who just won the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, down there helping his buddy. I love Ultra 4. Everybody's all hands on deck to help everybody, but Tim Hooper is stopped in the Amsoil hot pits.
Yeah, this is...
So Pip Justice is back on his way. He is racing once again after he had his little tip over in the Brannock Bowl.
Yeah, and also we just saw coming around beyond us as we continue getting on live drone shows. We'll try and keep you honest here. We saw Jan Petrie coming over the race line start-finish, and the engine seems to be smoking a little bit less, so I'll keep an eye on that story for you. And that is our physical and current race leader. That is Paul Wolf.
He is on a mission, and he was on the throttle all the way. I do still smell a little bit. Yeah. Oh, but I'll bet you that's from Pip Justice when he fired up and took off. I hope that's not from Paul Wolf. There's Paul Wolf on screen, kind of. Still has a little bit of water on the lens.
Well, that's really interesting for me, and I like to see that image. The reason I like to see that is because that gives people an idea of what it's like, actually, when you're looking out of a visor that is covered in condensation, mud, and you're trying to fight to see. And quite a lot of the time when you're racing, particularly on a wet race like this, your vision is so impaired by your view that you can see through, either through your visors or your goggles, and you're fighting that almost as much as you are the course.
Yeah, it's a tough break, so... Looks like they're checking out wiring on Tim Hooper's car. There's Anthony St. Clair.
We were saying earlier, if you haven't prepped for water, that could be the issue.
That could be Chad Hunt, possibly. Or Hunter Sparrow. Looks like a Miller chassis. What a great week of racing it has been, and we are not over yet. But this is the grand finale for Ultra 4 USA. We started about 40 minutes ago. We are racing for 2 hours plus a white flag. So at the 2-hour mark, the white flag will come out and 1 lap to go. And we will crown a winner here for the 2023 Can-Am Visions.
I'm just looking at my score sheet right now. We've got Bailey Campbell sitting in 6th position. She's one of the few cars that is not going to have to refuel out there. That is going to be worth at least 2 minutes for her. So still lots of racing to go. And that's a great view there. That is the Brannick bump as they come out of the woods there. And just on the left-hand side is that little white box, and that's where we're sitting.
Here at the Can-Am desk.
As somebody goes past on their back wheel.
Yep, having a little fun. There's part of North Shore, part of Tad Dowker's team coming down there to check on old Tim Hooper. And that is physical number 2, Vaughn Gittin Jr. That started 40 seconds behind Paul Wolf, but Paul Wolf left a couple minutes ago, so he's got a pretty good lead over second place. But Vaughn Gittin Jr. is playing kind of steady. He's got smooth and consistent. Mr. Vaughn Gittin Jr. in that 25 with Eric Davis riding shotgun heading into the Brannick Bowl.
Yeah, one thing that Vaughn Gittins Jr. is, he's Mr. Consistent. He always brings it home as he crosses over the race line, start-finish line. And I just worth noting there, we saw him coming up through the woods, and he was going round that bump earlier. Now he's going straight over the top of it. He's getting into the feel of the car.
He's setting her up, and look at him getting all slideways around the AMSOIL hot pits. Vaughn Gittin Jr. does what he is doing right there and doing it well.
Indeed, and if anyone can drift a car, it's got to be world champion Vaughn Gittin Jr. As we just saw there, Ryan Rockhold powering through the race lane start-finish.
You'll notice him from Formula Drift doing his play. So there's Roger King and Tad Dowker. I believe Roger King is a lap down, so Tad's trying to give him the horn, saying, hey, I'm here, I'm coming around.
Yeah, but did you notice that Tad Dowker's horn isn't working properly? Again, it's water.
So there's a Miller chassis at Chad Hunt. It looks like Chad and Caden Hunt coming up. Yep, there's the green wheel on the back, you can tell. The number 456 of Chad Hunt.
Yeah, showing good pace here.
With Hunt's Motorsports coming around the Brannick Bowl and crossing the race line start-finish.
And I've got some big news here for you. You're going to like this. In third position, adjusted time, is Vaughn Gittins Jr., which means that Tad Dowker is our hard charger at the moment. The solid Axel man has moved up into second position on adjusted time.
What a great run by him, but it's still Paul Wolf that took off first and hasn't looked back, has not been passed yet, is Mr. Paul Wolf, the Mid-America ambassador. But like you just said, Jim, Tad Dowker is on a mission. And look at this, Jim. What's that? It's the sun.
It's decided to grace us with its presence.
So the humidity's starting to build, but it is going to be an absolute beautiful afternoon for Ultra 4 USA here during the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza.
It would appear that our race director, JT Taylor, has stopped rain dancing and the sun has decided to join us.
So this is going to be physical. Fourth position is going to be Brian Crofts. And on adjusted time, Brian Crofts has a great run going. And like you said, Waylon has been watching, and he said there's nobody on that fast spider track backstretch than Brian Crofts. And we just saw a glimpse of him coming around the AMSOIL hot pits.
Yeah, so Brian Crofts is charging hard. He started in fourth position, and he's still in fourth position. Another car that's worthy of note, and we'll be seeing him come through fairly soon, I expect, and that's Phil McGlinton, who's having a fantastic race. But right now, it's all about that young man, Paul Wolf, driving his UFO.
After winning last night's America Pro Rock bouncing event in that same exact car, it was an amazing show last night. They were doing some water flips on the jet ski, and then they did the Pro Rock bouncing. Paul Wolf took first in the rock bouncing open and in the UTV race. So if he can keep his streak up alive, he's going to be a happy man here at Visions.
Yeah, he will be indeed. I've been really enjoying the in-car shots we've been seeing Paul of him racing.
Looks like Paul Wolf has a 2-minute, 40-second lead over Vaughn Gittin Jr. Got my buddy Garrett tuning in, helping out.
Yeah, that's a huge lead there. And it's starting to mean that he can start to control the pace of this race if he wants to. And I'm sure he'll be speaking back to the pits on his Rugged Race radios.
Well, I just got an update. Paul's radio is not working. It got wet, so he doesn't know where he's at. He doesn't know what's going on. And there's a great onboard with Paul Wolf. And look at that, the water. This just goes to show you, like you were saying earlier, Jim, that's probably what his visor looks like as well.
Absolutely. You can see his visor's cracked open right now at the moment.
There goes Bailey Campbell. Number 35.
Yeah, and as I say, when you were working with your visor down, there was a looked like a 4400 car.
I believe that was Chip's car, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
It is, yes.
Okay.
So Chip McLaughlin is out of the race. We knew that. Looks like Tim's fighting some electrical. Oh, he's got the spark plug off of one of them.
He's got a spark plug lead off, so maybe that's the problem. It's so easy. You see how exposed they are up in there. It's so easy for just branches or rocks or anything just to take an unlucky shot. But it looks like they're getting out the car. And it looks like they might be done for some time.
So this is what Chip was doing. He's coming over here to the Brannock Bowl to park his race car to help recover. Thanks again, Chip McLaughlin. Always a class act. And a class clown.
Well, you know what they say, Chip happens.
And it happened today.
Certainly did. Right, we've got lots of action still out there on our course. If you're just joining us, this is the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am here at Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma. It's a fantastic day of racing, and we've already seen so many new champions crowned in Stock UTV, Open UTV, Pro Mod, 4600 Stock, and also 4500 Modified Class and 4800 Legends.
And that was Shannon Campbell heading up and over the Yukon launch. He'll be coming up through because we know that Brian Cross already came through and Wayland is parked. So that's got to be the three-time king, Shannon Campbell, that Monster Energy machine.
When it first hit the streets, this car was known as Dragon Slayer in response to Lauren Healy's Red Dragon.
And Shannon Campbell all over the throttle, looking like he's in good shape. And on adjusted time, he's sitting in that sixth position. So, Jim, let's go over the Optima Batteries leaderboard once again. Sitting in that sixth spot on adjusted time is Shannon Campbell.
And just above him is his daughter, Bailey Campbell.
And then her husband in fourth spot, Brian Cross.
And then in third position is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
In that second spot, the fastest solid axle machine is Tad Dowker.
And our hard charger, who was man on pole sitter today, was Paul Wolf, and he's leading this race.
Remember, this race is on adjusted time. They took off one at a time every 20 seconds.
They were indeed, and it's absolutely fantastic. And let's thank some of the people that allowed this sport to happen. Raceline Wheels, AMSOIL, Mid-America Outdoors, Mile Marker and Laser Nut.
Rugged Race Radios, Project X Off-Road, Speed Sport, Can-Am, Good Boy Vodka, 360 Ramps, Optima Batteries.
Spider Tracks, Brannock Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, and Wayland.
Fun Haver Off-Road, King of the Hammers, American Outdoor Events, and the Off-Road Syndicate. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today during Visions. So if you're building a tow rig, a race car, a mall crawler, go check out all these amazing marketing partners.
And still the action continues here at Visions 2023.
We have been racing for 52 minutes, so another hour and 15 or so till the white flag comes out. So we are nearing the halfway mark.
And this is a full endurance event. We've got everything out there on the course. We've got water, we've got dry runs, we've got creek beds, we've got valleys, and everything in between.
There's a lot of steep downhills, a few steep uphills, and a lot of wide open hayfields out there. So multiple passing opportunities. There are 5 either-ors on course. And what is an either or? Well, it's 2 different trails that meet up at the end. So some are longer, some are easier, some are harder. And it just goes to show you the difference you can have for passing opportunities.
Absolutely. And we were talking about this yesterday. If you're coming around and you're hard on the heels of a car in front of you, it's quite often it's better to take the easy or. You never know. You might have already put enough pressure on them. They make a mistake, do something, and what's the worst that can happen? You're going to end up behind them again.
Yeah, if they go left, you go right. Even if you think it's a slower run, worst case, you end up behind them. That looks like it's Philip McGilton up over the Yukon launch.
Now, I'm going to be interested to see this. Philip McGilton, he is actually putting together a really good race here. I've got a feeling he could jump ahead of Shannon Campbell.
Because remember, during qualifying, he took a little tumble, so he started all the way back in 25th position. So on adjusted time, he's got a lot of time to make up. So the timing is on his side. But remember, This will be a race to the finish, and you called that one really close. He
There it
moved
is.
all the way up to 4th position. Philip McGilton has a run, and right now, time is on his side as our physical race leader, Mid-America Outdoors Ambassador, Mr. Paul Wolf, at mile marker number 6.
Absolutely. The one thing these guys will not be worrying about today is overheating. There is enough water on course to make sure these transmission temperatures stay down and the engine temperatures stay down.
Well, you can't say that completely because we just saw Waylon Campbell overheat.
Yeah, that's because he lost a water line. You can't give me that one.
I'm going to give it to you. You just said it.
Okay, but check this out. Philip McGilton has gone ahead of Brian Cross, Bailey Campbell, and Shannon Campbell. What an incredible run there from Philip McGilton.
There's Pip Justice and Glenn Page. Pip from Australia, Glenn from Canada. Great to see people coming from all over the world to race with us here at Ultra 4 USA. Looks like Chip traded his race suit for a safety vest. Down there helping his fellow competitors.
I think is that Tad Dowker there?
That's Hunter Sparrow on screen there. I think that was Jan Pitre we just saw.
It might well have been.
See a King Shock reservoir. And here comes Levi Shirley across the race line, start-finish line, and that beautiful Eurofighter. Him and Corey Nasso have a great run going.
Yeah, and Levi Shirley has jumped up the leaderboard into 8th position, just behind three-time king Shannon Campbell.
And we saw Cade Rod earlier pull off the course just outside the Amsoil hot pits. That was a heartbreaker. He was all over Paul Wolf's heels, and then something just shut off. Did he spit a belt? Did he have some electrical issues? Did he take on too much water in the engine? We don't know.
Yeah. And if you're just joining us, this is the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am. We are here at Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma, USA for the best off-road racing in the world. What is that? That is Ultra 4. And we're seeing the big guns out there on track at the moment.
Is that
and
Vaughn
that is the
Gittin Jr.,
4400s.
That's going through the mile marker number 6?
That would make sense if it is Vaughn. We have just seen Paul Wolf go through a couple of minutes ago. And between them will be Jan Pitre.
And last year, it was Paul Wolf who won this race. Lauren Healy in second and Vaughn Gittin Jr. in third. And they're all in the mix here. But Lauren Healy's actually dropped off.
Yeah,
we haven't
seen
him.
Lauren for a long time.
Lauren Healy's a lap down, so he is out on course having issues. Tough break for him. But Paul Wolf, is he going to be able to back up his win from last year? It's looking good. But remember to finish first. First, you must finish.
Yeah, and we haven't hit the 50% mark of this race yet. Still over an hour left of racing, and this is hardcore endurance racing. 2 hours around this course is absolutely brutal.
There is Tad Dowker, who is on adjusted time in second place. He is physically on course behind Vaughn Gittin Jr., but Vaughn took off in third position, so he's got 40 seconds. So it's going to be really close, I think. Vaughn and Tad on adjusted time are going to be neck and neck on this next lap.
I just noticed Tad Dowker isn't running a spare wheel.
I saw that earlier, yes. Is that strategy or what? But
I think that's strategy.
Here's our physical race leader, Paul Wolf, coming through the Brannock Bowl. That number 10-18. So, Paul Wolf changed his number recently. Do you know why?
I have no idea.
10-18 is his daughter's birthday. October 18th.
Cool.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yep, that's one you're not going to forget.
He kind of wanted to rebrand a little bit, and he is doing some great things with us here at Ultra 4 USA.
Yeah, it's always good to have a number that you're not going to forget. Just don't ask me what wine is.
Depends on the day, right? That looks like Hunter Sparrow, possibly. So we're chasing him. That could be Pip.
I think
Pip has a tail fin that's very identifiable.
Yeah, no, that's not Pip Justice.
Drone
down.
He saved it. He saved it. Dancing through the trees. We'll get a visual. That is Pip Justice.
Oh, of course, he lost it when he rolled onto his...
Yep.
Yes.
And the 464 of Glenn Page from Ontario, Canada. So it's still Paul Wolf. How far back is Vaughn Gittin and Tad Dowker? But Philip Magilton's in the mix. Brian Crofts, all the Campbells except for Waylon. Levi Shirley, Hunter Sparrow, and Glenn Page all in the top 10.
Yeah, it looks like now they're just letting Paul Wolf just push away,
Hoping
hoping that he might have a problem.
There comes Roger King into screen, the number 124 with Team Robbie Bobby.
And that is Jan Petrie crossing the line. You can still see that breather.
Petro shot himself.
Yeah, it looks like he's still got an engine problem there. And as he goes by, you can smell the oil in the air.
And hitting the heads-up loop is Vaughn Gittin Jr., so we'll see him at the Brannock bump here very shortly. There he is, the Drift King himself, heading out across the race line start-finish, heading out for his 4th lap.
Now, has he managed to close the gap, or has the gap increased?
It's going to be really close because Vaughn Gittin started 40 seconds ahead of Tad Dowker. So if he doesn't hit that heads-up loop here pretty quick, Vaughn's going to slip into that second position. But I hear horsepower down there. And I believe that's going to be Jonathan Dawes. Yes, it is. In that Trent Fab car with Corey Day riding shotgun. Part of Team Indiana. You see the Brannock Motorsports on the side of that car. He's been around Ultra 4 for a very long time, raced for a little while, kind of stepped back and worked in the pits, so it's great to see him back in a race car.
Absolutely, and our heads-up timing loop, I can see that Tad Dowker is going to be coming and joining us very, very soon. This is going to be close.
I think Vaughn Gittin's going to slip into that second position.
Yeah, I think you're right as well. And we just saw there our race leader in the background. That was Paul Wolf as he cut around the far side of the loop.
And K-Rod is still parked on the outside edge of the Amsoil hot pits. What a heartbreaker.
And let's not forget, Paul Wolf wouldn't have known that until he came round for his next lap and saw him sat there.
And you know what? He was like, whew.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and I've got eyeballs on Tad Dowker now as he crosses the race line start-finish.
So part of the Fun Haver off-road team, Clint Keenan just gave me an update. Lauren Healy is out of the race with a mechanical issue.
Oh, no.
Tough break for him.
Tough break, and we've got a change in the top 3. Tad Dowker drops down to 3rd, and Vaughn Gittin Jr. moves up to 2nd. But it is worth noting that Trent Fab car is not carrying a spare wheel. So this is obviously a tactic they're employing. Try to save some weight on the back.
And it looks like Vaughn Gittin made up about 32 seconds on Paul on that last lap.
Wow.
So it's a 2-minute, 8-second split between Paul and Vaughn Gittin Jr. So Paul's still sitting in that really good spot, but Vaughn's starting to push a little bit.
Well, now, we've got to talk about that. Why would that be? Is Paul just backing off the pace a fraction, or is he suffering? Is he struggling to see what's going on outside? You know, there's all kinds of things that could be going on here. My guess is that he's probably just having a calm-down lap, just resetting himself, just getting himself comfortable one more time, once again. And he knows that if he's out in front, he's reasonably safe. Now, even though he's lost, we don't know what his pit strategy is going to be, whether he is going to have to stop or not. Those UFOs have twin tanks. They have a tank either side of the driver, and I'm not sure of the fuel capacity of those vehicles. And this looks like Brian Crofts now powering down towards the race line start-finish.
All 4 Nitto tires looking like they're in great shape, so putting the traction to the ground.
Yeah, and Brian Crofts still in 4th position.
Right behind him is Chad and Caden Hunt, the father-son duo. Got a little blinky light on the right front. So is Chad Hunt a lap down, possibly? It looks like it.
It is. Chad Hunt is a lap down, so he's obviously had a problem out on course.
But it's still Paul Wolf out front.
Yeah, Paul Wolf out front, then in 2nd is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
In 3rd right now is Tad Dowker.
And our 4th across the line at the moment is Brian Crofts. Now, we've got to look out for Philip McGlinton here.
And that is our physical race leader we just took a glimpse of. And then Roger King.
Yeah, this is the 124, picking his way up through the woods. Isn't it
over the Yukon launch.
Isn't it interesting on that Yukon launch there? On the first lap, everyone was driving around it. Now they're settling into the cars. They're getting used to the drive straight off the top.
It's getting burned in pretty nice-like. We'll see if he can make it through the Brannock Bowl. Clean. The only person that's took a tumble that we have seen is Pip Justice. Oh, he takes a little bit of a bicycle, lets her settle, and gets back on the gas.
Yeah, we saw Cade Rod earlier on doing a big bicycle round the Brannock bump there.
Oh, and Bailey Campbell's coming up across the heads-up loop, so we'll see her and Ryan Miller here in just a moment. So she should be on adjusted time right around that 6th position. There's Philip McGilton. You were just talking about him there at mile marker number 6. Back there in the creek section. And I think we have had lots of action in the Amsoil Hot Pits, so we're going to send it down to Pam Hall here in just a moment to get an update. Hopefully she can talk to a few of our racers and see what's going on. Pam Hall, what do you got for us?
Out here in the Amsoil Hot Pits, we do have Tim Hooper behind us. He's fighting some issues with his motor missing. What's going on is his spark plugs, they have them pulled out. He went through a water crossing, and he's having some troubles now. So they're trying to fight the little gremlin that came in with the water. But right now, we have so many cars coming through. We have Waylon Campbell that we're going to go try and catch up with that's out of the race over here in the Hot Pits as well. But you guys, this is an amazing race going on. I'm excited about it, and I know you guys are at home watching as well. But Miles and Jim, back to you.
Thank you, Pam. Always good to hear from you down in the pits and try and get those inside stories as to what's happening out there with our race cars. Now, Miles, we already know that Waylon Campbell has had coolant issues. Tough break for that young man. This is the man who really nearly always could have, maybe.
Always has a chance.
Oh, he's so fast. We saw him at Legends of the Fall last year.
He had that race in the bag until
Absolutely.
he had a flat tire, wasn't able to change it, destroyed his wheel, and took him out of the race.
And what happened there? He lost his radio due to water, didn't get the comms back to the pit crew, made a decision that went wrong for him. Just proves how important communication is.
And we just got an update from Pam about Tim Hooper having electrical issues, spark plug issues with that. Oh, there is Levi Shirley in that Eurofire at mile marker number 6.
Yeah, this is a vehicle that is absolutely packed with innovation. He's running one of those LT5 engines, which is the new version of the LS with a massive comedy-sized supercharger on it. And that vehicle was putting down nearly 750-plus horsepower.
And there comes the 3-time king, Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer Shannon Campbell, number 5.
Yeah, Shannon looking good as he's working his way up through there.
He won King of the Hammers in 2008, 2011, and 2017. He's also been the Dirt Sports Driver of the Year. Shannon Campbell's done a little bit of everything, and he keeps on going. He's actually just started building a new car. It's going to be a 2-seat Campbell chassis.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that. That's going to be fantastic. And isn't it amazing to see that they're changing back? They went across to single seats, and now they're going back to 2-seat vehicles.
I think the co-driver assistance is a huge element in here. And I was talking to Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller before this before this race, and I was talking strategy. I was like, "Are you guys going to stop for fuel?" No. The only person that has to stop is Shannon and his old hoopty. I was like, "That's not a hoopty." They said, "Yes, it is." That's why he's updating, landing our drone on the little race line map.
Yeah, he'll just sit on there waiting for the next set of cars to come through.
Do a little battery change.
And let's have a quick rundown on our top 6 currently.
The Optima Batteries leaderboard. In 6th position is Shannon Campbell.
In 5th is Bailey Campbell.
In 4th spot, Brian Crofts.
In 3rd is Tad Dowker.
2nd place, Vaughn Gittin Jr.
And the man at the moment, he was our pole setter. It is Mr. Paul Wolf.
What a great race we are having during the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza for Ultra 4 USA.
But I think we're going to see a change there. I think we're going to see Philip McGilton coming in very, very soon. I think we're going to see Philip is going to be jumping over the top of Shannon and Bailey.
Sounds like Pam Hall is back in the Amsoil Hot Pits, and she's got an update from Fun Haver Off-Road Team. Maybe it's about Lauren Healy. Pam Hall, what do you have for us down in the Amsoil Hot Pits?
I'm here over in the Amsoil Hot Pit with Clint Dean, and he is the Funhour crew chief. Give us a little rundown here. We know Vaughn is running in that second position, trying to chase down Paul Wolf, but Lauren Healy more out of the race. So what was Lauren?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened yet. It sounds like we twisted a front drive shaft somehow, and Lauren sounds pretty mind blown by it.
Well,
okay, we're going to come back from that. Let's not forget, we are in the middle of nowhere in Jay, Oklahoma, so we do get some technical difficulties once in a while, and we will be back with Pam very soon. Right, look at this. The top four has changed. In 7th position now is Shannon Campbell. In
6th position is Bailey Campbell.
In 5th, it's Brian Crofts.
In 4th is Philip McGilton. Wow, he's moving up some. And remember, he started all the way back in 25th position, so adjusted time is on Philip McGilton's side right now. Obviously, qualifying is very important for the clean air, but there's no dust today. There's just a little bit of lap traffic, so Philip McGilton accidentally tumbled during qualifying, but right now that's actually helping. It's on his side.
Yeah, absolutely. If you'd said to him at the beginning of the day that he would be passing the likes of Levi Shirley, Shannon Campbell, Bailey Campbell, and Brian Crofts, he'd have probably just given you a wry smile.
But
so
remember,
fantastic drive from Philip.
Remember, that is on adjusted time. He hasn't physically passed all of those cars.
Yeah, and does he know, or has he got radio issues?
Here comes Levi Shirley out of Dodge City, Kansas, with Corey Nasso riding shotgun and that Eurofighter.
Yeah, and Levi Shirley holds in 8th position behind Shannon Campbell. So Levi just running a very consistent pace there. And that is our current number 2. That is Vaughn Gittin Jr. in his Bronco.
And Bucky 2.0.
And he's making his way down through mile marker 6.
There comes Hunter Sparrow. We just saw him riding with his wife, Kimberly Sparrow, in the 4800 Baranek Motorsports Legends class. We are an hour and 11 minutes into this 2-hour race before the white flag comes out. It is an 8-mile loop through the trees, through the hayfields, through the creeks. This has got a little bit of everything here to throw at you. We started this race in the rain, but now it's drying up a little bit. Is that our physical race leader?
I think that might be that might well have been Paul Wolf there.
And that UFO Joe Thompson built machine. Another absolute beautiful work of art. I was checking it out a little bit ago. He needs a new bumper. Last night during the Pro Rock knockout, when he won that race, he landed a little nose heavy and took a tumble, but was able to get it back going.
Yeah, I'll be honest, we were sitting there watching that, and I thought that he'd thrown the race away. Didn't realise that the finish point was actually just before he actually hit the deck. So he won that race in midair.
He jumped over the finish line. Yes, it was a fun little show last night. They had the jet skis doing backflips. He did something like 10 backflips in a row. It was a lot of fun to watch last night.
That was incredible.
Mid-America Outdoors is pulling out all the stops for the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza. Tomorrow is Nitro Cross and Nitro Circus. Lots of fun action yet to come. We have a little Barbie Jeep action tomorrow afternoon. And I hear horsepower. Is that our physical race leader, the Mid-America Outdoors ambassador, Paul Wolf?
I think it well could be.
It sure is. There he is on screen. Be coming through the Brannick Bowl.
And he'll be looking to complete his 5th lap.
Heading out for lap number 6. And there's Tad Dowker on screen. Paul Wolf's car physically looks good, sounds good, and he is moving out. We'll get a time split between him and Vaughn when we see Vaughn here in a little bit. Last lap around is a 2-minute, 8-second.
Yeah, watching Tad Dowker going through there, he's certainly not on the pace of Vaughn Gittin Jr. at the moment. It does look like that Vaughn is laying down the times right now.
And there's Paul Wolf, our physical race leader and on adjusted time, blowing by the Amsoil Hot Pits and Cade Rod, who he was battling so hard with early on in the race. I am very curious to see what happened to Cade. That was such a tough break. Everything looked good. Him and Paul were battling. He was all over Paul's bumper, pushing Paul, trying to make him give a little hiccup, but Paul kept strong, and something had with Cade Rod. So much fun, so much action. Well, the Amsoil Hot Pits have definitely been full of action today, so we'll be bringing you lots of updates with our Rugged Race Radios.
Yeah, we certainly will. There's so much going on here out there on track, and it's been a fantastic day. And as we continue with the action here, let's look back over the last few days of racing action. In the 4900 stock UTVs, Jason Woodford took the win. In the open 4900 UTVs,
it was Ian Dickey.
In the Pro Mod 4900 UTVs, look at this. This is Vaughn Ginn Jr. crossing the line. Now he'll remain in second place, but has he closed the gap? Yeah, I think he has. It looks like he's dropped down to within a minute.
Yeah, it looks like it's right at 40 seconds. Wow, what a great run. Vaughn Ginn Jr. is really stepping up the pace. Here's above Thunder Valley with our physical race leader, Mr. Paul Wolf, in that UFO as he takes a hard right. This is an uphill, little wide open section, and then he'll take a hard left around this tree and go down pinball. There is Chad Hunt right there on screen.
Okay, and we've got Pam Hall down in the pits, and she's got some news on the Fun Haver team. Pam, what have you got for us?
Hey guys, out here in the Amsoil Hot Pits, just had a conversation with Clint Keenan about Lauren and Vaughn. Lauren is out with a drive shaft issue. He said it twisted, so he's down by a hill that he was trying to go up where it twisted on him. Said Vaughn his mind's kind of boggled about it, not sure why that would happen, so they're going to go back and they're going to look at see what's going on with that. But Vaughn is running in that number 2 position, chasing down Paul Wolf. So it's been an amazing race so far for the Fun Haver team with Vaughn. Back to you.
Thank you, Pam. Lauren Healy with a bent drive shaft. Tough break there. Did it too much horsepower, just twist it, or you ding it with a rock and compromise it? Who knows?
Yeah, that's the usual thing that happens. But don't forget, this is an IFS IRS car, so he doesn't really have those kind of shafts, that's very interesting. So we're talking about a final drive shaft. In that case, that's the one that goes from the differential to the wheel hub itself. And if he's twisted one of those, that's very impressive.
He is on Portal's.
Depressive if you're actually Lauren Healy.
Yeah, that car is on Portal's front and rear, so the ground clearance is amazing, but just that much more moving parts.
There is that much more moving parts, but the Portal hubs actually protect the drive shafts by being a near 50% reduction, so you get actually less torque at the drive shaft. So it'd be very interesting to find out what's been going on there. But this new technology comes risk. And that's the risk that they have to embrace. And this looks like this might be Tad Dowker making his way down across the raceline start-finish.
And on adjusted time, he's still in that 3rd position. So Tad Dowker has a great run going for him. He's got a great season. He's had some really good finishes lately.
Yeah, he has. I'm just looking there. He seems to be just slipping away from Vaughn. Let's not forget, he did actually get ahead of Vaughn Ginn Jr., but we're just watching Tad Dowker coming through the water section at mile marker 6, and he just didn't seem to have that same kind of pace that we saw from Vaughn just a few moments earlier. But you can see now we've got a heat haze in the background. The weather is changing so fast here in Jay, Oklahoma. Earlier we had rain. Now looking up in the skies, we have blue skies and sunshine.
We're bringing you a lot of action from the Can-Am desk, but it sounds like Pam Hall is back down in the Amsoil Hot Pits with Waylon Campbell. So we're going to throw it down to Pam Hall. What do you got for us?
Hey guys, I'm out here in the Amsoil Hot Pits with Waylon Campbell. This is not where we like to see you, but here we are. You are having some issues with your water lines. Give us a little update of what was going on out there.
Yeah, so first lap was going really good, and I ended up popping a water line. It dumped all the water out of the cooler. Luckily, right here in the pit, it spiked to about 250 degrees. And I've been fighting oil pressure problems the whole week, so I just had to call it.
Well, your brother-in-law was just now behind us during our interview, and I know that your mind was probably there right now. I could see it in your eyes. But Brian, Bailey, and your dad are all running 5, 6, and 7 right now. That's got to feel pretty good. We were just discussing that it would be better if it was 1, 2, and 3, and you 3 out there. But they're running a great race. Do they have any strategies out there that you know of that's going on?
As far as I know, they're just trying to keep it together. Obviously, my dad's a wild card. You never know what he's going to do. He puts on a show. But I hope they keep their stuff together and make it to the finish line.
Well, it's a bummer that you're out here in the hot pits, but here we are talking to you, and I know that you want to get back to that in case somebody else comes in. So thanks for taking the time.
Absolutely. You guys have a good day.
Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Pam. That's good. Always good to hear from you, so thank you for that. Now, the interesting thing there was Brian Cross pulling in the pits behind. What were they taking off that car?
They didn't do much. He was in and out in about 5-6 seconds, so I missed what happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it was. They seem to be wrestling something off the hood. Maybe I can only surmise or guess. Maybe it was some kind of strap or something like that, and they were just removing it out of the way.
And it looked like his pits were not ready for him either. So I don't know what's going on there. This looks like Chade and Caden Hunt coming through, the number 456.
Now, Chad Hunt's running a great pace, but unfortunately, I think he is a lap down on everybody at the moment. But he's got to keep pushing because the
attrition is starting to set in.
Exactly. We've already seen a great many cars that are already out of this race.
Yeah, just think of the big names that are already out. Lauren Healy, Waylon Campbell, Cade Rod. Keep on pushing.
Yeah, absolutely. And the kind of pace he's running at the moment, he's staying up alongside. I'm just trying to find out what his last lap was there. And I'm just having a look right there. Yeah, no, I mean, he's putting him down 16:19s. I mean, that is a fast lap there from Chad Hunt. We're looking at 14:19s from Vaughn Keaton Jr. and a 14:09 from Paul Wolfe. So they are speeding things up and they are getting fast. And still the action keeps coming here at the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am. We are here at the Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma, USA. For Ultra 4 Racing 4400 Classic as Phil McGlinton makes his way down through mile marker 6. And Phil McGlinton is putting on a fantastic race right now. Started in 23 position, managed to make his way all the way up into 5th place.
We have been racing for an hour and 21 minutes, so about 40 minutes or so, the white flag will be flying. This is a 2 hour plus a white flag, one more lap. It's going to be a great day of racing for the 2023 Can-Am Visions Extravaganza for the Ultra 4 USA Grand Finale.
And Bailey Campbell should be joining us in a minute. She should be coming up through the Brannock bump.
So I'm getting an update from John Rance that Brian's comms are down, so he pulled in, had us pull a broken winch motor off. The hood is gone, winch is broken into pieces, so that's what's going on there. It sounds like
stuff.
Bailey Campbell has a flat tire, so she'll be coming in the Amsoil hot pits as well. There it is, a left rear flat tire. Thank you, Levi Metzger, for the little update, and John Rance. So Waylon will be jumping in, helping his sister in the Amsoil hot pits. Lots of action going on down there, Jim.
Now, will they know that Bailey's going to be coming in? Are the radios down?
Looks like they're ready for him. Campbells have teamed up with Mud Nut Racing. So we're going to do a quick tire change and go. All hands on deck. And that's Wayland on the top right of your screen, jumping on top of the car.
Yeah, it looked like he was looking for the aerial. It looks like the aerial is missing.
The antenna.
Aerial.
You call us a lot of funny things, buddy.
Hey, we invented this language.
And it sounds like we have our one and only Pam Hall down there. We'll get a check with her in just a little bit while we're changing the tire for Bailey Campbell. Pam Hall, what do you have for us down there in the Amsoil hot pits?
Hey guys, we just talked to Waylon Campbell and we were talking about how his sister came through and they saw that they had a left rear flat. They are in right now changing the tire, making sure they get it all buttoned back up because she is running in that 6th position. So brothers out here helping out. Bailey's in the car, just making sure everything is good. They do a walk around when they do come in, but having this left rear flat, and that seems to be the tire that most people have been having an issue with out here this weekend. But they're getting her all buttoned back up. They'll get her back on the race course. So Miles and Jim, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. And that was a nice fast stop there by the Campbell crew, and Bailey Campbell is back out on track. Now, it's been very interesting. We were talking about this earlier, Miles. We were talking about this earlier. About tire
You've been
degradation.
talking about all sorts of things. What do you mean talking about what?
Well, it's very interesting how we're seeing fewer flat tyres in this main 4400 race than we did in the limited races earlier. And that's the difference in tyre technology between a DOT tyre and a full race tyre.
And like you were saying earlier, the sidewalls actually have more reinforcement on these race tires.
Yes, they do, but they can't have so much reinforcement that they don't flex. And that is our current race leader. That is Paul Wolf.
And he is still pushing hard right there at mile marker number 6.
He is indeed. We have around about 45 minutes remaining in this race. And coming into shot now, three-time king Shannon Campbell.
And from Whalen himself, there's the wild card. You never know what Shannon's going to do. He is a wild man for sure.
He is. He crosses the line. And he is in a sick position right now. And he will be catching Bailey, his daughter, who's just come into the pits. Oh, look at this, though. I can see it on our line.
I don't know if this is. There you go, we're back. My bad. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2023 RC Racing at Visions Off-Road, brought to you by A-Main Hobbies and HPI Racing. We are back, and yes, the track is looking pretty good. Not completely dry, 100%, but pretty much dry. couple of little wet spots in there across the way, but they've already had an e-car out there, and everything looked pretty good. The car came back pretty clean, so we are ready to rip, and that was some 30 minutes ago. Hello, I'm Ken Stout, and sitting alongside is Mike Garrison, Scotty Ernst down there in the pits, chatting with some people as well to find out what's going to happen here. If you're just joining us, we have been on a fairly lengthy rain delay. Unfortunately, got rained on, and then it started to dry out, and we were really close to going racing, and then, of course, it rained again. So, but the sun is now out. It is hot. It is also humid. So conditions have changed drastically. Yes, this is the 2023 Visions RC at Visions Off-Road. Plenty of our sponsors as well. We want to thank them, A-Main Hobbies, HPI Racing, Tecan, VP Fuels, Team Associated, and Lifetime. So back here ready to go. We've got a lot of racing to do, and we're going to try to jam it into 2.5 hours. We think we can get it all done, but we are going to rip here, line them up, and turn them loose. And with more on what we're going to see here today, let's get it down to Scotty. Scotty, what's the theme, man? What's everybody thinking down there?
All right, thank you very much, guys. We're here trackside, getting ready to roll again. The cars are starting to roll out of the pit line, and these guys are ready to go at it. Mother Nature, she's always the boss. Caused a little bit of rain, got the track pretty wet, but Joey and Aaron from the Dirt Crew did their magic, got it ready to run. But the last 20, 25 minutes, we've had sunshine, so they're locked and loaded, ready to go for our first raid here of Invite. Back to you, Ken and Mike.
Thanks a lot, Scotty. Appreciate that. Yes, some cars already out here on the track. The clock is already counting there in terms of the warm-up session. 15 laps in distance. We already had them out here on the track, and the rain came out. Immediately, everybody jumped off of the track. Mike, you touched on it real briefly. The electronics in these cars are exposed, so the last thing they wanted to do is get these cars wet. So everybody got them off there, and they've had plenty of time to prep them, maybe make a couple of changes. I chatted with Dakota Fend a little bit. He thought primarily tire might open some things up there just a little bit, but other than that, he felt like everything else would be pretty much the same.
Yeah, it looks like the track conditions have changed a little bit, but not near as much as I thought they were going to when we first saw the rain move in. I think, like you say, Joey and Aaron and the Dirt Track crew doing a fantastic job. You can see, though, those outside lines out there where the kind of fluff is and all that, that is pretty wet, especially right here. We're looking at Mayfield as he takes that inside right there. If you head a little bit wide there, that's pretty sticky, and that traction is going to be real easy to get out there and flip a car upside down. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays a part in this one. There, you see Mayfield
that area of the
wild.
track. You've talked about it a couple times. I brought it up to the guys down there as well. I also brought up is that something you would adjust the dampers for, knowing you're landing so hard, the rebound is bouncing the car back up in the air. You have to immediately make that right-hand turn. But pretty much the consensus is, as we anticipated, was if we adjust for that, it'll hurt us everywhere else. So it's just something that they're going to have to learn how to deal with, and hopefully better than anybody else. It might also open up a passing opportunity, and we're talking about that section right there.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be, I think, a make-or-break section here for all of our classes. We've already seen some of the drivers in the open and sportsman classes struggle with it, and even in our invite class as well. And as you can see, their warm-up clock is winding down. These drivers getting ready to line up on the front straight. This order lineup here is simply by pill draw. It is at random. And whoever wins this invite race today will start our invite main tomorrow in the number 1 spot.
Yeah, so and let's touch on this real briefly because it might be a bit different than they typically format these things, but they did a pill draw. The pill draw will determine the starting spot for all 3 of the Invite Nitro Buggy heats that will happen here today, and then depending on how they finish in each one of those heats will determine their starting position for the A-mains tomorrow.
That's right. So we got some big money on the line, of course, this weekend here at Visions RC. However, no money up for grabs here in these heat races. This is just for starting positions tomorrow. Tomorrow's main event races, that's where all the money comes into play for these invite guys. But now our open guys that we saw earlier, like Camden Lime, as they qualify, if they're a top qualifier out of the rounds of qualifying today, they do get that $1,000 check, and they're going to the invite class. So money's still up for grabs in the open class today.
Yeah, for sure. And to elaborate once again on this pill draw, the reason they do it the way they do it is they want to make sure everybody has a fair chance at winning their heat race, meaning everybody will start at the front of one of the 3 heat races at some point in time. They'll all start in the middle, and they'll all start in the back at one point in time. So they've made it as fair as absolutely possible so everybody has a shot at the big money in the A-mains tomorrow. Okay, as you can see, we're about ready to go here. They're going to do the drop, and it is showtime Here we go. Invite Nitro Buggy Heat Race #1. The best in the world are going at it.
Well, it's starting out front. It's going to be Ty Tessman. Of course, Ty Tessman, former IFMAR world champion. He is definitely a force to be reckoned with here this weekend. Of course, one of the world's best. He's got Spencer Rivkin right there behind him and Ryan Mayfield in that number 3 spot. We look back at last year. Remember, Rivkin and Tessman had a little bit of a scuffle last year on the racetrack.
Yeah, a couple of guys actually, and doing exactly what we thought this track might do. You can see everybody lined up nose to tail. I did chat with a couple of the guys. They said passing's going to be a bit difficult because everybody can run within a couple of tenths of each other. So we'll see how things shake down here. As you mentioned before, Ty Tessman, so solid here. The former world champ's been racing for some 18 years. 2023 MAO-sponsored Dirt Nitro Challenge champion as well. So great to have him out here, and he is leading the pack around. Everybody knows the tail right now. A couple of bumps there in the middle of this track. We'll see how they upset the cars and if they create some opportunities.
Yeah, Spencer Rivkin running that number 2 spot. No surprise there. Dakota Finn starting in the back of the pack. He set some of the fastest laps we saw in that practice session earlier this morning. However, he's got a lot of work cut out for him here on this one. And this track is going to be tough to make up time. So for Dakota, even with the faster lap times, he's got a lot of work ahead of him starting in the back like that.
Ryan Mayfield is there in 3rd place as we watch them all clear that big jump. Of course, Mayfield, former ranked number 1 in the world. Actually, when we came here last year, he was ranked number 1 in the world. Currently ranked number 3, ranked number 1 in the U.S. And he's up there looking for a spot. He just gets it right there. Beautiful job, man. Opened up the entry there to that turn. I saw Rivkin do that a couple of times, and you cannot do that with a Mayfield behind you.
Absolutely not. Those guys, good friends off the track, obviously on the track. These are all harsh competitors. Jared Wiggins in the number 4 spot, our winner from last year here in the Invite Division, sitting in 4th. Mason Fuller up in the number 5 spot. Taking a look there, Ty Tessman gaining a little bit of track there on Mayfield, the number 2 spot. Rivkin in 3rd. Wiggins starting to close the gap up on Rivkin just a little bit.
Yeah, and it looks to me like Mayfield driving away from Rivkin just a little bit as well. Obviously, in the midst of making that pass, you're going to lose a little bit of ground. Curious if we can see him close up here on our leader, Ty Tessman. We saw it in the lap times before. It looked like Mayfield was a couple of tenths off from some of the quicker lap times, but with a couple of hours off and time to make adjustments, he'll be right in the hunt.
Yeah, and I tell you what, look at the lap times right now. As you mentioned there, a 27.4 is fast lap for Ty Tessman. Mayfield fast lap at 27.4 as well. Rivkin's fast lap at 27.5. Fast lap of the race actually set right now, and that time by Ryan Mayfield, a 27.1. 0.3 of a second faster than our second fastest driver on the track. So Mayfield is on a move here as he tries to catch up to Ty Tessman.
And, of course, these two got a little heated 1 year ago. So
yes.
It was actually more than a little heated. That was certainly documented well, so we'll find out how things go. I mean, it happens in racing, right?
Some reality TV drama going on right there last year. Good stuff. Back on the track together again. Maybe will we see a retaliation, perhaps?
We'll see. I think it's all about earning that spot right now. It looked to me like Mayfield missed the center of that one turn there just a little bit, had to breathe it. But he was definitely closing the gap there from where he was. He has pulled up nicely. I don't know if he's got enough there to make the pass, but he's certainly right there, and that's what you want to do, right? If nothing else, create a lot of pressure.
Absolutely. Try to put the pressure on, and I tell you what, though, Ty Tessman, he is a tough one. He's as cold as ice when it comes to trying to break him on pressure, and Mayfield and these guys have all raced together for a long time. Looks like Rivkin may be closing back up just a little bit. Saw some chaos there in the back of the pack. Thing to take note of here with only 7 laps to go, Dakota Finn has only worked his way up into the number 8 spot, and he still has some of the fastest laps on the track. That makes me think, I tell you, the guys that are starting in the back on tomorrow's main events, that's going to be tough for them to get back up at the front. So
yeah, exactly what those guys said. It's going to be a tough track to pass on when all the lap times are pretty close. And Rivkin, closing up the gap here on Mayfield as well. We watch them work their way around here. There's one left-hander where I think Mayfield's, Rivkin unfortunately into the tube there cost him. But Mayfield is entering a little bit tight, a little bit early, if you will, and Tessman is right there. So right there he opened it up. So Mayfield opened up that line just a little bit and carried more speed through there. But Tessman had been beating him through there every single lap, and now Mayfield's figuring that out as well.
I'd be curious to see their tire choice as well for the next round for these guys, because just between the time the race this race started and now, the track has changed tremendously. We're already getting some dust on top. You can see it's starting to get a little bit more slick. The traction's starting to go away just a bit in the main line. So I'm curious whether they change compounds heading into round 2 or not. These two guys seem to have it figured out the best, though, as they start stretching out on the rest of the field. 4 laps left to go here for Ty Tessman.
Yeah, Tessman has that one corner, man. He runs it so well. And he really gets off the bottom of the turn well and then drives it out. A couple more here to go, and we'll see if he can pull it out one more time. And then Mayfield spends the rest of the lap catching him. So right in here, he just drives away from him every single time, carries good speed to that left-hander, and then Mayfield spends the rest of the lap catching back up.
Yeah, 3 laps left to go. New fast lap on the track. It's a 27 flat by the legendary Jared Tebow. Driving the Miyako car on his retirement tour here. This is his final year in full-time. Oh, did you see Mayfield
right there? Man. He was thinking about it. He is right
Mayfield
there twice. So the pressure now starting to work, I think.
Yeah, Mayfield gave him a little lunge there in the corner to let him know, I'm here. I'm waiting for you to leave the door open, make the slightest mistake with 2 laps to go. Mayfield is he's not afraid to get aggressive if he needs to. He's going to try and set him up as he comes back into the center section here.
He was ready for an outside in on both of those turns right there, but Tessman kept it tight.
Here it comes right here. Oh, not quite close enough.
Yeah, right there. Great battle there. Ooh. Oh, man, that was close. And that's how close the passes are going to have to be, man. You're going to have to stuff it underneath somebody to get it done.
Well, this is going to be their last lap right here. Mayfield's going all or nothing. Here they come off the drop-off. Keep an eye on him right here. Oh, they collide.
He was right behind him, had nowhere to go. So Tessman's small mistake also gathered up Mayfield, and that'll probably wrap things up here for this final lap.
That mistake actually worked in favor, I think, for Ty. I think he's probably better off making that mistake.
I don't want to speak too soon here. One more like that, and Mayfield will make him pay, but looks like he might be able to hang on here. Still ripping.
Looks like, I believe that last time around was their last time across the line. So Ty Tessman going to take invite round number 1 here for our qualifying. Ryan Mayfield 2nd, Mason Fuller 3rd, Jared Tebow 4th, Spencer Rivkin 5th. A good run for all those drivers there. So Ty Tessman, tomorrow's invite main event number 1. He will be starting first. Ryan Mayfield will be starting 2nd. Mason Fuller starting 3rd. Jared Tebow started 11th on the grid in that one, worked his way all the way up to 4th. Spencer Rivkin fell back into the number 5 spot.
Yeah, and you mentioned Tebow there. He did have the quickest lap of that event with a 27 flat. Just to put that in reference, before the rain, we saw some lap times down in the 26-second zone. So the track will no doubt come in a little bit more before all things are said and done here as we take a look at our MAO Racing unofficial results. Ty Tessman up top, Ryan Mayfield providing plenty of pressure, Mason Fuller there in 3rd, Jared Tebow from the 11 hole, as you can see there, all the way up to 4th, and Spencer Rivkin, who was up front early on, ends up inside of the top 5. Camden Line, 6th place finish right there after bumping in.
Yep. He wasn't kidding when he said, I've got what it takes, and I'm here to show him. There he was.
All right, let's get it down to Scotty Ernst.
Thank you, guys. We're here with Ty Tessman coming off his first win of the weekend. That was just that was a hot sprint.
Yeah, for sure. You're going as fast as you can for the whole time, and I mean, if you make a mistake, you really can't make up any time. Mayfield made up a little bit of time on me. I blew a couple corners, but just trying to make sure I don't make a mistake in the front. That's the worst thing you can do is throw away a lead, so I just tried to maintain it. But yeah, it's going to be a full-on sprint every time. I don't think you're going to be able to pass unless you really get aggressive, which could be interesting later in the weekend.
Absolutely. Now with the rain delay and everything we had, how much different is the track from earlier this morning till this afternoon?
It's gotten a little bit tackier, actually. The front straightaway is a little bit rougher. My car handled it good the whole time. Towards the end, it seemed like I lost a little bit of grip, but I think everybody kind of did once it dried out. So maybe see if we can make some adjustments to the car to band-aid that. But yeah, my car's been working great the whole weekend. Just happy to get a win under my belt and get a good starting spot for tomorrow.
All right, best of luck to you. Good job.
Thank you. I just want to thank all my sponsors for all the great support over the years, my family for always sticking behind me, and most importantly, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
All right, thank you, champ.
Thanks.
All right, there's Ty Tessman. He's been around the block a long, long time. Getting a draw, it was a pill draw, basically. He got the number 1 starting spot, and he took full advantage of it, taking the win. That's going to put him on pole for final number 1 tomorrow. Back to the studio, Ken and Mike.
Thanks a lot, Scotty. That's exactly right. And that heat race there was for starting positions in A main number 1 tomorrow. And if you can win the A main, that's $1,500 hit. If you can win the overall, it's $5,000 hit. If you can clean sweep, it's a much bigger hit.
Yes, I tell you what, these guys have an opportunity to take a whole lot of money home here from this weekend, and now we're getting ready to head into our race number 1.
So, a little highlights reel here from heat race number 1. It was a great pass there that we saw Mayfield make on Rivkin, and then slowly worked his way back up to Ty Tessman, creating a lot of pressure. Could have stuffed him right there and checked up just a little bit. Tessman with a small mistake, but it collected Mayfield as well. Worked out for Tessman and ended up winning that one. So he'll start on the pole, as Scotty just mentioned a moment ago, on A-Main number 1 tomorrow. Great stuff. Plenty more racing yet to come here from MAO. Thanks for joining us. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back on the other side here at the 2023 RC Racing at Visions Off-Road.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us. AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since.
And welcome back to the 2023 RC Racing at Visions Off-Road. One heat race in here for the Nitro category to set up A-Main tomorrow. It was Ty Tessman that came out here and threw down early on. Had the lead from the start and hung on to it. Plenty of pressure provided by Ryan Mayfield, who also made a really, really nice pass there on Rivkin. So it gave us an idea. Spencer Rivkin, very solid, but opened up the door just a little bit. And Mayfield made him pay, and that's what they're going to have to do here if they're going to make a pass. We heard that from Tessman as well. He thinks to make a pass, and you're going to have to get aggressive out here. And you don't want to crash somebody, but sometimes wheel to wheel is what it is. If you've opened it up enough for them to get up beside you, you better get ready.
Yeah, and then as we get set to go here, this is our second round of qualifying. We're getting set to go here with our Sportsman Nitro buggy drivers. These drivers run a more traditional race format here for these guys. Dylan Bontrager, Michael Forrest, Francis Sosing, Bruce Burnham, Nicholas Logan, Garrett Parker, Blake Remington. It looks like these drivers all getting on the clock. And this time around, Round 2 of qualifying, race number 1. We've got 2 more, this round and 1 more to go. We got 3 total rounds of qualifying, so we'll see our invite drivers again 2 more times here today in the Nitro class. We'll also see a lot of those drivers up again in our Open e-buggy class. A lot of the invite Nitro drivers running the Open class. And, of course, after this, we'll see our Open Nitro buggy class, where those drivers will try to set the fastest qualifying time for the round, and those who do will move on to the invite class.
So good stuff, all about seat time, right? I mean, you want to get as much as you can. Even the pros understand that, and they'll take advantage anywhere they can.
If you could guarantee yourself in a perfect world that you could enter the Open class, run to the final round, and then move up to invite and get yourself as much track time as possible, that might be the way to go, but I don't know you want to take that risk.
The one caveat to that, if I'm thinking about this correctly, is if you're the last bump in, you don't get a chance at any of the heat races. Consequently, you would start at the very back.
Ooh, that's true. I didn't think about that. You are correct, yeah.
So if you bump in, as we saw Camden Lyon, he got in that first heat race, so he'll have a 6th place starting spot in that first A. So, yeah, you want to. That's the advantage of trying to bump in as soon as possible. But in terms of track time, yes, it's another way to look at it.
Well, we're off and running here in this one. 2 minutes, 10 seconds down, 3 minutes 50 to go. Michael Forrest going to be out for, nope, take that back. Dylan Bottreger taking over the lead that time by with a 12 at a 6:03. That's 12 laps in 6 minutes, 3 seconds here in their qualified session for our Sportsman Nitro Buggy class.
Yeah, and Dylan had a good run going a little bit earlier in here today as well. Michael Forrest now bumping up there just a little bit more, literally by 0.08 of a second. A 12.603.108 versus a 0.186. So it shows you how close they are here already. So, yep, no worries. And Scotty's going to work in here and check out his mic. We've been battling a little glitch in that.
Audio check, 1, 2, 3.
And clearly still there, so electronics, they're always throwing curveballs out here. It's just the nature of the beast, it seems like.
Well, Dylan working his way around here. Our race leader in the green and pink dropping down there. Going to be coming up on some traffic here. Dylan right now has got the fastest lap on the track at 28.7. About a 2-second difference from our Sportsman division per lap in our invite division, running in the 26s. These guys running about the 28s.
Yeah, and to put it in perspective, the Sportsmans would probably beat 95% of the rest of the world. Like, if you had to go, I don't know about you, you're probably in the game, but if I had to go out there, they would destroy me. I wouldn't be even close. So we're certainly not knocking these guys, but this is where the next level, if you will, before you get to that Open category, and then up to the ranked drivers.
Well, prime example, it doesn't seem like that long ago we were at the Nitro Challenge and we see Fee Long win in the Sportsman class. Now he's running in the invite, and he's a threat to win this whole thing this weekend. So, I mean, in a matter of time, these guys catch on very quickly and take their racing to a whole new level. So Dylan Bottreger, he's on the right track to do so here this weekend as he's looking for another top qualifying position at Sportsman. Oh, double trouble there.
Yeah, that one really cost him right there. And once again, for those watching on, if you're not familiar with it, I certainly understand your predicament, but this is not what I would call traditional qualifying in terms of whoever lays down the quickest lap. This is a combined effort for the total length of the session of 5 minutes, so take all the laps you can possibly run. Whoever can run the most in the shortest amount of time will be your overall number one.
Yeah, it's a bit of a confusing process for qualifying. Once you get it figured out, it makes sense. But trying to explain it or trying to figure it out for the first time.
Yeah, trying to explain it's a little more difficult than it really is. I mean, it's a great way of going about it. It's certainly just as, I think, honestly, it's a better representation of who was best in the session rather than just quickest for one lap.
Well, and as we're saying that, Dylan Bottreger, he has actually covered both cases because he's got the fastest lap on the track, single fastest lap, and he's got the best pace right now, which is what really matters. He's on a 13 at a 6-minute 25-second place run. Sosing in that number 2 spot, Logan in third. Now Michael Forrest back out to the number 3 spot. With only 25 seconds left to go here in this race, we're watching our race leader as he comes down the front straight. Onto that right-hand side, into the tricky drop-off section right here.
Oh, really nice job. You see how good that car reacted right there?
Dylan's really...
The damper setup must be really good for that particular area.
Dylan's had a pretty near flawless race here.
Yeah, he kind of missed the next couple of turns, but...
Announcer's curse.
Ah! Oh, nice wall grind. Tube grind in this.
Yeah.
A little wide. Got up there in the fluff, put it on the bike, then stuffed it into the next jump. I mean, when it goes wrong, it dominoes, and then you can do that.
Looks like, I believe, Dylan may be finished up here. His clock has expired, so he's going to finish up 12 at a 6:04. So 12 laps, 6 minutes, 4 seconds. We only have one heat of Sportsman Nitro Buggy, so Dylan is going to be your round number 2 top qualifier here for our Sportsman division.
Congrats to him. Nice job. I thought that was me out there driving for a moment. that one that was flipping across the infield.
There you see the drivers all come into the pit lane. I'm interested to see what the tire choice is going to be here as the track starts to dry out, get a little dust on it once again. Our qualifying results there: Dylan Montrager first, Michael Forrest second, John Cayley is third, Francis Sosing fourth, Nicholas Logan rounding out your top 5, followed by Remington, Burnham, Parker, Robinson, and Womack.
Congrats to those drivers. Yeah, kind of curious to see where they will go here as well. And once again saw Dakota down there prepping tires. That's what he was doing. Looks like the big track is starting to dry up as well. Saw some of the Class 11 cars out there when the track was wet. If you're not familiar with those, they are bone stock VW Bugs, and one of them was doing his best to get up to the top of that turn. It wasn't working out so well, but so it goes.
Yeah, all sorts of action here this weekend from Mid-America. Of course, we got the Nitro Cross crew back there, and you saw them getting on the track, getting there. I believe their practice sessions are today, getting some track time for them as well.
We're going to let Scotty try his mic here one more time.
Check 1 2. Mic test 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic
about
test
that?
1.
Nice stuff. That sounds good, Scotty. Much better than what we had there before. I don't know if we'll have time to catch up with Dylan, if he might have already bugged out there or not. Quickest in that last Sportsman Nitro Buggy heat.
Got to send a quick text there before he gets racing.
Yeah, well, so it goes. Maybe checking time and scoring. Checking the stock market.
That's
see how
right.
Things are going.
Yeah.
I can tell you how mine's doing. I don't even have to look.
Sportsman E-Buggy coming up next here. So we just saw our Sportsman Nitro division. This is going to be our Sportsman E-Buggy class.
And really what you're looking at there is some of the Travis Pastrana Nitro cars, the Nitro rally cars that will be out here competing tomorrow. This is a practice day for them, a couple of different divisions, but some 1,000 horsepower electric cars will be out there getting it done, putting on a great show here tomorrow. We'll also be out here tomorrow, obviously, with our RC event, the 3 A mains, along with the open category and sportsman categories as well. So we'll be battling for all the big money. Don't know if I mentioned that since we've come back here after the rain delay, but $30,000 up for grabs. We talked about the winner getting $5,000. If you can clean sweep it, it's $1,500 a race for each one of those A mains. That would add to it. There's also a bonus. I believe it's either $5,000 or $5,500. So at the end of the day, if somebody has a brilliantly good day, better part of $15,000 in your pocket, that's a pretty good day for RC racing for sure. And a nice payout throughout the other positions as well, you know, to hand some money out to the rest of this field. So super cool to come out here and watch them throw down for the big money.
Absolutely. And as we were just talking about, ironically, the cars that were headed out there on the course, the rally cars, those are the E-cars. So the electric rally cars, we saw the Vermont Sports Car Team, their driver, Connor Martell, taking the track. And as they send out their E-cars, we get set to send out our E-cars. Our electric buggies are getting set to take the track for Sportsman E-Buggy.
They were giving us a nice shot of that Barbie Jeep downhill as well. And
you're going to enter that, right?
No, not sober.
I just.
I don't know. You might not even be allowed to enter.
I was going to say, Brittany here in our studio just told us it's $1,200 to win.
Oh.
Does this count as a Barbie Jeep?
That's great, Mike. If you're not familiar with Mike, he has a great sense of humor. He's in a wheelchair, unfortunately, but he just pointed at the wheelchair and says, does this count as a Barbie Jeep? So that's good
I'm going
stuff,
down
man.
the hill.
I'm glad you can laugh at it anyways, right? If nothing else, laugh. So good stuff here. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. And we're back here at Mid-America Outdoors, MAO, as we refer to it, for the 2023 RC Racing of Visions Off-Road. Brought to you by A-Main Hobbies and HPI Racing. Ken Stout and Mike Garrison sitting alongside, and Scotty Ernst roaming around on the driver's platform as we continue on here. Sportsman E-Buggy Heat Race number 2 coming out. We have the Nitro cars out here just a moment ago. Time now for the E-Cars. Chatting with some of the guys over there as well. It does appear as though the E-Cars. I think we lost Mike there for just a moment, but checked in with some of the guys. The E-Cars are just a little bit heavier than the Nitro cars, but pretty much the same application to the setup applies. It's not significant enough. As we wind down our warm-up section here, 10 seconds left to go, and then we will start the 5-minute clock. Q2.
Good shot there under pit lane there. Everybody's trying to stay in the shade. As we are off and underway here for Sportsman E-Buggy. Race number 3. Let these drivers get a couple laps in here. We'll see where they shake themselves out to be. Dylan Bontrager in that last one for Nitro Buggy. He is back up in the E-Buggy, so he's running back-to-back. And we're looking at Dylan right now. Can Dylan go back-to-back TQ? We are about to find out here. Here he comes down the front stretch onto the right-hand side. Dylan, oh, that was close. Just about catching the corner marshal there in the back of the leg.
Oh, nice inside move there to stay out of the wreck and then tag the tube, unfortunately.
So Dylan running back-to-back. He hangs the Nitro car up, heads right back up with the electric car. And it looks like we'll see where he's at when he comes around here this time by. Michael Forrest going to be out front early on here with an early 29.4. Nicholas Logan. There's Dylan up in the number 3 spot. Dylan looking for a double TQ here in round 2. We'll see if he can do it in the electric class. Ken, you can see the dust on the track really starting to pick up. And these guys losing traction heading into the corners.
As I mentioned to you when I came back in, I mean, the sun full out right now. I mean, it is hammering hard, so it's going to dry up very quickly. It's going to change very quickly. Much like big car racing, the anticipation of what the track is going to do is what the really good guys are able to do, so they can anticipate what setup they need in that car to be fast towards the end. It is definitely blowing off here very, very quickly, so no question. And I think about the time between races now. As you talked about running a couple of different categories, a couple of different classes, these guys have to have these cars ready to rip immediately if they're going to run a back-to-back race here or very close to a back-to-back race. So they're not going to have much time here in this accelerated format on the back half of today. We have to be done by 5 o'clock. That is Central Time, by the way, because the off-road races start here out of this same truck. So it is a hard out here at 5 o'clock, but they're going to try to get everything done. If we do miss something for some reason, they'll tag it on to tomorrow. We'll get it all in.
Yeah, and I'd be curious to know, watching Dylan Bontrager right now, he is out front leading the way. He was in that last race with his nitro car. Now he had to flip over to the e-buggy. There's a very short window there. I'd be curious to know if in between that time, did he change tires on his e-buggy? Did he pick up anything from the nitro car that he wanted to change on the e-buggy before he got out there in this one? But looks like whatever he did or whatever he didn't do has got it handled, as he is out front leading once again, the only driver to get down the 28-second lap range. 28.6 for Dylan right now. He's on an 11-lap run at a 5-minute, 23-second pace.
Oh. Up and over, and that car, in that particular case, just did not fly necessarily properly. Typically, you see him fly nice and level, but that one was nose high. That step down that we keep talking about.
Only a minute 45 left to go here in this one for these drivers. It's Bontrager, Logan, Forrest, Callies, and Sosing, your top 5. Johnson, Crane, Bell, Parker, Burnham, Womack, and Robeson. Oh, trouble there. I thought that was your race leader. That was not.
Yeah, that corner is really rutted up there a bit and getting rougher by the minute, it seems to be, so something they'll have to pay attention to. I've seen that happen a couple times. It seemed to me like they were a lane wider. He was pretty much in the race groove and kind of bit him.
I've noticed a few spots on the track. Really, the only damage that looks like that the rain really did is maybe where the track crew had to step out on the track and basically left footprints and
oh, interesting. Yes.
Pulled dirt up, and may have been a small hole at first, but once the cars start hitting it and stuff, it starts chunking out, and that's the only major difference that I'm really noticing from the rainstorm earlier today.
When they talked about sweeping the track, and that's what they did, they broomed out some of those puddles. I almost wondered if the broom would kind of groom the track to some degree, maybe smooth out some of those ruts, but certainly did not think about the footprints where they were squishing down in there. You'll start in the middle and work your way backwards, right?
So Bontrager right now, he is out on a good pace here in this one. As you mentioned, coming off the drop-off, he's got a fantastic line is set up on point there, as he is out front right now by 7 seconds over Nicholas Logan in second. John Callie's in the number 3 spot. Bontrager, fast lap of the race at 28.6. Only driver on 11-lap run here in this one as well.
Yeah, it's starting to show some real consistency, of course, as you talked about before, with near back-to-back sessions here. He can dial this thing in just a little bit, but really watching his line, I mean, he's very consistent. There's a couple of areas where I see the pros that stay hard on the throttle, and it seems like he breathes it just a little bit. Nice rotation right here, but coming through there, right there, he breathes it just a little bit. That might have been where he got up on the bike there before as well, but the pros are coming through that left-hander on the pipe.
As he makes his way back around, looks like time has expired. This is going to be his final time around. Nicholas Logan going to be taking second. John Caley's taking third. Dylan on his victory lap right now. He's going to be the only driver to get 11 laps. So double TQ, top qualifier in our Sportsman Nitro division and top qualifier in our Sportsman E-Buggy division. Back-to-back for him right here in round number 2. Fantastic round there for Dylan Bontrager.
That is awesome. Look at pit road there once again.
Francis Sosing will finish in 5, Brian Johnson 6, Jeff Crane in 7. I need those 7 drivers.
Qualifying results here, courtesy of MAO Racing, with Dylan Bontrager up there, up top. Nicholas Logan, John Callies, Michael Forrest, and Francis Sosing, all there inside of the top 5. Dylan doing a great job, as you talked about, qualifying number 1 in both sportsman divisions. So really good effort there.
I noticed Francis, he's keeping busy this weekend as well, not only on the racetrack, but he's walking around with a camera taking some pretty cool pictures he's been posting on Facebook of some of these guys as well. So.
Oh, I missed that one earlier. That was a great replay. Not great for those two
guys,
but it was
great,
very entertaining
great for us.
to watch. That looked like me driving that one over there. So good stuff out here. Talented RC racers for sure, even in our sportsman division. And, of course, it's only going to get better and faster from there. A lot of great racing yet to come here at our 2023 RC Racing at Visions Off-Road. Cool-looking car. Spoke with Dakota a little bit about the rear wing. I was looking at his rear wing on his car, and he actually has that rear plate, that rear sill, if you will. He actually has some holes drilled in his. I want to say 6, a couple of big ones on either side, a small one in the middle. And it's an option that he can plug that hole if he decides he wants to plug the hole, or he can leave them open. Of course, it's going to have less drag down the straightaway at speed. Said it really affects the car in terms of how it flies. Makes a big difference. There's 4 sill plates. There's 2 in the center. There's 2, obviously, the outside sill plates as well, which will help it turn a little bit. So the wings are definitely a part of the game.
Well, it looks like we are traveling in the reverse direction. We jumped to race number 3. Now we're going back to race number 2. So Dylan, we've got one more heat of Sportsman E-Buggy. So Dylan was the winner of that heat in the current top qualifier. However, we got one more heat, it looks like, to go. See if anybody can, out of this one, can be any faster than Dylan to set the overall top qualifying time.
Gotcha. So in the Sportsman Nitro, we just had the 1 heat race. And the Sportsman E, we have enough cars for 2 heat races.
Yep.
I'm easily confused, so I just want to confirm.
Well, it was a little confusing there because we actually went from race 1 to race 3 back to race 2.
Yeah, they're testing me.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's why they put you beside me.
Yeah, I'm not sure why we did that, but, we'll go with it. So we're back to race 2 now, and then I believe after this we'll jump to race 4. So,
and based on that theory, we'll eventually get back to race 1.
That's right.
So the warm-up session has started here. We are under 2 minutes. And, of course, we'll have a 5-minute qualifying session here for this heat. Give them a chance to work the rust off, get back out here and get going. Love the name Boomer Wheelers. You get any better than that?
These guys getting checked in here. Ian Morey, Jason Morey, the father-son combo. Frank Columbia, Taylor Janda. I do believe Taylor Janda was our winner from last year. And I can't remember if it was the Sportsman Nitro Buggy or the E-Buggy class, but I know he won one of them. So good to see him back this year. Jake Goodlett, Justin Turner, Boomer Wheeler, Peyton Lamb, Brad Langley, Steve Collins, and Bucky Bachman.
Good memory there, my friend. As we watch him wind this one up, under a minute now in this warm-up session. And still watching that left-hander there that has a few ruts in it. And it's almost, the pros are going to take a look at it. So you can run the traditional line, which would be to apex it right in the center there and carry some good speed out. But it almost looks to me like if you open up the entry a little bit and late apex it just a tick, you can get underneath those ruts and stay on some smooth track. Easy to see and easy to say.
Not as easy to do.
Yeah, because, we're talking about car placement here of a few inches, right? And that's what they're good at doing. Hey, there's a demo track. They're going to have their own race over there.
I was going to say, this is the racers that
great.
we really want to see. The demo track over there at the A-Main Hobbies and HPI Racing Tent, our title sponsors here this weekend.
How about the checkerboard socks? That's pretty cool.
That's 2 tenths faster.
Confuse everybody at the finish line.
All right, looks like we are back on the big track now, off and running here for Sportsman E-Buggy.
Yeah, it's for real now. The warm-up is over. Clock is ticking. Ooh, just barely made it over that jump. Nice pass there. Outside in, and now some clean track, and unfortunately tags the tube and ends up inverted. There's that left-hander I was talking about. You can see how rough it is on the outside. If you can go out and rotate the car a little bit early and chop right down on the bottom of the tube, it'll kind of lengthen that straightaway and carry some good speed. Something the pros will be looking at for sure. These guys are just trying to get around and stay out of trouble.
Well, a Boomer Wheeler, he's wheeling it right now out front, 10 at a 5:02. Not quite as fast as Dylan Bontrager's earlier top qualifying time. But he is out front. Peyton Lamb in that number 2 spot. Brad Langley in the number 3 spot. Now Peyton up into the number 1 spot.
Boomer Wheeler jumps up into the number 1 slot as everybody's taking a crack at it here once they come across the stripe. Also impressive as you watch the sportsmen go out there and they'll blip that throttle and clear some of those jumps, and they actually sail the car too far. You have to immediately get it slowed down to come back to make a turn left or right. Something else that the pros seem to be very, very good at is that proper speed. Go over the jump, get the car back on the ground, and get it rotated in. We're going to go back and show you a replay here, I believe. Our Visions instant replay.
And coming in here, whoa, look at this. Quite the maneuver, little bat spin there, Batmobile spin.
And these are all-wheel drive cars, correct?
That is correct, yes. These
so I didn't see any dirt coming off the front end of that one. I almost wondered if it spun out because I maybe lost front-wheel drive, but not always able to see that. Certainly with, oh, man, there's a couple of pretty good tumbles right there. Certainly that's something, the first thing that comes to mind was, say, a short course Pro 4 truck is if you see one spin out, they typically, for the most part, have lost front wheel drive, and a lot of that is weight bias on the truck as well, so not necessarily the case here.
Well, I believe that is, if I'm not mistaken, that's Boomer Wheeler that we're following, and Boomer's going to do it again. Boomer just likes freestyling in that corner is what's happening.
You get bonus points, style points.
Boomer coming through the infield right now. Ian Morey in the number 2 spot. Brad Langley in that 3 spot. And now it's changing up a bit. Frank Columbia up in the number 3 spot.
Wheeler at a 10, 5.06.3. So he has got to beat right now. Langley right behind him at a 10.517, some 10 seconds back. That's not to say things can't change here quickly. I mean, one bobble out of Dillon, and it can change up pretty quickly.
And here they come. Minute 30 left to go here in this one. Bontrager in that last heat set the 11-lap pace. I'm going to say that's probably a pretty safe time. He's probably going to be sitting top qualifier here for our second round. Nobody in this one is. Yeah,
it's a great point.
Nobody's quite close to that 11-lapper. He'd have to make
himself.
Right? Yes.
Can't even bump himself out. But, yeah, that would be a lot to make up there for Langley.
1 minute left to go here in this one. Boomer Wheeler out front, 10 at a 5.05. Ooh, that was close.
A little drifting contest there in the middle.
Ooh. Talk about putting the pressure on.
It is entertaining to watch them. And I'm not laughing at them, I promise you. I'm laughing because I know I couldn't even come close, right? So it doesn't surprise me that they get as close as they do to each other. The fact that they don't crash is simply amazing.
Well, here they come down the front stretch onto the right-hand side. I believe that's going to be Steve Collins, if I'm not mistaken. Off the drop away he goes. Well, that may be Jason Morey. 20 seconds left in this one.
Wheeler still up front. Having another great session here. Langley has closed the gap just a little bit, closed it by a couple of seconds. But Boomer has not made a mistake yet. And clock has hit triple zeros.
As he crosses the line, he is going to finish up there with a 10 at a 5.07 for Boomer. So it looks like Dylan Bontrager is going to hold on to that top qualifying spot at 11 at a 5.22 overall for the round. Brad Langley coming around here, along with Taylor Janda and Jason Morey.
Did what he had to do to secure it either way it goes, right? One way or the other, he was going to try to hang up in there. Boomer Wheeler bringing the heat, just not quite enough. And some smoke out of those cars would indicate some nitro action coming up next as we take a look at our MAO Racing qualifying results.
Yeah, it looks like Boomer Wheeler going to take that one. Brad Langley second, Taylor Janda third, Jason Morey fourth, Frank Columbia fifth, Bachman, Collins, Lamb, Turner, and Goodlett rounding out your top 10 there from that one. Ian Morey rounding out in the 11th spot, Matt Gilbert in the 12th spot. And it looks like coming up next is going to be our Open Nitro Buggy division. These drivers are going to be fighting for that spot up into the invite class. See Caden Fuller's HB Racing Buggy on the left side there. The TLR to the right of Braxton Culley. Just past him, the Kyosho of Spencer Klein.
And once again, Scotty Ernst busy down there. Had that microphone working perfectly. Scotty, who do you have?
All right, thank you very much, guys. We are here at the A-Main Hobbies HPI Racing Tri-Me Track. Chance for everybody to try their hand at a little bit of RC. We're here with Troy from A-Main Hobbies. And Troy, this is your second time doing this. You're back with a vengeance and just putting on a great show.
Oh, thank you so much, Scotty, and thank you for everybody coming out. This is such a great event. We love to be here.
You guys brought the HPI Racing products here. You got a plethora here of rally cars and monster trucks and things like that, and a bunch of kids throughout the last couple of days been coming over here trying them.
Absolutely. We're so thrilled that HPI Racing came on board with us and provided us with so many RTR kits of all types. We're on the Tri-Me track here, the A-Main Hobbies HPI Racing Tri-Me track. We're running their jump shot line, so we've got stadium trucks, monster trucks, and short course trucks that the kids are getting to run. And then we're showcasing all their different on-road cars, and they have a great line of cars, and we're happy to be partnered with them.
And I see a lot of signs here, win this car. There's been kids and big kids, too, coming up, signing up to have a chance to win some of these.
Absolutely. Kids of all ages trying the cars, and then you get a chance to win a car. We're giving away 4 giveaway cars in the next 2 days, so 2 today and 2 tomorrow, and some great stuff. Some Savage, upgraded short course truck, one of their Vorzas, and one of their stadium trucks. So really excited. That's coming up here in about 30 minutes, the first of 2 drawings today.
When I see the kids racing and driving around the Tri-Me track here, and the parents on the sidelines looking at them, what do you say to the parents when they have questions and things?
Well, they are asking a lot of questions, and we've got a great team here with Chris Boyd and Mike Lee and myself, just talking to all the customers, just trying to. There's so many people that maybe they have an RC car. Most of them don't have an RC car. They just showing some interest. They're here for the full scale racing. They come over, and sometimes the kids hit the transmitter button and go in reverse. The cars are kind of going everywhere, but we take our time with them. We show them the basics, and after they come back time 2, time 3, time 4, they really get it. Now we're running heat races, and kids are winning some A-Main t-shirts for little 3-lap dashes. So we just spend time with them. And then, of course, we tell mom and dad where they can get all their cars at A-Main Hobbies. And we've got some great coupon codes for them here. So it's just been a lot of fun.
Well, that's awesome. We appreciate you doing it. It definitely adds to the vibe here at Visions. There's lots of racing, but there's also downtime. So the families come over here, hang out, run a few of the HPI racing cars, and have a good time.
Absolutely. We've been slammed here, but it's been so much fun. It's been great.
Well, we appreciate it. And again, tell the folks where they can find more information and where can they buy these.
Well, at amainhobbies.com, we do carry the entire HPI racing line, but of course all cars and all parts and everything you need RC can be found at amainhobbies.com. But we're working with HPI this weekend, so you can check out their line right at A-Main Hobbies.
Awesome. Well, we thank you again for your time and giving something back to the youth here.
Thank you very much, Scotty. Thanks for coming out.
My pleasure. Thank you. So there you go. From the Tri-Me track here, racing some HPI vehicles, having some fun about all the things that A-Main Hobbies has to offer. Visions is a different kind of event. It's a unique vibe. Full-scale racing, RC racing. You can find it all here at Visions. Hope you put it on your calendar to join us sometime here in the future.
Somebody keep an eye on Scotty. I bet he hangs out over there and drives one of those cars for a little bit. We thank A-Main Hobbies and HPI Racing. Appreciate all of their support, and very cool for them to come out here with that display and share some information about this sport that we love dearly. And here we go, warm-up laps here for this 6-minute session that is coming up, the Open Nitro Buggy Heat Race number 2. We believe there's enough cars out here to have a couple of heat races, so the overall winner here will have an opportunity to bump up, much like Camden Line did a little bit earlier today.
Well, a little known fact for a lot of people about Scotty Ernst. Not only is Scotty known for his announcing and his events and stuff that he puts on within the RC industry over the years around the world, Scotty is a pretty dang good racer as well. And he's got some accomplishments to his name, especially in the on-road world. Does a lot of on-road racing, does a lot of short course racing. So I wouldn't be surprised if Scotty hung out over there for a few minutes.
Handed out a few lessons.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Good for him, man. That's great. I love it.
These guys warming up, as Ken said, taking the laps here. Open Nitro Buggy. 2 heats here of Open Nitro Buggy. The fastest qualifier out of those 2 heats will be going on to the Invitational class. So these drivers are fighting for their spot.
Come back in and top off the tanks here and get ready for the 6-minute session. Brewer, Cully, Dill, Everett, Fuller, Gibbons, Heckert, Hill, Vigil, Klein, Mechanic, Martin, and Parker all ready to do battle here in this 6-minute Q2.
Yeah, and I got a feeling Heckert's going to be one you want to keep an eye on here in this one. Ethan Mechanic was up front. Braxton Coley, Caden Fuller, of course. This is going to be a good one here for these drivers. Our first heat of Open Nitro Buggy as we are off and underway.
See those things, man, when they hit the throttle, they absolutely launch. 0.21 cubic inches make somewhere in the neighborhood of 2.8 to 3 horsepower. 32 grams or about 7 pounds. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 miles per hour as they run out here and really carry some speed. Those engines turning some 44,000 RPM. That is buzzing up.
One lap into it here. We're looking at Caden Fuller. Fuller going to be out front early on at 27.7 right out of the gate for him, lap number 1. Spencer Klein, the Kyosho driver, in that number 2 spot. Braxton Cully in the 3 spot. Jacob Vigil and Garrett Martin rounding out your top 5.
And we talked about how good that track was this morning. We had overcast, track was tacky, had some good grip, and we saw 26-second lap times. Now with the sun out, the dust coming up here just a little bit, clearly has dried up a bit, but the speed not necessarily in this track, but everybody's racing on the same surface, so go out there and make hay, man.
Yeah, you're right. I definitely think, and they're doing a little less maintenance in between each race and each round, I think, trying to get these races clicked off in time before our shutdown time here today. So I think we're going to see the lap times probably drop off a bit. The track may come around a bit on the main line, but if you step out of that main line, the dust and the loose dirt is definitely going to slow you down.
Caden Fuller, the only one in the 14-lap zone, 14 in a 6:26, and then Spencer Heckett back behind him at 13, 6 flat. So Fuller putting together a great session here so far.
Yeah, Fuller right now, we saw him. He had an impressive run up there with Camden Lime in round 1, as well as Brandon Rose. We'll see Brandon Rose coming up in the next race. Right now, Caden Fuller trying to put the fastest lap down that he can, fastest pace down, I should say, for the entire race that he can.
Oh, Caden and his brother Mason had a great battle 1 year ago. Mason making it up into the show. Mason, one of the invites here this year.
Mason, one of those drivers that off the track he's a bit quiet, but on the track he's making some noise here this year. Really moving up and running with some of the big dogs at not just this event this weekend, but previous events as well.
Got a respectful finish there at 8th overall 1 year ago, so right mid-pack with the big dogs. Very respectful effort for sure. Caden Fuller there, as you can see the pace up there at the top, that 14:6:25. And the clock ticking down here as well. We keep an eye on it, about 3 minutes left to go.
Fuller going to be working his way into a little bit of traffic here. We'll see if they can work it out. Going to try to cut back to the inside. As we talked about earlier, too, this track, tenths of a second can actually make a difference on this racetrack, and it's hard to make that back up. So when these guys have to slow down just a little bit to wait on traffic to get out of the way or find a good line around them, it can really be a detriment to your overall pace.
Seen some great passes being made here as well. If you run one lane high and somebody has a good run, good control over that car, they're going to drive right down underneath you. They'll make you pay. Oh, yeah, somebody up and over the tube. Kept it on all fours.
Well, there's Spencer Heckert in that number 2 spot in the red, white, and blue. On the right-hand side of the track, he's coming up on some traffic here.
Outside in.
Good move
job.
from Spencer.
Yeah, great job. Yeah, and as you talked about before, wow, look at these guys, man. I mean, they are ripping. Beautiful stuff. This track's starting to blow off. It's changing every single lap, getting a little rougher as it goes, but everybody dealing with the same situation. That's that line that I was talking about right there that Fuller just used. Went outside, opened up the entry of that left-hander, rotated the car, and shot right across the very bottom and able to stay on the throttle all the way through there.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be working for him as he's out to a 3.5-second lead right now. He's on a 14-lap run at a 6-minute, 26-second pace. Spencer Heckert on a 13.604, 4 seconds off that 14-lap run. Spencer Klein up in the number 3 spot, Mechanic in the 4 spot, Braxton Cully in the 5, Shelby Parker up in the number 6 spot.
Yeah, good stuff. And keep in mind, it's not going to be the winner of this heat. It's not necessarily the one that's going to bump in. We have enough cars here to have another heat here for Q2.
So if you remember, in round number 1, Camden Lime was in that first heat race, and he set the time, and then he had to wait the forever long 6 minutes of the next one.
What feels like a lifetime.
Yes.
And then they wrote him a nice check for $1,000. Just power slide that thing up in there. That was nice. A lot of momentum up in there. Car slid right into the preferred line. Back in the throttle. Rotating pretty nicely there in the tight stuff. Again, hugs the inside of that left-hander. It's gnarly on the outside. Step down is so violent. So many people having trouble with that. Car looked pretty calm sitting down through there. Nice setup there for the right-hander. Again, chop it off. Be it right down towards the bottom. Maybe a tick high right there, but really, really nice job, man.
Well, time is going to expire here. Caden Fuller, I should say, he's going to go one more lap. This should be his final lap right here. He is going to get the 14-lap run, so set a pretty strong qualifying time with only one heat left of open nitro buggy to go.
Yeah, so he's going to have to wait that 6 minutes now as well, but with the only one in the 14-lap zone, he's got to feel at least comfortable that if somebody's going to come out there and beat him, they better have a really good session.
Yep. Here he comes back around, and Caden Fuller finishing up there with a 14-lap run, 6 minutes, 26 seconds. He is currently your top qualifier with one more heat to go. Looks like Spencer Klein jumping up into the number 2 spot, so a good run there for Spencer.
Yeah, and Spencer Heckett just behind him. Those two actually really close there on the 13.606.0 and a 13.608.0. So just separated by a couple of seconds there throughout that entire session as we take a look at our MAO Racing qualifying results here for this particular heat race.
Yeah, Caden Fuller taking it, Spencer Klein, Spencer Heckert third, Ethan Mechanic, and Braxton Cully, TLR driver, rounding out your top 5, followed by Parker, Givens, Hill, Everett, and Martin.
And once again, Scotty Ernst busy down there. This time he is with our winner, Caden Fuller. And Scotty, he's going to have to hang on as well for another 6 minutes.
All right, thank you, guys. We're here with Caden Fuller after that run. Caden, that's the first step here. Now you got to hope you were faster than these guys. Take us through that run.
Yeah, I was just trying to be smooth and consistent, stay fast, and hopefully my time holds up for this round.
Yeah, it was pretty quick. 14, I think, in a 26. So that's pretty close to what Camden ran in the last round. How much is the track different from before the rain till after?
It's not much different. Same pace, I'd say. So, yeah.
All right, now you got a long wait here to see if your time holds. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, there you go. All right, Mr. Fuller here doing what he needs to do to try to get that bump to the invite. We'll find out in a few minutes if his time's going to hold. Back to you, Ken and Mike.
And, of course, if he can bump in, he'll get to take on his brother.
And he's guaranteed if he bumps in $1,000.
Right.
His brother doesn't have any money in his pocket just yet. So
so he's winning already.
That's right. That's right.
A lot more up for grabs, though, for sure. Get a little highlights reel. So we're going to take a quick break here one more time. We've got a lot of great racing action coming your way. Can't wait for it as well. Take care of our sponsors, and we'll be right back.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speedsport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
And welcome back to the 2023 RC Racing at Visions Off-Road. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, Ken Stout here, Mike Garrison City right alongside. We're here at Mid-America Outdoors, Jay, Oklahoma, just a little bit outside of Tulsa, Oklahoma. 1,600-acre complex here. A little bit of something for everybody. The Ultra 4s, if you were watching during the rain delay, are out there getting it done as well. Travis Pastrana here with the Nitro Rally cars. Of course, we are here. Short course off-road racing is here. There is a lot going on, my friend.
A lot is an understatement, that's for sure. This is a fantastic facility. As you've said, the Robinette family has put together just an incredible place for off-road enthusiasts, whether you're racing, just wanting to hang out for a cool weekend, RC racing, all the way up to, as you said, freestyle jet skis. There's everything going on here.
Lazy River here.
Yeah, you got a whole resort basically up here. You got a restaurant on site.
Yeah, for sure. So huge pool area and a lazy river, and there you go, and some instructions. Drop it.
Katie saying, put that car
down. Put that thing on the ground. Let me go. Good stuff. So we're good. Miss Brittany, you can climb back up in the chair. It's all good.
Open Nitro Buggy, our second heat here. So Caden Fuller, he set the pace in that last heat with a 14.626. If nobody beats that time, that means Caden Fuller is getting a $1,000 check and going to the invite class. If somebody can beat that time, if it's only one person that beats that time, I should say, that person's getting a $1,000 check and going to the invite class. The one to keep an eye on, I think, in this one is going to be Brandon Rhodes. Brandon was up there running for the spot with Camden Lime in the last round of qualifying. Had some misfortunate events happen, flamed out, wasn't able to finish the race, dropped him back into the fourth and fifth place spot. I think he's going to be the one to watch here.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. There is Brandon Rose there, second to the right, if you will, standing right alongside Reggie Tung. And had a chance to speak with Reggie a little bit. I said, will you make any changes between, the track that you were on a little bit earlier and the track that you're going to be on? And the only thing he was going to do was make a shock oil change. He said he felt like he was going to go to a little thinner oil. He felt like the car was just a tick lazy in terms of responsiveness, so he wanted it to respond just a little bit quicker in the turns and was going to go to a little thinner oil to accomplish that goal.
Well, that's another point that you make and talk about oils and stuff. As the sun comes out, everything heats up. These guys are going to be changing their shock oils and dip oils from where they were this morning, most likely. As this morning it was cool out, everything was the track was tacky. We had more traction. Now we have less traction. The sun is hot, so everything's changing for these guys. A lot on their plate in a short amount of time.
Had a chance, too, to talk to Dakota Finn. If you're wondering how adjustable these cars are, I was talking to him about dampers and, can they rebuild them? Can they adjust them inside? And they're not like what I would call a typical short course off-road shock where there's a shim stack inside of that the oil blows past. In these shocks, they do have holes, and they're allowed to. You can get just a blank shaft and custom drill your own holes and get it the way you want to. Some of the shocks some of the damper pistons have some flaps on them that will allow the oil to blow through that way. So it's an infinite setup there in terms of damper setup. But again, so critical to the speed. You've got to keep the tires on the ground, right? And that's how you create the speed. But that is much easier said than done. And, of course, there's a lot of different ways to skin that cat. It's an important piece of the puzzle if you're going to compete with these guys.
Well, one driver that comes to mind when you say that is Jared Wiggins. We call him the Wizard. He is notorious for drilling his own shock pistons and having his suspension absolutely fine-tuned. So, absolutely, one of those things that you can adjust around the clock.
So I think we have to talk about Brandon Rose. You talked about the time to beat. You can see it up on the board, ladies and gentlemen. 14.626.9. Brandon Rose at a 14.627.2. We are talking about somewhere in the neighborhood of about a second, 1.3 seconds here. If Brandon Rose can pick up the pace, it is very, very close.
Yeah, Brandon headed on the right-hand side there. The S-Works driver in the green and white. His biggest obstacle right now is going to be traffic, I think, and that worked out well for him as he makes his way through. Clean track now for him. Reggie Tung up at the number 2 spot. Santos Rodriguez in the number 3 spot. Katie Roxbury in the 4. Barry Rowe in the 5. Brandon looking smooth and comfortable right now.
Yeah, and he did the same thing. You talked about it before in the previous session. Camden Line, up on the bike, but manages to stay on the throttle and continue on. Camden, his teammate, so he did have something good to go off of, and he dug. You see him dig that edge, and it upset the car. So a good, quick reaction is going to cost him a little bit of time. He's going to have to keep scrapping here if he's going to jump into this fray, but right now would take over the invite at a 14.625.
Pressure is on for Brandon Rose right now, and he's got to know it. He's only got 2 minutes and 10 seconds left to go. But
is that all?
Yeah, I was going to say, he's feeling it. That's going to be the longest 2 minutes and 10 seconds. It's actually the same amount of time for him and for Caden waiting up there to see, is he going to get beat or not? It's going to feel
that's 4 laps, maybe 5 laps, somewhere in that general area. So plenty of time for a mistake, no question.
Brandon working his way down the front stretch now.
Nice.
We'll see if he's got this time by through the rough first turn. 14.625.
Oh, really nice right there. Beautiful setup there, and kind of factoring in that rebound, if you will. You've seen a number of people be able to do that.
Oh! No!
Man, did he get lucky right there. I mean, I know it cost him some time, but did he get lucky right there as it ended up facing in the right direction? Still at a 14.626.3. The time to beat 626.9.
Wow. I tell you what, Brandon Rose right now, he's got to keep that thing on all fours and stay out of situations like that, because just a few tenths of a second, that is all he's got over Caden Fuller.
1 minute. Great qualifying effort here. $1,000 on the line, ladies and gentlemen. Brandon Rose trying to steal it away.
Well, and here we're following Reggie Tung in that number 2 spot. He's going to be 13 seconds back from Brandon Rose on the clock. Reggie Tung, as we talked about early on, you may have heard that name, former safety, NFL safety for the Kansas City Chiefs, among several other teams. Well, we're just going to Kansas City Chiefs all day.
It's getting even closer. Now it's at 26.6. 0.3 of a second is the difference for the invite. 20 seconds left to go here for Brandon Rose. He's got to keep his composure. He actually spread it out a little bit. 26.4 now. A little bit of breathing room. He's going to have to rip around about one more lap. Well, actually, the clock ticking down up there on the top left-hand side as it goes to zeros right here.
He's going to go, I think, one more after this one for that 14-lap run. He's going one more. This is going to be his final lap. It's all coming down to this one. 14 at a 6:26.3 is his pace right now.
Pressure is on. A car crashes right in front of him. And this is at 6:26, the 26th part of that, right? I mean, he's got to complete that one extra lap.
He is pushing so hard. Oh, no! He's run out of fuel. He has run out of fuel. The car is flamed out.
Oh, my
Disaster
goodness.
has struck Brandon Rose again.
Oh.
Unbelievable.
And we heard about that. Ryan Mayfield said it early on. They are on throttle. There goes Brandon, unfortunately. I'm sure dejected. But he talked about making it to the end. He thought fuel mileage would be an issue because the track is so fast. They're wide open throttle for so long.
Wow.
It's showing him at a 14.626.3.
I believe that was his estimated pace. So
No, there it is right there. Just adjusted. 13.558. Oh. Wow. I mean, right there, close. And, yeah, he'll have one more crack at it. But, boy, he had it done.
He's definitely got the speed to do it, that's for sure. A heartbreak there for Brandon Rose.
On the other side, Caden Fuller's like, yeah, well, I'm all good with this.
Yes.
I don't know what you guys are so bummed out about.
Oh, boy. Wow. What a turn of events right there. There you see Joey Christensen filling out that $1,000 check for Caden Fuller. Joey Christensen is not only an artist with dirt as far as building tracks, he is actually an artist outside of that as well.
I noticed that before. I said nice handwriting, right?
Yes,
I wasn't
yeah.
kidding you. It's very creative, clearly. So, beautiful job there. Yeah, filling that out. So, congratulations to Caden Fuller. He did a great job. Definitely put the pressure on and forced Brandon Rose to stay in the throttle there right to the very end. And, of course, came up just a bit more time than what he was looking for. Scotty, what do you got, buddy?
All right, we are here with Caden, and man, oh man, you and I are sitting here watching Brandon from behind him here. Man, that is just tough luck. And a win's a win, but you don't wish that on anybody.
Yeah, I hate to win like that, but it was going to be close. But like, Brandon had a flame out at the end, which sucks, but I got the win, I guess.
Exactly. So, hey, you're going to bump up to the invite. Now you got a chance for some big money along with the $1,000. Here we got Joey Christensen here from the dirt. You're going to issue you a check for $1,000. Now, is this going to mom and dad at all, or is this going to your pocket?
No, I'm going to keep it for sure.
Oh, boom. There you go. Sorry about that, mom and dad. Well, best of luck. I know you got some work to do. Good luck in the invite.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. Caden taking the win. Well done there. Well earned. Little luck on his side. So Caden winning $1,000 here at Vision. Bump it up to the invite. Back to you, Ken and Mike.
Thanks a lot, Scott. He didn't seem to be too excited there until he said, are you going to give that to mom and dad? He said, no, I'm keeping it for sure.
That's right.
Finally, a little bit of emotion there. Yeah, no, I'm not giving that away. Good stuff, man. Congratulations to him on a great job. A little bit of highlights here from that last session, of course, for your enjoyment. And then we'll take a quick break here, and we'll be back with plenty more action from Mid-America Outdoors and the 2023 RC Racing at Visions Off-Road.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
cold sheets. Always my love. I am searching high. I'm searching low in the night. Ooh, does she know that we think the same?
Get it, boys.
Holy shit.
And once again, welcome back to the 2023 RC Racings at Visions Off-Road. Plenty of action yet to go here today, and of course we will finish things up tomorrow. Our 3A mains. There's a look at Brandon Rose, who unfortunately ran out of fuel, we believe, flamed out right there at the very end. Had a quick enough time going to bump in to the invite, but missed it as he had about a quarter of a lap to go.
Yeah, I think most definitely in that third and final round of qualifying, I think we're going to see him come out swinging, that's for sure. And I think obviously he's got what it takes. He's been right up there both rounds. So let's hope for Brandon Rose he can make it happen in round number 3.
The benefactor of that was Caden Fuller, of course. So Camden Line and Caden Fuller, 2 of the 4 bump-ins so far into the invite. There's a look. I mean, he was just this close to the finish line, and that's where it flamed out. And boom, the effort was over. From a 14-lap average, was better by about 0.4 of a second. It was very, very close, but you've got to make it across the stripe, and that did not happen. Wow, he just made a pass right over the top of him. Looks like they did spray a little bit of water down here to control the dust just a bit. Warm-up laps here for Open E-Buggy. This will be heat race number 3 in Q2.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to run our Open E-Buggy class in a little reverse order. So this is technically race 8. I'm guessing after this we'll probably go to race 7, then 6, and then we'll go back to race number 9 for our invite class.
Caden, Trey, Jacob, and Tyler all checked in. 45 seconds till your loop is live.
These drivers all getting checked in here. And this one we got Tyler Noon, Scott Brewer, Jacob Vigil, Josh Dill, Blake Everett, Trey Ford, Caden Fuller running back-to-back here. Spencer Hecker, Graham Hill. A few of those drivers on that list not here this weekend.
So 30 seconds, our next water is after all 3 E's.
So Adam Christensen asking a question about the 4 p.m. hard finish time. It was actually 5 p.m. is our hard out, and that is Central Time. So depending on where you're at there, Adam, hopefully that helps you out. But we have a little more than an hour here to get in a whole bunch of racing.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, these drivers getting ready to go. It looks like the tone is sounded. They are off and underway. They'll get on the clock this time around.
We have the reason we have a hard out for our fans there that are watching on is there is a short course off-road race that will take place here that starts as soon as we are finished up here. They have 3 pro classes yet to run. Their second race here for the weekend. In the side-by-side categories, it'll be Pro NA, then Pro Turbo, and then they'll have the Pro Light trucks out here to finish up their second race. So that is the reason behind the hard out, I should say. And if we don't get everything in here today, we will tag it on to tomorrow.
Oh,
Somebody
whoa.
tumbling me out. Big tumble.
That was close right there for Caden Fuller. We're following Caden around here for our first couple laps. Caden going to be leading us out here.
And by the way, Adam Christensen is in Australia.
Wow.
I'm not even going to come close to that time zone. I have no clue, man. So Good stuff there. But thanks for watching, Adam. We appreciate you watching from down under. That's pretty cool.
One lap into this one, Caden Fuller going to be out front. Jacob Vigil up in the number 2 spot. Tyler Noon in the 3. Graham Hill, Spencer Heckert, and Trey Ford. Your early running order here in this one. That's Spencer Heckert we're taking a look at. We saw him earlier in the Nitro division as well in our open class. He was trying to make his way up into the invite.
All right, Caden Fuller, who just picked up $1,000 check.
Yeah, big airtime right there.
Bumped up into invite. Out front leading the way.
Once again, open e-buggy here. Caden Fuller now up front here once again.
And Trey Ford, only 6 drivers in this one.
11 laps, 5 flat.
Oh, wow.
A little bit short there, right?
Came up a bit short and then was able to whip the car around and save it. And I think he trouble there. Anytime
you can see how rutted up that left-hander is. I mean, it's one of the worst turns. I don't want to say worst, just rough turns out here. And it is off-road, by the way, so you've got to deal with it.
It's definitely getting chewed up, and I think, whoa, that was close too. Man, I tell you
Crossing lanes off a jump is never good. I don't care what kind of vehicle you're in.
Spencer getting lucky there on that one. He's still going to be sitting in that number 2 spot. He is going to be 4 seconds back behind our race leader, Caden Fuller. Heckert onto the back side of the track he goes. Through the drop away. Caden Fuller, 26.9. They threw just a little bit of water down on the track, and sometimes that can make all the difference.
Yeah, first 26 we've seen since we've come back after the rain delay. Packing that thing in there just a little bit. Some of these guys, you can see them just kind of riding on top of the ruts, if you will. Again, damper package really critical in that scenario. Trying to keep the tires on the ground.
3:15 down, 1:45 remaining.
Back around onto the left-hand side. He goes back into the center now. Caden, one of the more animated drivers. You can see him anytime that car gets off the ground, he's going to throw a little wheel whip or something to get the car to do little style points in the air.
Confused me for a second. Animated drivers whenever you said that because he is certainly not animated during an interview. He's about as calm and collect as they come. But out there on the track, man, he is getting it done.
Yeah, watch right here as he comes around for this double. Just about every lap he throws a whip motocross style. There was a little one that time, but he's been throwing some big ones.
Having some fun, right? Cool, that's great. Style points again. Come up with a freestyle contest, he'd be right in the middle of that.
Absolutely. Heckert at that number 2 spot. Oh, trouble there. What a save.
Ends up on 4 and can continue on. But, yeah, big moment right there.
There you see, that's Spencer Heckert there on the left in the red S-Works shirt. Caden Fuller there in the HB Racing shirt.
And Caden Fuller still on a 12-lap, 5:26. So, again, he's going to have to survive that last lap. That 26 part of that is pretty much another full lap if he's going to reach that 12 mark. I say that, and now it has readjusted. So after that flip and was able to keep going, it's knocked him back down to an 11 lap, 5 flat.
He's going to come into some traffic here.
Made quick work of that.
Yeah.
You can just feel it, right? I mean, he's in a rhythm. You can feel it right there. Right here, this left-hander is tough, and it looked like he made a small adjustment right there to get through there.
Time's going to expire here. Caden Fuller on the bubble for a 12-lap run. He's on 11 at a 5 flat. It is going to be really close here. That is his time right there, and I don't think he's going to make it. I think he's going to have to settle for an 11-lapper. And it got him. He's done 11 at a 5 flat, .452. Going to be our early top qualifying time here for Open E-Buggy. 2 more heats to go after this one.
Spencer Heckert about 7 seconds behind there. Then Graham Hill, Tyler Noon, and Jacob Vigil as it stands right now. We'll see if anything changes here as they cross the stripe at the very end.
There's Graham, and there's Trey going into the first berm. He's still racing. One more into the first berm there.
That is Open E-Buggy. Heat race 3 here in Q2, race number 8.
One more jump to go, one more corner.
And Mike believes we will go to race number 7. Clearly went to the same school.
I'm taking a wild guess here. There's your qualifying results from our first heat of Open E-Buggy here for round 2. Caden Fuller, your race winner. Spencer Heckard, second. Graham Hill taking third. Tyler Noon. Jacob Vigil taking fifth. Followed by Ford, Brewer, Dill, Everett, and Widzinski. Several of those drivers not actually out there or here this weekend, unfortunately.
And actually, we'll put Graham Hill at the 8 right next door to the 10. Then we just need 2 volunteers.
Another great setup there. So the driver's up there on that second level.
Volunteers at the 4 and 5.
Pit road down below.
Over on my left side here.
Crew members down there helping out.
Both over on the left if you're looking off the driver's hand.
As we documented before, a number of the racers that have raced will now go out onto the track and help out. And in the meantime, let's get it back over to Scotty Ernst. I'm guessing he is with our Caden Fuller once again.
All right, thank you very much, guys. We're down here with Brandon Rose. And Brandon, this is not the interview again I was hoping to do with you. A bit more bad luck there at the last lap.
Yeah, it was a bummer. Had a good run going, and then with about 2 minutes to go, hit a lapper, broke the car. I think a front shock shaft or something. It was really hard to drive, but I was holding on to it. And then with 1 lap to go, or like 2 turns to go, I ran out of gas. And yeah, I was pushing really hard because the car was kind of driving weird, and I guess it just bit me. So we'll try again in round 3.
Are you going to do anything to your fuel adjustment or anything like that to try to get a little more run time?
I may look at it and see if I can lean it out a little on top, but I think it's more was my driving that run. I was just pushing really hard and need to drive a little calmer, and it'll be good.
All right, best of luck, partner. You got one more.
Thanks.
All right, so Brandon, one of the favorites to bump up into the invite division. 2 rounds of bad luck, but, he's definitely can make it happen, so we'll see how it goes in round 3. Ken and Mike, back to you.
Yeah, and hopefully third time is the charm. We'll find out how things shake down for him because he has been in position twice. Once again, a bit of a highlights reel there from our last heat race. Tricky track there. A couple of tough corners for sure, but high-flying action. It has been fun to watch. A lot of racing yet to go here on Friday. Qualifying day here at 2023 RC Racing at Visions Off-Road. We'll take a quick break. We'll see you here in just a couple of moments. And a quick commercial break. We are right back at it here. Thanks to A-Main Hobbies and HPI Racing. Welcome back to Mid-America Outdoors, Jay, Oklahoma, for the 2023 RC Racing at Visions Off-Road.
Everybody getting checked in here. This is your Open E-Buggy class. Race number 7. Our second heat of Open E-Buggy. We saw Caden Fuller set the fast TQ time, top qualifying time, I should say, here for round number 2, that last race, 11 at a 5 flat .4. There you see Team Associated's Richard the King Saxton watching closely as his driver out on the track here.
That Chloe Fend, walking past him. .30 seconds left in this little warm-up session here before we start race number 7. Good call there, Mike. Open E-Buggy. Heat 2.
These drivers all getting set to go here, and as you can see, what little water they did lay down there before race number, the last race that we had, it is all gone. There is no moisture left on the surface except for a very few amount of spots. Oh, wow. Just launched it into a pack of cars.
Everybody parked there on the backside of that jump,
Yep.
and he just sailed it.
All right, Luco's live. Here we go. So 2 more races will be done with round.
All right, we are off and running here, and this one already trouble there. That may have been Camden Lime there with a little bit of trouble there right out of the gate. We'll see who comes around here for lap number 1 in our Open E-Buggy heat number 2. Time to beat Caden Fuller, 11 at a 5 flat .4 out of that last heat race.
Round 1
5-minute race here for these drivers.
Had a 12-lap session working there briefly. Had a 12.5.26 working, but had a moment there and ended up back at the 11. So the 12 is possible. A lot of traffic out there, though, right now.
Yeah, and these guys are going to have to work together just a little bit to make sure everybody gets a good run in. Looking at Camden Lime as he has worked his way through traffic. I think that was him right out of the gate there that did have some issues, so that's going to start him back a little ways in the field. So he's got some making up to do already. Ethan Mechanic going to be out front early on. Joshua Vigil in second. Braxton Culley third. Spencer Klein fourth. Garrett Martin rounding out your top five.
Oh, hooked a rut right there and launched him. Wow, I can't believe he ended up on all fours, but no doubt cost him a fair amount of time, and now he's going to deal with traffic again.
Camden pushing hard. Not quite the luck he had in he was laying it down in Nitro Buggy. He had a pretty smooth run whenever he moved up to the invite class, and then in that invite heat we saw him, he got in that 6th place spot. But E-Buggy's been a little bit rougher on him here this weekend. Still a lot of racing left to go, though.
Pretty gnarly hole right there. He went out and around it that time. But a couple of holes developing there in that left-hander.
Oh, more trouble there for him. Gets caught on the tube.
Wow.
Oh, gets all
Going
sorts
from bad to
tangled up.
worse. So Ethan Mechanic now has jumped up into the number 1 slot. Just tuning mistakes there. Braxton Coley in the number 2 spot. About 6 seconds behind Mechanic. Ethan working on an 11.505.
This race winding down here in this one. Look at this whole pack of cars right here. Everybody right there together. This is the worst possible way you can get into qualifying, especially when you got an entire empty track on the other side. Braxton Coley, though, I believe, is clear on the backside of the track all by himself in that number 2 spot, so that may play a part into this one for him.
Great precursor to what we're going to see in a race, though.
Yes, absolutely. These guys are going to be nose to wing once our Heads Up Racing gets underway tomorrow for the main events here for these guys in the open classes. Of course, we've already seen that in our invite classes.
Reggie Tongue a little bit deeper down inside of this one in the number 6 slot. Garrett Martin 5th. Spencer Klein 4th as we stand right now. Joshua Vigil in 3rd. Braxton Culley still in 2nd. And Ethan Mechanic leading the group here, still on 11.504 now. A little bit quicker, as did and Joshua Vigil just jumped up into the P2 position, 11.508.
Yeah, looking at, I believe this is going to be Ethan Mechanic here coming around as he has made his way through the traffic. Time to beat still, that Caden Fuller, 11.5 flat. He's on 11.504 right now. I don't know, with 1:20 to go, Ethan is a very talented driver. I just don't know if there's time to make up on this track, a 4-second deficit there.
I mean, ripping off lap times in the 27-second range. So it's not like his pace is way off. I mean, it's just not a whole lot left to make up that time. Like you said, that's 4 seconds.
Yeah, he would need some hero laps for sure. He works his way onto the right-hand side of the track now. Braxton Coley still in the number 2 spot. Joshua Vigil in 3rd. Garrett Martin in the number 4 spot. And Spencer Klein rounding out your top 5 right now.
Yeah, last lap for Mechanic, 27.8. Quick lap, 27.3. So he's got about a half a second in that. He'd have to do that 4 laps in a row to make up that type of make up 2 seconds.
I tell you, the track is changing lap after lap for these guys. Any of the moisture that they had in the track there for the last heat is definitely gone here for this one. We've got one more heat to go after this. So they're going to get an even drier track. And that would be why we're running the weird order that we're doing. I'm going to say they're going to continue to water right before open e-buggy, and they're trying to give each group a fair shot at a prep track. So that's why this time we went 8.75 instead of, or 8.76 I should say, instead of 6.78.
Yeah, interesting thought process there. You're exactly right, and that's super cool to try and give everybody a fair chance here.
Ethan pushing hard right now. I believe that is going to be Spencer Klein right there in front of him. I think Spencer's in the 3rd place spot.
Mechanic on that 11.504, so should be Dunn here.
Looks like he is finished up there. So Ethan Mechanic going to take this one 11 at a 5:04. Not enough for the top qualifier time, but enough to take this heat race win. Joshua Vigil second, Spencer Klein third. So Caden Fuller, one more heat to go for Open E-Buggy. Fuller is out front leading the way right now.
And a look at the results there for that second heat. Stacked up a bunch of cars here out here competing for sure, so congratulations to Ethan Mechanic. Nicely done, Joshua Vigil, jumping up into that second position late in that session. Spencer Klein Braxton was P2, fell down to fourth there right at the very end, and Garrett Martin inside of the top five. Camden Lime just really had a tough go of it. It went from bad to worse there for a moment. He was up at the top of the sheets and ended up in sixth. Reggie Tong in seventh.
And coming up here is going to be our final heat of Open E-Buggy. This is going to be a lot of our invite drivers. These are going to be the cream of the crop here as they get set to go. Some highlights there from our last heat race. As we're looking at Camden Lime, some of the struggles he had there.
When in doubt, throttle out. Get up after it. We'll cross thatching. Not the fast way around here.
Ethan Mechanic, of course, as he works his way through. He was your heat race winner there. Made some beautiful passes to stay out of traffic.
Stay with us. Once again, we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back on the other side. And once again, we welcome you back here to Jay, Oklahoma for the 2023 RC Racing at Visions Off-Road, presented by A-Main Hobbies and HBI Racing. We also have presenting sponsors as well of Tekin BP Fuels, Team Associated, and Lifetime.
Well, coming up next, it's our Open E-Buggy, our final heat for round number 2, and these right here are our top drivers. A lot of these drivers we're going to see in the next race as well for the Invite Nitro class. We got Joe Bornhorst, Seth Van Dalen, Ty Tessman, Mason Fuller, Jared Wiggins, Adam Drake, Ryan Mayfield, Spencer Rivkin, Jared Tebow, Cole Ogden, Dakota Finn, the feet-long win, and Brandon Rose.
So knowing that you have a race immediately following this one as they take their warm-up laps here, about 45 seconds there left in that, would you bring your other car over? So, I mean, you're right there, boom, ready to go, right?
I would say so. And I'm going to venture to say they're going to have to give these guys just a minute or two in between these two races in case they are sharing anything between the two cars. Perhaps they want to change tires, something like that. These guys are pretty vocal when they need something, and they're pretty vocal when they want just a few minutes. And so I would venture to say we're probably going to have a few seconds in between this race and the next one. Of course, also we have to get our corner marshals out there as well, because normally these guys would come off the stand and go out to corner marshal for the next race. They're not going to be able to do that because they're in the next race. So one thing I can guarantee you about this one, though, Brandon Rose has had some tough luck, and he is not going to run out of fuel in this race. There we're looking at Joe Bornhorst. Joe Bornhorst, the S-Works driver, working his way around. There's Ryan Mayfield just ahead of him. Everybody is checked in.
Talked about Joe making his first appearance here at Visions. Of course, last year was the debut of this big event. And once again, if you're just joining us, $30,000 up for grabs, $5,000 if you can win it, another $5,000 if you can sweep it. Of course, $1,500 for every one of those that you win. So that would be another $4,500 there right in the middle if you win all three of the A mains come tomorrow. A lot of money up for grabs here, $30,000 total purse, so, and some money going out to second, third, fourth place. So we wish everybody the best of luck out here, but the games have begun for sure.
Good look right there as this race gets underway. We're following Cole Ogden. We talked about a lot of drivers making changes, and as we mentioned earlier, Cole Ogden, the only change that he has made this year, moving into 2023, was he made a tire change, and he chopped his mullet off.
TZO 200 tires, the tire choice now for him.
Oh, no. Is that Brandon Rose? I just got done saying the only thing I can guarantee in this race, because it's electric buggy, is that Brandon Rose won't run out of fuel. I never thought that the body would fly off his car and he would be out like that.
Wow.
Wow. Brandon Rose.
Well, hopefully he can get rid of all the bad luck here. He's got one more shot at the nitro side.
Let's do it. Let's get rid of all of his bad luck in qualifying and save all the good luck for the mains. Wow. Tough break again for Brandon Rose.
So down the ramp he goes, and he'll get that nitro car ready to go. He'll have another crack at that bump in for sure, and has been right there with the players.
Ooh. That was Ryan Mayfield.
I was just going to say, I think it was Ryan Mayfield that just went for the ride.
That was a weird mistake from Ryan Mayfield, too. Not one that you typically see him make. I don't know if he hit something on the takeoff of that double. What exactly?
You can see that hole right there. We talked about it before. It's just a different view there, a couple of different camera angles, and can make it look completely different. But the same hole, same turn, different look at it.
Well, 3 laps into this one, it's S-Works driver Joe Bornhorst out front leading the way here. Ty Tessman in the number 2 spot. Dakota Finn, now Mason Fuller up in the 3 spot. Dakota Finn in 4th and Jared Tebow in 5th. Time to beat again is 11 at a 5 flat set by Caden Fuller. Joe Bornhorst right now is on a 12 at a 5:25. He is the only driver ahead of Caden Fuller's TQ time right now.
Yeah, it needs to stay spot on. Still a lot of time left inside of this one at 2:25. So that 5:25, and I always refer to that now 5:26, that extra 26 seconds is that extra lap. So he's got to put together that extra lap and keep it clean. We'll see if he can, in fact, do that.
Yeah, Ty Tessman working his way up in the number 2 spot now. Dakota Finn in 3rd. Ryan Mayfield, Jared Wiggins, your top 5. There's Ty Tessman working his way through the infield, the X-Ray driver.
To find a little bit of time there. Right now, Ty Tessman on an 11.5 flat. So we'd have to find just a little bit here. Get to that 12-lap mark. Lap times, by the way, quickest we've seen so far here, 26.9. Ryan Mayfield just stringing one together. 26.8, Spencer Rivkin.
Now a good look here. Joe Bornhorst, your race leader, in the top screen. We got Ty Tessman in the number 2 spot on the bottom screen. Joe Bornhorst off the drop away he goes, headed into the switchbacks on the left side. Joe Bornhorst's fast lap last time by was a 26.7. Fastest lap of the race right there for Joe Bornhorst. So Joe feeling good with the S-Works e-buggy. Laying it down at this point. Ty Tessman in that number 2 spot.
Yeah, he shaved that average off just a little bit, having a great session here. Now 12.520. Well, it was 5:25, back to 5:26 now.
Look at this, though. That last time by, Ty Tessman, a 27 flat, his personal best for the race. He is now going to be 0.5 of a second back from Bornhorst.
Yeah, he's down on the 12 lap range now. 12.527 to 27 flat, I should say, to a 12.526.1. So about 0.9 there between the two.
Bornhorst back around on the right-hand side. Down the backstretch he goes. Into the drop away.
Boy, real nice. The car settled really nice in that drop away.
And I could be wrong. I believe that might be Ty Tessman just ahead of him on the racetrack. Our second place driver, Ryan Mayfield, in 3rd, going to be just ahead of him. So our top 3 drivers in reverse order on the track. Here we're looking at Ty Tessman as he works his way around. Time is going to expire here. This is going to be a fantastic round of qualifying for Caden Fuller. That 11 at a 5 flat. He's looking at a 3rd overall at this point.
Got a long 54.3 out of Richmond, so Spencer, let me know if you were off the track or not.
Look at that time up there in the top corner for Joe Bornhorst. Up on the bike there, just hanging it out.
Joe's
time
got
all but out here.
1 lap to go here. Joe and Ty both have got 1 lap to go. They were 0.2 of a second apart last time around. Mayfield is already done. Here they come through the switchbacks.
Oh, so close. 5:26.5, 5:26.8. Great stuff.
And Ty Tessman
How
is
about
going to
that?
get
Right
it.
at the
Wow. A 26.8, his personal best on the last lap. He is going to take it by 0.2 of a second over Joe Bornhorst. Wow.
Yeah, the average there, 5:26, a 12:526.45 to a 12:526.73. 0.274 the difference. that is oh so close. Great stuff, man, and that's what we're looking for. And of course, that's what we're going to see come tomorrow as well for the A mains. Ty Tessman up top there in our qualifying results. Bornhorst so close all the way across. Rivkin jumping up into the P3 spot ahead of Ryan Mayfield, and Mason Fuller inside of the top 5.
Well, these guys running back-to-back now. They're going to be going out for the Invite Nitro. And just behind the screen there is Mason Fuller's 8-scale buggy. And I'm looking at those tires. I don't know what those are that he's running. I can't honestly say that I've ever seen that tire before, so I don't know if he something worn down, traditional tread worn down or not. I don't know. We'll find out.
And one more time, let's get it over to Scotty Ernst. Scotty? And once again, we will fix technical issues there, see if we can get him potted up and get some volume coming out of the microphone. Scotty outside there working that track diligently. The Invite Nitro buggy race coming up here in just a moment. So again, to talk about the Invite Nitro buggy race, this is a pill draw, how they start here in this race, and once they finish this, it will determine how they start in A main number 2 for tomorrow.
And there you see the the Fuller brothers, Mason and Caden, both in the Invite class now. The HP Racing drivers, both of them running whatever tire that may be. Mystery tire. We'll see if it works out for them. There you see more tough luck for Brandon Rhodes. That last one as the body blows off. Trouble there for Mayfield with a rare mistake.
Finally settled down and put some laps together. So good stuff here out of that as we show you this highlights reel. Once again, we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back on the other side with the Invite category. Stay with us.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things with us.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Sport Daily. Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
And we are back here at the 2023 Visions Off-Road, so plenty of racing action yet to go with the RC Racing, A-Main Hobbies, HPI Racing, both presenting this race. We appreciate all of their support. And Invite Nitro Buggy Race number 2 about to take place here. They're conducting their warm-up laps as we speak. And we keep touching base on this because I think it's very important here in terms of the format and how fair it is that they've made this for everybody. So everybody with a pill draw. And the pill draw will tell you 3 different numbers on it, and each one of those numbers is where you will start in the 3 heat races here today for the invite category. And each one of those will be a good bit different so that you can start in the front, the middle, and the back in each one of those races. And then how you finish in your heat race here today determines the starting race for the 3 A-Mains come tomorrow. So everybody with a fair chance of starting up in the front at one point as we take a look at our Visions Off-Road starting order.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one here. We saw Jared Tebow in the first invite race, started clear in the back of the pack, was able to work his way up into the top 5. Jared Tebow now starting first in this one. Same with Fee Long Win. Fee starting in the number 2 spot this time. Mason Fuller starting 3rd. Camden Lime, who we saw bump out of the open class early on this morning, starting 4th. Ryan Mayfield 5th. Joe Bornhorst 6th. And the rest of the field lining up here for invite.
And 7th was our, I know they switched the page on you, but that was Caden Fuller, our second bump up in there. So we'll find out how he does as well. Speaking of Caden Fuller, he was all the way to the left-hand side of that screen as we take a look at some of our drivers up in there. And you can see the hats are on now as the sun is out in full effect. Crew members down there are about to line everybody up there, get them in their spots, and turn them loose. 15 laps here is this session. They've got about... well, it says here just a few seconds to go before we get this thing started. So we'll get everybody going there. The starter down there, Sean Miller. Telling everybody to prep those cars. They'll fuel these things up.
Yeah, our second invite race here. This is going to be an exciting one. Everybody lined up on the grid. As you can see, first and second are actually lined up over on the far right side. There's Graham Hill pitting for Jared Tebow. Fee Long Win pitting in the starting number 2 spot. Then on the front straight, we've got the rest of the field as they kind of wrap around that corner after the double.
Guys making a nice flat surface, it would appear there, so they have plenty of grip whenever they hit the throttle to take off.
So we're ready to go. Let's go ahead and fill them up with fuel. Fill them up.
The average, I want to say Jared Tebow, who will lead this one off, had an overall finish of 5th last year here at Visions, finished up 8th, 7th, and then a 3rd place finish. Hands up, put them down. That is it, man. We are racing. Here we go. 15 laps for Invite Nitro Buggy Race number 2. A big pileup down there. 2, 3, 4 cars involved.
Yeah, I got a feeling these first couple of laps aren't going to be quite as clean or as nice as they were in round 1. Everybody's been sitting around waiting a while, anxious to get on the racetrack. Jared Tebow right now just trying to put a little gap between him and the field. Fee Long Win hanging strong there in the number 2 spot. Mason Fuller in that 3 spot. Camden Lime still in 4th.
A little bit of gap there between 3rd and 4th as the first 3 get away with a nice clean out lap.
Dakota Finn starting in the back of the pack once again here. This one,
I think Dakota was caught up in that mess out there in first or second turn there. A bunch of cars got together. Cole Ogden down in there and Adam Drake as well. And great to have Adam Drake out here. Of course, one of the legendary drivers. Oh, nice pass.
Mayfield working his way to the inside there. I believe that was going to be Camden Lime.
Just got a quick update here as we are in the middle of this race. We had a hard out at 5 o'clock. We're going to stretch that out. They're going to allow us another 15 minutes here. That is nice of them. Hopefully we can get everything in here today as we continue to watch this battle here at the front. It is Jared Tebow still out front. Fee Long Win, Mason Fuller. Mayfield now up in P4.
Oh! Big trouble right there for the Miyako of Jared Tebow. He drops to the number 2 spot now. Fee Long Win taking over the number 1 spot. Fee gets up on 2 wheels. Mason Fuller right there, ready to take advantage if either one of these drivers make a mistake, and right there behind them is going to be Ryan Mayfield, Joe Bornhorst. It is anybody's race at this point, and you can see how precise these guys are, all hitting the exact same line. Tebow tries to dive to the inside on Fee. Fee not giving in whatsoever.
A little bit high there in that run. Fee bumping in a year ago. Did not have great results in any of the 3 A mains, but dealing with the pressure here now, a year later, what a difference that can make, because the absolute best just hawking him behind. This is exactly what some of the guys predicted, that we would have a train of really good cars here. They're separated by just a couple of tenths of a second in terms of lap times, so it makes it extremely difficult to pass.
And Fee, without a doubt, one of the youngest drivers, if not the youngest driver here, for sure the youngest driver in our invite class.
Scotty has a little bit more on Fee. Scotty? And again, it seems like the microphone not working there, and a pass as Jared Tebow, I believe, was just passed by Mason Fuller.
Yep, looks like Mayfield. Oh, Mayfield goes inside there, clips Tebow. That's going to collect Bornhorst as well. All sorts of trouble there for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Mayfield dropping back a bit now into the number 4 spot. That's going to put Tebow back up into 3rd. Mayfield to 4th. Camden Lime into the number 5 spot.
Now Fee Long Win with a little bit of breathing room there as the top 3 are separated by just a bit, and Fuller and Tebow. Tebow about to have a rear wing full of Ryan Mayfield.
Here they come down the front stretch onto the right-hand side. I got a feeling these guys are playing a little nicer today throughout qualifying. This is for starting positions in the main events tomorrow. So I got a feeling they're going to work together a little better today than they will tomorrow. But when the big money's on the line tomorrow, when there's the slightest opening, these guys are going to try to take it, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I think you probably hedge your bet, okay, starting 4th, 5th, somewhere in that general area, rather than risk it all and find yourself in the back of the pack. But I agree with you. Tomorrow it will be game on. Nice little correction there out of Fee Long Win after it landed a bit on the side.
The 2 HP Racing
about to
drivers.
get past here if he doesn't get up on the pipe here pretty quickly. Mason Fuller's coming.
Team Ace right there, Fee Long Win and Mason Fuller, both HP Racing drivers.
And once again, let's get it down to Scotty. He has more on Fee Long Win.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, if we rewind a few months back, young Fee ran as best as he could. He was a contender at the Silver State race in Las Vegas with a 2nd place overall against these guys.
Lit up. Fee Long Win now, gapping that out just a little bit more.
Only 6 laps to go here. Now Jared Tebow starting to turn up the heat once again. Tebow putting the pressure on Mason Fuller. Those 2 drivers have been racing together quite a bit throughout the winter season up at the Hobbytown USA Hobbyplex in Omaha, Nebraska for that Techno Winter Series. Here they come back around on the left-hand side. Mason Fuller going a bit wide. Tebow trying to dive to the inside. Not going to be quite close enough. He's got Mayfield charging up behind him. Fee Long Win, meanwhile, trying to stretch out his lead in this one. Keep an eye on Mayfield and Tebow. Oh, Ty Tessman is out. Tessman out of this one.
We'll start deep in A-Main number 2. Time winding down here with 4 laps to go. Man, 2 or 3 people tagging the tube down there.
That was Fuller. Then Mayfield got into Tebow coming off the drop away there. Out of all of that, Mayfield moves up to the number 2 spot. Joe Bornhorst, I believe, up into the number 3 spot. Tebow drops to the 4 and Fuller to the 5. Fee Long Win says, see you later. I got 3 laps to go. This one is mine.
Yeah, we'll go back and take another look at this, and this is the precursor, I think, of what we're going to see tomorrow when they're nose to tail like this. They are so close to each other. If anybody has a moment like that, it's going to collect 2 or 3 more.
So Mason Fuller makes a mistake on his own there. Mayfield taps the rear end of Tebow just as they come off the drop-off. It all just turned into one big cluster there, and Mayfield comes out the best out of that deal. Well, I should say Fee Long Win comes the best out of it.
Win, yeah. He gets some breathing room, some of the pressure taken off. Look at that gaggle of cars there now, though, all nose to tail, side by side, trying to make some last-minute passes here. Just 2 laps yet to go.
And Dakota Finn trying to work his way into the top 5. Fee Long Win out front leading this one. Mayfield only 1.7 seconds behind him. We're looking at Mayfield here. Fee Long Win just ahead of him.
Mayfield trying to track him down, see if he can apply some pressure here late. Lap times here, 27.6 to a 27.4, so Mayfield just a tick quicker there, but not enough to really close that gap. Felong Nguyen doing a great job. He has been very consistent here.
Here they come back through the infield. This is going to be the final lap right here. Unless Fee makes some kind of major mistake, this is his race. An absolutely astounding run here as he comes down the front straightaway. Felong Nguyen has done it. Felong Nguyen, your heat race win there for Invite. Round number 2, he will be starting first on the grid tomorrow for the main event, A-Main number 2.
Yeah, how about that? I mean, he needed that too. I mean, in terms of confidence here at Visions, not that he hasn't come a long ways here in the past year, but last year bumping in 13th, 14th, and 13th, his 3 finishes in the A-Main. Now he knows he can get it done at this track, at this event. He'll come into A-Main number 2 tomorrow with a ton of confidence.
Starting in that number 1 spot, that's going to be huge on this track. Ryan Mayfield finishing up at the number 2 spot. Jared Tebow in 3rd, Mason Fuller 4th, Jared Wiggins 5th. Dakota Finn worked his way up to 6th. Joe Bornhorst, Spencer Rivkin, Camden Lime, Cole Ogden round out your top 10, followed by Caden Fuller, Adam Drake, and unfortunately Ty Tessman off the track at the 4.5-minute mark. Looks like Drake came off early as well at the 6:30. We'll have to see what happened to both Drake and Ty Tessman.
And once again, we will get it over to Scotty Ernst.
All right, thank you very much, guys. We got Felong Nguyen here, little bump. Man, an excellent drive. Continued to show these guys that you got what it takes to run with the best in the world. Tell us about that run.
Well, that was really fun and noticing because I have Ryan Mayfield at me catching up, and I try not making any mistakes. And plus, starting second had me in a big advantage to win that heat.
The first guy to come over and say congratulations was Ryan Mayfield, gave you a fist bump. That must make you feel good.
Yeah, it does.
All right, well, great job and good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
All right, their little Fee, 12 years old from Louisiana. Definitely the surprise of our industry over the last couple of years. Ran great at Silver State, taking a heat race win here. Just amazing to see the youngster from Louisiana running strong with the best in the world here at Visions. Back to you, Ken and Mike.
Thanks a lot. 12-year-old, no question, and very cool for Ryan Mayfield to come over there and congratulate that young man as well. Ryan Mayfield, he'll give it to you either way.
Yep.
Congratulate you, or if he's not happy with it, you'll hear from him on that side of it as well.
Well, the cool side of that whole story right there is Felong Nguyen, and this may be why Ryan Mayfield, headed over to him so well and told him congratulations. Is it reminds me a lot of guys like Ryan Mayfield, Ryan Cavalieri, Jared Tebow. They turn professional around that age as well. Around the 12, 13, 14-year-old. That's when these guys turn professional, so they're seeing a whole new generation coming up. And I think they're competitors, but at the same time, Mayfield's just happy to see a new generation taking over.
Super cool stuff, for sure. Okay, and once again, we'll take a quick commercial break here. Stay with us. A lot of action yet to come from MAO.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Always my love. I am searching high, I'm searching low in the night. Ooh, does she know that?
You're watching the 2023 Visions RC at Visions Off-Road. RC racing at its best out here at this beautiful complex. One of the step-ups there. Beautiful day now. Definitely on the warm side. Started off a bit cloudy. We had some rain. We had a bit of a delay. But in the meantime, we have been able to take care of this track and get all the competitors back out here as we can keep charging at tomorrow's A-Mains.
Good look here at pit lane as we get set to go here for our Sportsman Nitro Buggy. Final round of qualifying here for these drivers. There's your lineup of drivers that are coming up in this one here from Visions Off-Road. Dylan Bartrager, I believe, has taken TQ in round 1 and 2, if I'm not mistaken. Can he do it again here in round number 3? We're about to find out.
Burnham, Forrest, Logan, Parker, Remington, Robinson, Sosine, Womack, and Callies, all part of this group. Warm-up session here for a couple of minutes to get everybody ready to go here once again. And then the race length will be 6 minutes. Not on throttle quite as hard as the pros would be, so should have no issues here with running out of fuel. Like we saw Brandon Rose do a little bit earlier, just on the throttle really hard. Also thought he had some issues with the car, so it was holding it up a little bit, possibly using even more fuel to push it through. But that's how close they are, how close they're running these things, right to the very edge.
I got to hand it to Brandon Rose. I had no idea that car was broke. He was driving it phenomenal, regardless of being broke.
And it did look like they have sprinkled a bit of water on this track, as the Sportsman Nitro buggies will come out here. So, and it's almost dried up immediately. That's how warm it is out there now. A couple areas there, you can see where they put some moisture down. That left-hander seems to be smoothing out a little bit. Do you agree?
Yeah, I would say so. Just a bit. It either that or these guys are making it look a whole lot better. One of the two.
Funny how it can go, and they can rut it up, and then they can smooth it back out, just run it over the tops.
Looks like a few drivers may not be checked in here in this one. They may only have a few cars in this race. Looks like only 3 drivers are out there at this time.
4 maybe?
4 maybe, yeah.
15 seconds, drivers. 15 seconds. Play your loop.
Again, beautiful look there at this track, and we appreciate everything that Joey Christensen and the Dirt Crew have done, and certainly working on it, maintaining it throughout the rain delay as well. Jimmy Babcock, the race director, Sean Miller, our starter.
So another quick water after this one, then we run race 2 and 3.
And it looks like this race is underway. So, yeah, I think we've only got 4 drivers out on the track here in this one. Not sure where the other 6 drivers are that should be out there. They are not out here for our final round of qualifying.
Well, plenty of track space for these 4. Watch them all end up together.
Yeah.
Just the way it goes.
Ooh, what a
big
save.
yard dart action right there. Those hurt in a big truck. Robert Stout, one of the stadium super trucks out there at Long Beach, nose down like that on a yard dart effort in a big truck at Long Beach on the asphalt, and landed so hard it bent the front bumper back up into the frame and somehow got away with it. Never crashed. It's about as close as you can get to sticking one and not wrecking.
I bet that cost a little more than it cost these guys to fix.
Yeah, they're super cool about that. It was okay. I mean, they also sail at the better part of a football field in the air as well. So it's a fan exciting favorite to say the least. Definitely putting on some excitement out here as well. Love watching the sportsmen hone their craft and get better, and you can watch them every lap in some cases. Just continue to get better. They just kind of get in that rhythm. We talked about it before. Of course, the pros will come out here and just nail it right off the bat. Maybe it takes them 1 or 2 turns, maybe no turns. But here they might struggle the first couple of laps and then slowly start putting it together. And it's cool to watch them learn and come along exactly what they're doing. You mentioned it before, Phelan, when just a couple of years ago down here at this level, and now just won one of the invite races. So super cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the amount of technique and fine-tuning that these guys can do even while they're driving. You notice a lot of these sportsman guys keeping the cars level and straight on the track. You see a lot of the pro guys whipping the car around, setting it up mid-air for the corners, you know, flipping the car from one side to the other, adjusting it from front to rear. And just little things like that can make all the difference when you reach those pro levels. And it's amazing what these guys can do with an RC car. Looks like Michael Forrest is going to be leading this one. John Cayley's in number 2 spot. Nicholas Logan, that 3 spot. Blake Remington in the 4 spot here. Oh, big trouble.
Back on all fours, though. No harm, no foul. Just getting over that jump. Nice double. Step down.
Word on the street is old Travis Pastrana did this with a rally car a few days ago, testing out on the track. Did a couple rolls and tumbles. And
that is exactly right.
I don't know that his came right back on the wheels and kept going.
Yeah, no,
easily.
it did not, and they had a little bit of work to do, and he also had a passenger. So,
even better.
Yeah, the last turn over there on that track has a kicker on the inside of it, so he hit it, and he hit it at speed and tried to pitch it in there sideways, and when it landed, it hooked, and they went for a bit of a ride. So, Travis Pastrana style. You got to try it out, man. He is not afraid. Well, it just blows my mind that people will still get in the car with him.
Yep. Michael Forrest right now with 2 minutes, 20 seconds left to go here in this one. He is on a 12 at a 6:04 pace. John Cayley's in the number 2 spot. Nicholas Logan that 3 spot. Blake Remington in the 4 spot. So Bottreger not out there. Burnham, Parker. Quite a few drivers not out there here for this round for Sportsman Nitro Buggy. Coming up next will be race number 2. I believe we'll be heading into our Sportsman E-Buggy division.
Oh, France is getting out there late.
Making those doubles look easy here as they blip the throttle. Confused our cameraman right there. Had a good lock on it, and the car changed directions. He changed with it and lost them both. I almost fell out of the chair.
You know, something that we haven't really talked about that the drivers are talking about as well is the Jurassic temperature changes. It was 70-something degrees when it was overcast this morning, and now we're getting up in the 90 degrees. That also affects fuel mileage and tuning on these cars as well, so they got to try and work that in there throughout their warm-ups. And a minute to warm up, 45 seconds to warm up, that's not a whole lot of time to get a lap in and get it tuned if it needs to be fine-tuned in either direction.
Yeah, and then again at this level, how much time do you spend tuning the car or fixing yourself?
Yep.
Which one is the problem, you know? And, I mean, we had it to – my son's a professional level racer at this point, and I remember saying, let's not worry about the car. Let's fix you first. There's just so many variables. So once you feel like you're driving a good line, okay, now let's go to work on the car so you can you can tune yourself right back out of something if you're not driving it properly.
Absolutely. Michael Forrest right now, he seems to be driving it properly as he is out front 12 to 6:09. He's got a 3.5-second lead over Nicholas Logan in the number 2 spot. John Cayley's in that 3 spot. Blake Remington in the 4 spot here for our Sportsman Nitro Buggy. Final round of qualifying here from Visions. 20 seconds left to go here in this one.
Yeah, good stuff. And as you can see, I mean, we saw a lot of action with these cars crashing at the beginning of the session. Now everybody's pretty much staying on track, getting in some good, clean laps. Exactly what we were talking about before, just getting a feel for it, try to get in that rhythm, and just put together some good, clean laps. And that's what you see at the end of this session. Whoa, big time air. Sailed it out over that jump.
Well, time is going to expire here. This should be Michael Forrest's lap around as he comes around on the left-hand side. John Cayley's in that 2 spot. Nicholas Logan still in 3rd. Blake Remington in 4th.
Wrapping this session up here. As time has run out, they will finish up these final laps. Forrest up top. Does a nice job there. Comes across at a 12.612. 12 laps, 6:12. And 12 laps, 6:18 for John Callies. And it looks like Nicholas Logan might jump up there just ahead of John. 12 laps, 6:16 to a 12 lap 6:18 for John and Blake Remington there in the 4-hole. We'll take a look at our final results there for that race.
Looks like Michael Forrest going to take that one. Nicholas Logan second, John Cayley's third, Blake Remington fourth. Francis Sosing showing that he got out there and ran 7 laps. Must have had a late start there for him. Rest of the field not out there, as now it is time for Sportsman E-Buggy. See the E-Buggy drivers, a lot of those we will see from that last Sportsman Nitro Buggy race we just had there. Some water getting thrown down on the track very quickly in between races here. Quick highlight from that last one. Michael Forrest taking the lead early on, leading it basically from start to finish. Some trouble for a few other drivers. Some big tumbles coming up a bit short right there.
We're pushing hard here to try to get everything in the next 25 minutes. Stay with us. We'll be right back. And once again, we are at Mid-America Outdoors for the 2023 RC Racing at Visions Off-Road. Once again, a look at pit road there and the steel grate that they run across. The drivers stand up above with a great overhead view. Purpose-built RC track. As you can see, it's absolutely gorgeous. The warm-up clock has started here, so we'll get some seat time in here for the Sportsman E-Buggy category. 12 cars scheduled to compete here in this particular session. Looks like if they're not all out there, they're really close to all of them, a pile of them.
Yeah, this is our Sportsman E-Buggy Class 2 division, 2 heats, I should say. Ian Morey, Jason Morey, Frank Columbia, Taylor Janda, Jake Goodlett, Justin Turner, Boomer Wheeler, Peyton Lamb, Brad Langley, and Bucky Bachman. I believe Boomer was the one to watch in round number 2.
Had a bunch of fans online, too. They were all rooting for Boomer.
I don't personally know Boomer, but I'm rooting for Boomer, too.
I do not. I mean, how do you not root for a guy named Boomer Wheeler? You know, obviously a Wheeler. Great stuff there. Has some friends out there. That's good stuff. And, yeah, was up top, as I recall.
Yeah. Had a fantastic run.
I don't know that he was quick overall, but he was quick in his session, as I recall.
These drivers getting all checked in here as we get set to go. Ian Morey, Jason Morey, Frank Columbia, Taylor Janda, the rest of the field. The dirt crew sprinkling down just a little bit of water before the start of this one. Got 2 heats of Sportsman e-buggy, 1 more heat after this one.
Everybody looking for a spot there in the back, so once that clock takes off here, under 10 seconds to go there, they can tag the throttle and get after it. Try to get as many laps in as absolutely possible in this 5-minute session.
All right, Luther's live. Everybody goes at the same time.
Oh,
again, Ken,
big launch.
As you talked about early on in the day, I don't know that I would all take off together, but they did, so we'll see how it works out.
I will say before, as two of them get together and go for a big ride right there, whenever I did say that, and one upside down, I was unfortunately thinking of a single lap qualifying session, not the entire group, but I certainly understand it now. You want to take off and have a shot at getting as many in as possible, and really only one out of that group of 5 has got a good clean outlap working as Frank Columbia finally gets it across there. Boomer Wheeler was a little bit deeper in that pack. Ian Morey now jumps up to the top. Bucky Bachman as well in P2. Frank Columbia P3. And Boomer P4.
Yeah, 4 minutes left to go here in this one. Ian Morey going to be out front leading the way early on, 11 at a 5:21 pace. Bucky Bachman in the number 2 spot. Columbia in the 3 spot. Boomer in that 4 spot. Brent Langley rounding out your top 5. Now Peyton jump at the top. Oh, trouble there. I believe that is Frank Columbia, if I'm not mistaken.
And he stuck the landing a couple of jumps ago. I mean, he just did it perfectly. Great timing, but yeah, man, went for quite a ride right there. Glad it landed back on all fours and is not beaten up too bad.
Frank in second, Bucky in third, Brad Langley 4, and Boomer in the top 5 here.
And we're hearing that Bucky Bachman is one of the scoring guys here at this event, so a worker out there enjoying the craft as well. He's part of the timing for short course, so we appreciate what he does over there in that area.
So that means he knows the scoring system well. So
well, it means he can.
So what I'm saying
tell you
here,
when a car comes across the line.
So what I'm saying here is, Bucky, what are you doing, man? You don't have to be in 6th. You know this system. Just hop in there, give yourself a couple more laps.
Right?
Yeah.
2 down, 3 to go. 2 down, 3 to go.
Well, up there a little bit high, as once again we keep an eye on Frank Columbia, currently still P number 1, working on a 10-lap 5:06. Boomer Wheeler, currently 2nd, working on a 10-lap 5:08, just a couple of seconds off. Bucky in the neon shirt there, 2nd one in.
Frank Columbia going to be out front here.
Yeah, almost missed that step down. Didn't carry quite enough speed. Make a little adjustment next time around.
Boomer not far back from him in the number 2 spot right now. Only 1/10 of a second back here from Columbia.
Yeah, picked up a couple seconds there on Columbia. With that said, Columbia just picks up the pace here. Now a 10.505 flat to a 10.507.6 for Ian Morey.
Ian Morey sets fastest lap of the race on lap number 1 at 29.2 for him.
Going the wrong direction there.
Oh, boy.
That's how you add time.
Bucky in the number 4 spot. Ian Morey in the 5 spot. Peyton Lamb in the 6th. Taylor Janda, Jason Morey, Justin Turner, Jake Goodlett, Matt Gilbert, and Steve Collins. Your running order here in this one.
Thinking this is Bucky right there with the wing color to match the shirt.
I believe you are correct. Crossing the line there. Onto the backside of the track he goes. That's coordination. He's got a matching wing, wheels, shirt.
I really don't remember if the shirt's that color. I knew it was a neon color, but it may or may not be matching. Nonetheless, he's doing a really good job, man. I mean, nice and consistent there for Bucky, currently sitting in the 4th position at a 10.513, chasing a 10.505. Sitting 4th out of 10 cars that are on track. Matt Gilbert, Steve Collins not making the call here so far.
There's Bucky there in the live time scoring shirt. Oh, trouble there. Boomer Wheeler taking over the number 1 spot now.
How about that?
Boomer on a 10 at a 5:10 pace, 0.4 of a second now ahead of Brad Langley. Bucky up into 3rd. Taylor Janet to 4th. Frank Columbia back into the number 5 spot. Time going to expire here in this one.
Langley jumps up to P1. Boomer down to P2. His fans are back online. Let's go, Boomer. Bucky Buckman up there into P3. Boomer back to the top. Going back and forth here. Great stuff. The difference about a half a second.
We'll see what Brad Langley's got when he comes around. Boomer finished up with a 10.509. Here comes Brad. Brad working his way towards the finish line. Oh, that may have been Brad with trouble there. Look at this. Bucky up into the number 2 spot. So Boomer Wheeler going to take this one, 10 at a 5:09. Bucky Bachman, our very own at live time scoring, 10 at a 5:10, taking 2nd. Taylor Janda 3rd. Brad Langley dropping to 4th on that last lap. Jason Morey, Frank Columbia, Ian Morey, Peyton Lamb, Jake Goodlett, and Justin Turner rounding out your top 10 there from our first heat of Sportsman E-Buggy.
And the sportsmen are always exciting in the heat races because you never know when something major is going to happen, right? So they jostle around. The guys, the pros, the invite drivers are so consistent, you're not expecting anything to happen. But with the sportsmen, you just never know.
You're absolutely right there. You saw Bucky coming off the driver's stand. Coming up next, going to be another heat of Sportsman E-Buggy as that first group finishes up. Boomer Wheeler set that early TQ time, 10 at a 5:09. That's the time to beat. Can anybody here in heat number 2 beat him? We'll find out here very shortly as we take a quick look back at the highlights from that last one and get set for heat number 2 of Sportsman E-Buggy.
Boomer getting it done. We're going to take a commercial break. We'll be back in just a moment. And we're back once again at the 2023 RC Racing at Visions Off-Road. Good look at the overall picture of the track, and I believe Scotty Ernst might have something for us.
All right, thank you down here. We're here with Bucky, and Bucky, we've known each other because we raced together back home, but you're wearing multiple hats here this weekend. Not only racing here on ours, but you got the yellow safety shirt on the live time here. Yeah. You're scoring a couple of the big trucks. Tell us about your weekend.
Yep. So I got here, I think it was Monday morning, and I've been working on the short course track over there, and we're doing the side-by-sides, the Pro Light trucks, and that kind of stuff. So it's been a really fun week so far. We've got a lot of races in. In fact, our pros are racing tonight, and they're going to be racing in about 6:30, I think, is what it's going to be. So,
how does it feel to be knee-deep into the full scale and everything that Visions has to offer here?
I mean, this opportunity is pretty cool. I talked to Brandon with Live Time, and he was like, we need some help, and I said, I'm happy to do it, and this has just been a totally killer experience.
Oh, that's awesome. And now you're holding your own big race here in a few weeks in Wisconsin.
I am, actually, next week. I'm going to go right from here to Monroe, and we're holding the Midwest Nationals at Cheese City Extreme in Monroe, and I think it's going to be a good race. So.
That's awesome. Well, good job in the race and good job helping out here.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, there you go. One of the faces of the names that you see on the result board. Bucky from back home in Wisconsin having a good time here at Visions. Back to you, Ken and Mike.
Do I dare take a shot at him and say it sounds like a cheesy event? That's just horrible. Do not go there. Good for him, though. That's great. Cheese City. I've never heard of that one. That's pretty cool. Cheese City National. So hope they have a great event up there as well. As we continue on here, it looks like the clock has already started here for the Sportsman E-Buggy Heat Race number 2 and Q3.
Looks like Dylan Bontrager out there here for this one. He was not out there for the Nitro Buggy Heat. He's going to be the first one to cross the line there with a 30.3, where it looks like we're following him in that green and pink buggy as he drops down.
Good look here as Dylan Bontrager doing a good job here trying to put this thing together. People talking to me and looking at the scoreboard as well. 28.999 the lap time so far as they get this one started here. Working on 11.526, 11 lap 526 pace.
John Cayley's jumping up in that number 2 spot now. Nicholas Logan in the 3 spot. Oh, trouble there. Switching our view here as they come down the front stretch. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be... I thought that was going to be Nicholas Logan, but I don't think it is. 3 minutes, 15 seconds left to go here. Dylan still out front. 11 to 5:21. He is 2.7 seconds ahead of John Cayley's right now. Michael Forrest still in third. Francis Sosing in that number 4 spot, and Brian Johnson rounding out your top 5 here. Dylan has had a phenomenal weekend here in qualifying for our sportsman classes. He's trying to put in a possible another TQ here. Boomer Wheeler right now is your current TQ. 10 to 5:09 is the time to beat. And Dylan is ahead of that at 11 to 5:21. There's Dylan on the track, the green and pink. As he works his way back down the front stretch onto the right-hand side here. Dylan Bontrager out front leading the way. Michael Forrest now 8 seconds back. So Dylan carving his way through traffic here as he comes onto the right-hand side of the track. Oh, trouble there for lap traffic. That's good news for Dylan. Dylan playing patiently here with the rest of the field. He dives back to the inside here. He's going to try to set him up as he comes onto the front side of the track. 3 minutes down, 2 to go here for these drivers in our Sportsman E-Buggy. The final heat here for round number 3. Oh, up 2 wheels for Dylan. What a save right there for Dylan Bontrager. Michael Forrest in that number 2 spot there, 8.6 seconds apart. Oh, Bontrager tries to make a move there on some lap traffic, and they took it right back from him. No love for your race leader here in this one. Dylan shows him a little bit of a wheel there, gives him a bump as they come back onto the right-hand side. Up and over the double they go. Bontrager looking for the inside. Up and over the double, back down the front stretch now.
What a great
down across the drop, away they go. Bontrager out front, leading now. John Cayley's up to the number 2 spot, it looks like. Michael Forrest in the 3 spot. Francis Sosing in the 4th. Michael Logan. Nicholas Logan, I should say, in the number 5 spot. 1:05 left to go here. Sportsman E-Buggy. So Boomer Wheeler in that last one, 10 and a 5.
4 down, 1 to go, drivers. 4 down, 1 to go. Now we might have to do 2 waters. We might have to do water after race 5.
The Forrest right now is on a 10 to 5:08, sitting in the number 3 spot. So those 3 drivers looking for a top 3 overall here for Sportsman E-Buggy. Round 3 of qualifying. Boomer Wheeler in the number 4 spot still. Francis Sosing in that 5 spot.
battle here. Sorry about that, Mike. Didn't mean to hang you up there. We just had a technical glitch here going on. So back now, but what a great battle this has turned out to be.
Yeah, as they're working their way around here, Dylan now clean track ahead of him. Michael Forrest still in the number 2 spot. He is only 0.2 of a second ahead of John Caley's. That's going to be our closest battle in the front here.
Kicking up a little bit of dust here. 11.523 the pace here to a 10.507. It's a good hit. Dylan doing a great job.
Ooh, hard hit there onto the back straight.
Quick lap so far, 28.62, also by Dylan. Stringing one together as time is winding out. Completing these last laps.
Looks like Michael Forrest going to finish up in that number 2 spot there with a 10 and a 5.06. Dylan Bontrager has done it again. Sportsman E-Buggy, round 3 top qualifier with 11 and a 5.21.
Oh, stuffed that thing right into the tube there at the end of the race.
Probably a good thing the fence was there, otherwise the mechanic walking
Might
down the
still
side.
be going.
Yeah.
And just like that, quickly you got the water hoses out there to try and take care of that and dress up a couple of those tubes as well. So that'll wrap things up there with heat race number 2. Or heat 2, race 3, Q3.
We're now going to be headed into our open nitro buggy division. We've got 2 heats of these drivers, I do believe. Overall top qualifier out of these will go into the invite class. More action here from Visions coming up from our open division class.
Yeah, we'll actually have an opportunity to
runs
bump up.
on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job. The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Stacking these races up one after the other here as we are at the 2023 RC Racing of Visions Off-Road. All of this action brought to you by A-Main Hobbies and HPI Racing. Also want to throw some love out to Tekin, VP Fuels, Team Associated, and Live Time.
We got our open nitro buggy drivers. 2 heats of these drivers getting set to go here. The top qualifier out of these 2 heats going on to the invite and taking that final $1,000 check. No, I shouldn't say the final. We got one more after that.
Well, actually, I believe the way it goes, so we have 3 heat races here, so we'll have 3 overall winners that would bump up, and then the next fastest person out of those 3
is going to bump up
is going to bump up as well. That's my understanding of it. I don't know if they get a $1,000 check or not. I don't think so.
Ooh.
That's a Brandon question.
Ooh.
Come on, Brandon, throw him $1,000, dude.
Oh, it's $1,000.
Yeah, what's
$1,000?
grand?
Yeah.
as he comes walking over here with a hat.
Yeah.
Feel free to throw in, guys.
Open Nitro Buggy getting set to go here. Heat number 1 of 2, Creed Nally, Dennis Remington, Santos Rodriguez, Brandon Rose, Barry Rowe, Katie Roxbury, Joshua Vigil, Will Walker, Craig Waller, Reggie Tung, Camden Lime. But Camden is not in this one. He is bumped up into the invite class. Well, it's Brandon Rose's final shot here.
Yeah, we don't want to sound biased here. I mean, whoever can get it done gets it done. But he's been so close 2 times. I mean, literally, as he said, 2 turns away from bumping up in the last one and flamed out, unfortunately. So we'll find out if he can get it done once again. He also had the horrible luck there in the E-race. So hopefully he gets it all out of his system here, and we'll see if he can bump up in there. But with that said, we wish everybody the best of luck.
Looks like the track is freshly watered. The cars are out on the track now.
Warm-up session has begun. Race length will be 6 minutes. A couple of heat races here to figure out who that person is going to be that will bump up. Those people, I should say, 2 of them. And Brandon Rose already getting tagged right there. I believe that was Brandon.
Believe you are correct, and that's the last thing when that happened. Especially got hit on the left side there. That's the exhaust side.
And the cars definitely have some weight to them. I mean, as you watch them, oh man, big tumble right there. As you watch them, I mean, it looks like they weigh nothing. It looks like they're just light as a feather, but they actually do have some weight. Go grab a 5-pound plate, or a 7-pound plate, which is what they should be weighing in at, and they definitely have some substance to them. Certainly enough at speed there to work those dampers and have some aero effect on them as well. Great stuff as they come out here and throw these things around.
Talking about the weight of these cars, I really hope right now that Brad Shearer is watching the broadcast, and maybe we can remind him of how heavy the cars are. I think it was 2007-ish at the Roar Nationals in St. Louis when he took one to the forehead. And that didn't feel so hot.
Wow. Yeah, well, I was over chatting with Dakota Fenn a little bit earlier today. He picked it up, handed it to me, and I mean, it's definitely, there's some real weight there. There's no question about it. Very compact little machine, but definitely has some weight. I would not want to take one to the head, that's for sure.
Well, here comes the cars in for fuel. There's Brandon Rose on the pit wall, getting topped off, getting set to go here. The green and white.
Final little top off there.
Making sure he's got plenty of fuel.
Yeah, right to the top here, guys.
Right, yeah.
I'm going to need it all.
Oh.
One of them upside down here already. No harm, no foul, as time has yet to begin. However, it is starting in 5 seconds. So, oh, man, back to the pits. Tough go of it there. That will cost them some time for sure as we continue on here. Aluminum pistons, no rings, brass sleeve, 3-needle carb. About 30% nitro, 8% oil, and the rest of it would be methanol. Of course, all those numbers can change, can vary just a little bit. They make plenty of steam for sure, the better part of 3 horsepower. If you actually look at the weight to horsepower ratio, it's very similar to an Indy car. An Indy car at 700 horsepower weighing in at 1,630 pounds, 0.43, and these cars making 3 horsepower at 7 pounds, 0.42. So it'll give you an idea of where they're at in terms of horsepower to weight.
Off-road Indy cars.
There you go. Well, we talked about it before. The road cars are so impressive and extremely fast. The big difference there, of course, would be minimum ride height of 11 millimeters here, and the road cars, I believe, are 5 millimeters. But I've watched a couple of those things go. They are so impressive.
Well, a couple laps into this one, Brandon Rose is out front here, 14 at a 6:23 pace. He is right back on par, right where he picked up, or I should say right where he left off, with the bad luck in round 1 and 2. I believe that is Rodriguez we're following right now as he is headed down the backstretch.
Yeah, Brandon, the only one in that 14-lap range as it stands right now. Have to put this entire session together. A long ways to go at 4.5 minutes.
As he works his way onto the back straight now. Into the drop away. A little bit of traffic up ahead of him. He's
got a nice adjustment there to miss those as well, and now is able to get clear of them.
Well, only 3 laps in. Brandon is already out to a 2.5-second lead here in this one. So I think at this point it's safe to say in this particular heat race, Brandon is by far the fastest driver on the racetrack. However, we've got another heat race of Open Nitro Buggy coming up next, so we'll see. Can his time hold? Can he finish this race?
Yeah, and I'm struggling to remember who bumped up. Was it Caden Fuller that bumped up in the last one? I believe it was. And they were within, I want to say, 2-3 tenths of each other.
It was.
That's how close it was at the end of the two heat races. So you need to put together a really good one, is the point I'm trying to make here. And right now, he clearly is on one at a 14.622. That is right down there where they were before.
Yeah, Brandon looks like he's got the car working really well. He looks really comfortable. As you mentioned earlier, you can kind of tell when a driver's in their flow, in their groove, and everything's working for him, and he looks really good out there right now. He's got a good track. They just got a little bit of water on it, so it's got good traction. And it looks like we're missing a few guys out of this one as well, so that plays into a factor as well. Not as much traffic to have to deal with that. I know, as he mentioned in the interview, we didn't realize that he was driving well enough that the car was broke in the last one after getting tangled up with some lap traffic. So
I think he said a left front shock, if I'm not mistaken. So he was dealing with a car, an ill-handling car, and we were when you said that, we were both impressed. He was making some small bobbles. I remember the last couple of laps, and it certainly made sense once he said that left front shock was broke. But, I mean, you'd never know it was broke. You know, it certainly wasn't that big. Yeah, he was really and good enough to bump up, as we said. Was literally 2 turns away.
2:30 to go here as he works his way through some more traffic. Fast lap on the track is Brandon Rose, a 27 flat. The only driver to get that close to a 26-second lap range. Joshua Vigil in the number 2 spot. His fast lap at 27.8. Reggie Tongue at 27.9. Everybody else in the 28s or above.
Yeah, and since the rain delay, I think we've only seen maybe 1 or 2 laps in the high 26 range, 26.9 or so, 26.8. So he's right there on pace with the fastest.
I believe this is going to be Joshua Vigil that we're following here in the number 2 spot. Joshua putting in a good run here. He's 6.5 seconds back from Brandon Rose.
Yeah, 13 lap pace here to Brandon's 14 lap pace, just for reference here. And Brandon, by the way, picking up the pace now at a 6:22.
And we keep talking about moving up into that invite class, the $1,000 check. The drivers that don't make it into the invite class, there's still $1,000 for the winner in the Open A-Main tomorrow as well. Up for grabs, $600 for second and $400 for third in the Open class. So still some seriously good money to be made here this weekend for racing RC cars, even in the Open class, if they don't make it up into that invite class.
Yeah, great point. And Josh Vigil will want to keep digging here, even though he's not winning this one. As we talked about, they're going to take one more and bump him up, and that will be the next fastest. Now, I'm not sure what the protocol is on that, if it's just out of this second heat race grouping, you know, the 2 groups, the 2 heat races, I should say, and this third heat qualifier, or if it's going to be a combined of all 3 and then having the lowest elapsed time.
I believe it's going to be a combined of your best 2 of 3. I think is the understanding that I had by qualifying points. So in other words, if you, out of both heats, if you finish 5th for the round, you get 5 points. So it's going to be how you finished your best 2 rounds, I think, is going to be how that is sorted out.
So confirmation on that. Nice job, Mike.
10 seconds left on the clock here. Oh, come on, Brandon. Brandon Rose, little wheel flick there. Time is winding down. He's going to cross the line and go one more time after this one. Here comes Rose.
Yeah, that is that 14.622. So the 22 part of that is nearly a full lap. So crossing the stripe there and has to complete that final lap.
He's halfway there.
Yeah, he made it this far before.
Here he comes through the switchbacks. This is where it all went bad.
He made it this far before, and right there.
He's made it further. Here
wrong.
He comes down the front stretch. Come on, Brandon. And he's got it, Brandon Rose. He's going to take the heat race win. We got one more heat to go. One more to go.
He's not in yet.
He's not in just yet.
But he's closer than he's been.
Yes. Wow. Reggie Tongue. Fantastic drive
here
as well there. Reggie moving up into that number 2 spot with a 13.6.11. Joshua Vigil, 13.6.15. Santos Rodriguez, 13.6.28. Followed by Barry Rowe and Katie Roxbury.
Nicely done. Congratulations to Brandon as we take a look at our qualifying results here, courtesy of Visions Off-Road. And Reggie Tong as well keeps picking away at it. He's been up the top of the sheets here a couple of times. He might find himself as that quick number 2 guy.
Well, I was going to say, unofficially, what we're hearing right now is Brandon Rose, even if he is not the quickest here for this next heat, there's a possibility, a very good possibility, that he will still be the fastest.
That's a really good point.
With the qual points playing into factor and all that, he could possibly make his way into the invite class that way.
But it'd be interesting if, and yeah, as you said, because they take 2 out of the 3, because in the 1 he had crashed and finished pretty deep.
They were getting a good look there at Jared Coley, father of Braxton Coley, getting set to take the track here. Some highlights there from that last one. Brandon Rose finally gets the heat race that he's been looking for. Little trouble there for him in warm-ups. Luckily, no damage done.
So just got a little piece of information before we go to a commercial break. Brandon Rose is going to be in one way or the other. Even if he finishes second here, we would have 4 points, and nobody else has a chance at making 4 points. So if he gets third or worse, that's a great point. We have to see how things go. If he gets second, if somebody was to beat him and he was to end up second, he would still be in. If he ends up third, 2 people get ahead of him, well, that'll change the math. So stick with us. That's all hypothetical. We will land it for sure when we come back. Stay with us right here.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
And once again, welcome back to 2023 RC Racing at Visions Off-Road. Ken Stout and Mike Garrison, Scotty Ernst calling the action for you. One race yet to go here today, and that'll wrap up the RC Racing for today's segment. We'll be back on live streaming again at 9 a.m. tomorrow. And, of course, all of our A-mains will take place tomorrow. The big money will be handed out tomorrow. We also want to let you know that you can watch the telecast on Speed Sport 1 in the near future as well. We'll keep people advised there. You can certainly go onto the website and keep up with all that information as well. So a lot going on here as the Open Nitro Buggy will continue here this final race. And, of course, that will give us a final time. We'll find out who the final 2 bump-ups are going to be and let you know.
Yeah, so Brandon Rose finally got the run he was looking for. He had a 14 at a 6:22. That's going to be the time to beat. Coming up in this one, we got Scott Brewer, Braxton Coley, Blake Everett, Brian Gibbons, Spencer Heckert, Graham Hill, Jacob Vigil, Spencer Klein, Ethan Mechanic, Garrett Martin, and Shelby Parker. I'm going to say the ones to keep an eye on here, just based on what we saw in the first 2 rounds. I'm going to say that Mechanic is going to be one to keep an eye on. Cully's going to be up there. Heckert's going to be up there. Vigil will be up there, I'm sure. It's still anybody's race, to be honest with you, but those are going to be the guys that I think we're going to keep an eye on to possibly knock Brandon Rose off that top spot.
The clock is counting. It has begun. So, yeah, as we talked about before, if Brandon Rose finishes second, he would still be in. However, if he finishes third overall, then he's in some trouble for sure. We'll find out how it goes, though. He's certainly set a great pace. It'll be a tough one to match or beat, especially for a couple of people to get around him. We'll see how it goes, though. Braxton Coley, first one to lay a time down. We'll see if they pick up the pace here to 29.3. Is a bit off the pace. And it looks like the lap times are getting quicker as we speak.
Yeah, and just from the amount of time that they are on the track right now, from when they first got on the track in that last heat, the track has already dried out considerably. You see a lot more dust on the track, a lot more loose fluff on the outsides. The main line getting a little bit slicker here and there. The car's starting to push, coming into some of the corners. So regardless, it's going to be hard to beat that time, even if it was the exact same track. That was a fantastic run for Brandon, but now that the track's going away just a little bit, it's going to be even harder to beat that time. Looks like Spencer Klein going to be coming out of the gate in the lead here, the Kyosho driver. 13 at a 6 flat. No, I'm sorry, 14 at a 6:26. So about 4 seconds off that early TQ time. We're looking at Spencer Heckert here, the S-Works driver in the red, white, and blue on the right-hand side.
Yeah, Spencer with 8 points working here. He's also a player here to get bumped up. Keep our eyes on him. Currently P1 and could take care of that all by himself without the points. We're going to 14.625. 14.622 was the mark, as you mentioned before, to beat. The only one close to that right now is Heckert.
Yeah, and Heckert that time around just turned fast lap of the race, a 27.2. A few more of those, and we may see him ahead of Brandon Rose's TQ time.
Yeah, and we saw Brandon Rose lay down a 27 flat, so right there in the hunt within a couple of tenths. A lot of time left inside of this one, just under 4 minutes.
Nice line for Heckert coming back onto the front stretch there, onto the right. Oh,
way out wide.
Way wide there for Heckert.
Car a little upset there in the back as it landed in that step down.
26.9.
How about that? Throwing it down.
So Heckert now is only 1 second off Brandon Rose's time.
I wonder if that adjusts here because that is not calculated in that way wide turn. We'll see what happens here as he crosses the stripe. My guess is then it did go back up 1 second to a 6:24. So was that a 6:23? The time to beat 6:22 as you see it up there.
Well, there you just saw Brandon Rose waiting patiently on the driver's stand to find out if he's going to take that invite spot.
So if Brandon Rose does get in, if it's my understanding, I believe Heckert would be next in line. So again, just needs to keep good pace right here. Should be safe.
And I would imagine that Heckert has probably done the math in the pits as well, like you say, and he knows that even if he's not quite on pace with Brandon Rose, he knows he needs to stay in the groove, stay on a move, because he's still in the running to move up into that invite class.
Wow, really nice adjustment there, and then dodged the wreck. Oh. That mid-turn adjustment is no easy feat. That car over-rotated a little bit. He turned it back to the left and a right-hander and missed the tube and kept the momentum going. Very, very tough to do.
Well, there's Ethan Mechanic working his way around here.
Heckert still on pace. Yeah, Mechanic second. Spencer Klein third.
Heckert right now the only one on a 14-lap run. He's on a 14.624. Oh, no, Spencer Heckert with a 30.6. I don't know what happened to him that last lap, but now Mechanic's going to take over the lead, and they are both going to be on a 13-lap pace.
Yeah, Heckert 2 seconds behind Mechanic now, so, yeah, definitely missing a lap there. As the pressure continues to build, a minute and a half to go.
And at this point, I mean, Brandon Rose had a near flawless race. I don't think Heckert's going to be able to beat that time. I don't know that Heckert or Mechanic can make up enough time. So I think Brandon Rose is probably pretty safe. However, as you said, that next person to bump in, this is where Spencer Heckert needs to put the wheels to the ground and really get moving and get back up into that number one spot ahead of Ethan Mechanic.
Yeah, second and a half off the pace here behind Mechanic.
55 seconds left to go here in this one. Eckert on the right side, up and over the double he goes, coming down the back straight. Into the drop away. Fast lap on the race. He's the only driver to get down the 26-second lap range, 26.9.
A ton of speed inside of that car, no question. He put one together there. Unfortunately, had that bobble as well, which really cost him. To see if he can put together another great lap or two here as time is running out, and possibly, as you said, get back ahead of Ethan Mechanic, get those points.
Well, he's working on it. That time by 27.1. Mechanic had a 27.6. They are now going to be 0.05 of a second apart according to timing and scoring. There's Ethan Mechanic right there. 15 seconds left to go on the clock. This one is going to come right down to the wire. Here comes Mechanic.
The spread on the average between Mechanic and Heckert is just 1/10 of a second. Heckert goes back up to the top by mere hundredths of a second. Whoever wins between these two is going to get that fourth and final bump up.
Wow, it is all coming down to this right here. They're both pushing a 14-lap run, but I think 13 laps is going to be all they're going to get. Here they come back around to the front side. One final time, Heckert makes a little bobble. Here comes Mechanic. Mechanic crossed the line. He's finished at a 13.6 flat, .698. Heckert with a 13.6 flat, .7. Ethan Mechanic is going to get it. Wow.
They're going to be tied on points. We believe they're going to be tied on points here. So they will take a look at this. It is that close. They might have to go down to time. The best or lowest elapsed time could be the tiebreaker here. Very, very close. So ending up 13.6.698 to a 13.6.793.
Wow.
There's pretty much 1/10 of a second there between the two of them over that 13-lap average. Very, very close there. Spencer Klein, very impressive run there as well as a 13.602. So congrats to Spencer as well, staying right there in the hunt. And we'll let the mathematicians, and they were already writing a name down here for Brandon Rose. We know he is in. Congratulations to Brandon. It took him all day to get there. He did it hard way, man.
He did.
But he is finally in. Congrats to Brandon. Whoa. Once again, we're going to wait for official word. We have an unofficial result here between Mechanic and Heckert, but we want to wait until they have another look at that before we send it out. So congratulations to both of those guys, but they are waiting on pins and needles, trying to figure out if they're going to be in that invite class. It is Ethan Mechanic who is going to get that final invite. Wow, what a great battle between those two, but congratulations to Ethan. And we'll see if Scotty can catch up with one of the two, if not both, Brandon and Ethan. So great stuff there. However, I will say we have already pushed our heart out here. So we were supposed to be done at 5, and then they gave us to 5:15 and then 5:30, and it is a little bit past that. So we appreciate the park working with us here.
Well, it looks like the track crew put a little water down on the track here before we finish things up.
We're going to do a quick 30-second break and see if we can get back with an interview on the other side. Stay with us. We won't be gone for long. And we welcome you back here, 2023 RC Racing at Visions Off-Road. It's been a busy, busy day, especially when you factor in the rain that we had a little bit earlier. But congratulations to everybody that came out here, had a good run today. Of course, the people that did great in the Nitro category, the Invite category, for good starting spots in the A-Mains tomorrow. Everybody that was in the Open class that earned the bump-ups. We know that Camden Lime did it, Caden Fuller did it, Brandon Rose did it, and Ethan Mechanic did it as well. So congrats to the 4 bump-ups.
Yeah, what a fantastic day of racing. We obviously got served a little bit of weather, but it all worked out. And it was a fantastic day. The track crew did a great job getting the track back together. The racers did a great job keeping the show moving. A fantastic day for sure. A big thanks once again to our title sponsors, A-Main Hobbies and HPI Racing, and our supporting sponsors of Teak and VP Fuels, Team Associated, and Lifetime.
Yeah, I want to thank Scotty Ernst as well for keeping up with all the action down there and catching up with all those interviews. Great job today, Scotty. And, of course, my colleague here in the booth, Mike Garrison, doing an incredible job as well. It's been a great day to get things taken care of here at Mid-America Outdoors, a spectacular complex. Of course, we will be racing all day tomorrow. Make sure you join us at 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll get things started. We'll have our A-Mains. We'll build a TV show as well, and we're going to hand out $30,000 before the day is done. It's going to be an exciting day for sure for all of the categories involved. Until then, we'll see you tomorrow. It's time to go racing. Stay with us. I'm Ken Stout. It's been a blast.
Brandon Rose. And Brandon, I've interviewed you a few times so far today, and this is the most important one here. You finally got to win. Things went right in that final round.
Yeah, it finally all came together. It's been a little bit of a crazy day, just a bunch of bad luck happening. I feel like the car's been super good all day, just kind of fluke stuff happening. But yeah, finally everything came together that last run. Didn't make really any mistakes and win. So yeah, it was nice.
Absolutely. Got plans for the money?